Any guy would like it if he sees a beautiful girl in front of him in the morning who gently tries to wake him up. It will be especially pleasant if he sees two such girls at once, and both will look at him as if he were the most desirable guy in the world. Martin felt a little awkward because the intimacy with the two girls was definitely not friendly, and it was clear what they wanted from the guy. He was happy that his life was a success, and everything he could only dream of was now happening in reality. It was true that it was a little strange where these lovely creatures came from, because there should have been a completely different creature next to him. Opening his eyes, Martin began to guess that all this was unreal, and that instead of girls, he was about to meet someone much uglier. The pleasant female tongues were quickly replaced by the giant tongue of a mutant, which slowly licked its tasty victim. Martin quickly realized that it was time to wake up. Otherwise, he would end up watching this sweet dream in the monster's stomach. Two monsters appeared right in front of him, but they certainly weren't going to be affectionate with Martin in the wide bed. These creatures were too hungry for long scenes and just wanted to swallow him whole, bones and all. The guy quickly felt for a stone nearby, realizing that he had fallen asleep at the wrong time and now risked being eaten. He hit the monster with such force that it should have been enough for a quick escape. Martin has been trying to survive in this post-apocalyptic world for a long time, and has been doing so well up until now. But with each passing day, the mutants became more and more angry, and it was necessary to train not only strength, but also running speed. He didn't expect to find himself in such a situation after a short rest, but it was too late to think about it. It's good that the two-headed hyena wasn't very strong, and it was even possible to engage in a duel with it. However, she quickly fell behind, which means Martin will be able to save his strength for the next meeting with the mutants. It was gradually getting dark outside, and moving around the world teeming with hungry monsters was becoming too dangerous. The best solution was to return to base without the loot, but at least alive and well. Soon the guy found himself opposite an abandoned hospital, which served as the entrance to his secret hideout. These ruins were the place that had long sheltered Martin behind its reliable iron gates. From the outside, this space looked old and shabby, but there were actually a lot of useful items inside. Entering the territory, he immediately saw before him the familiar environment that he had been creating for a long time himself. Noticing him from afar, the creature that had been waiting for him here for a long time rushed towards the owner on its wheels. It was Seven, the closest robot to the previous administrator, who now served the new master. The robot began to spin around him so quickly that he had to ask it to calm down, since Martin had only been gone for half a day. For a long time, Seven lived on this base, which was run by Martin, and became indispensable in many matters. This place belonged only to him and was considered a fairly reliable refuge in these dangerous wastelands. In addition to equipment and computers, there were also supplies here, although at this moment there was very little left. As an administrator, Martin had a set of duties that he had to carry out on a day-to-day basis. One of his duties was to attract people to this world using the regular earthly internet. This was necessary to restore the territory, because the guy moved here 5 months ago, and the new job became ideal for him. It's hard to believe, but the game world, indistinguishable from the real one, actually existed thanks to Martin's efforts. Players who saw the ads on the internet for the first time did not immediately believe in the reality of the game, and initially considered it simple marketing. But then, as they started chatting, each of them gradually realized that it was all true. A new player named Roderick just now saw for the first time how real this computer game can be. Once immersed in it, the player completely lost touch with reality, because the detail completely drew him into the digital world. Martin watched all this closely and was glad for every recruit who decided to play this game. The best way to attract players was through voice messages, where a guy would explain the game in detail and then send a direct link to register. In fact, he tricked players into entering his world and most often succeeded. There were enough people who applied to complete the guy's final task and move on to the next level. He was the administrator of this game now, but 5 months ago, before arriving here, he was an ordinary sales manager. One day he managed to close a big deal, so the guy decided to celebrate and have a few drinks. Suddenly he felt a tightness in his chest, and then he heard a high-pitched sound that clouded his consciousness. He will never forget that terrible second after which a new reality opened up before Martin, changing everything. It is quite difficult to convey these feelings in words, but they were far from the most pleasant. Opening his eyes, he realized that there was no way back, and someone had sent him into this space full of dangers. He found himself in a real post-apocalyptic world, and at first decided that it was some kind of prank, the location of which was a film set. That's why he ran so desperately, wanting to find a way out of the location and get out as quickly as possible. However, the road turned out to be much longer than he expected, and all around was the same terrain. It was difficult to move around where instead of the usual roads there was only dirt and debris from buildings, but when he saw his reflection, he realized that he had become a completely different person. At that moment, he again heard the same high-frequency sound that he heard in the last second of his stay in the real world. Then Martin suddenly noticed the system notification window that he would often see before his eyes. In this post-apocalyptic world, he was destined to become a scavenger, because that was the role that the system itself had prepared for him. Martin's first thought was to call the police, but he realized that he had lost his mobile phone while running. In this state, he wandered aimlessly through the wasteland all day, and soon Martin was overcome by a sharp feeling of hunger. First, he needed to find something to eat, otherwise the game would end much earlier than planned. To his surprise, the guy came across a human settlement, although he did not meet a single person at the entrance. Only after going a little deeper, he saw two settlers right in front of him who looked very strange. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to find out more about this world, and the settlement where he now found himself. Suddenly, Martin heard a male voice nearby asking which shelter he came from. He had never heard such a language before, but perhaps, having come to this world, he himself could now speak it. A man with a gun named Walter put the barrel to the boy's head, not wanting to test his patience for long. With a smile on his face, he replied that he had ended up there by accident and was simply passing by in search of food. The next second, it became clear that Walter was not joking, and there was no point in irritating this old man with a gun. Luckily, the shot was not aimed at Martin, but at a giant who had gotten too close to the settlement. Old Walter warned that the wasteland was no place to play, and that it was not a good idea to wander around there without a firearm. Martin could easily become food for monsters and go to the next world after those who neglected this rule. It was worth thanking the old man for such advice, although it was possible to do without a gun to the temple. Walter was right, because after 5 months of survival, Martin began to understand the new reality much better. It was a parallel world that emerged after the Great War, which gave birth to many mutated animals. Besides, there were so many marauders here that it was necessary to always have a weapon on hand, not only because of the mutants. About 5 months ago, he first set foot on this land, and since then, he has managed to learn the basics of this world, fighting for his life every day. But the main question remained, where did this high-frequency sound that the guy constantly heard come from? He was only to find out this a little later, when he met the real gurus of these places, who knew everything. For now, it was worth simply entering his base, because besides him, there was not a soul in this abandoned hospital. With each passing minute, the sound became louder, and it seemed as if it was only in his head. Listening closely, Martin realized that the sound was coming from somewhere in the place where he was now. But who was sending this signal? With each step, the guy heard the sound more and more clearly, which meant he was moving in the right direction. At some point he froze, not expecting that there would be such a huge room under the hospital. At the end of this room, he saw a gate that seemed to be pierced by threads of bright neon light. The sound came from the room behind the gate, which was now hidden from Martin's eyes. The next second, an inner voice seemed to tell the guy that he needed to activate the mechanism that opened the secret door. Placing his palm on it, he suddenly realized that his fingerprints fit like a key, and was this door really meant for him from the very beginning? The heavy iron door began to open slowly, which meant that the guy had not come all this way in vain. When the door opened fully, Martin noticed at the end of the next room the iron creature that 5 months later became his faithful assistant. At that time, this robot seemed like just another monster, and it was difficult to understand what to expect from this sudden meeting. Instantly, the robot Seventh was right in front of him, because with the help of wheels instead of legs, he quickly moved across the flat floor. The robot immediately asked not to be afraid, because he was just a little helper who was waiting for his master. And then he announced that Martin had become the administrator of the game, and would now have complete control over the entire place. Looking into the system window, he realized that the system had indeed upgraded his level from scavenger to administrator. The robot explained that the guy would have to complete tasks and, together with the players he would call, receive rewards for each mission. But the main thing was that from this place he could easily contact Earth. And this was the best news from the little helper. The shelter could not only connect to a parallel world, but also had its own official website. All players registered to participate must be assigned a number, and their details immediately entered into the list of shelter residents. The administrator had the right to decide which players should be allowed to join the game, and which should not even try to complete the missions. Thanks to the capabilities of the system, gaming equipment will be sent to the players' homes, the main one being a gaming helmet. By putting on the helmet, each player will see the same thing, and the system will gradually draw them into the game, immersing them in a parallel reality. You'll have to be patient for a bit, because in order to move, players need to overcome the thickness of the water, holding their breath for a while. As long as people have their gaming helmets on, They can contact the clone in the hideout and quickly get to the surface. It was worth being in this new reality, because it opened up many opportunities for Martin. Finally, he found a loophole to find a way out and get home from here. The guy warned that he would now call him Seventh after the robot's serial number. The Iron Assistant was immediately delighted with this news, because he never had a real name. The robot began to circle around Martin quickly again, happy that the administrator was treating him like a human. He behaved like a little child, but the assistant had to get food for his new master. Even though Seven was a bit dumb, his ability to summon and gather players was simply amazing. Meanwhile, in the real world, on Earth, it was already nighttime. But the guy in the men's dorm was still awake. He couldn't believe that the game the unknown administrator invited him to actually existed. The administrator promised not just a realistic game, but a complete immersion into the atmosphere with the highest level of detail. At this time, Martin, sitting at the computer in the new shelter, continued typing. He had to spend days on end recruiting participants to his game, taking only short breaks for food. Having carefully looked at the locations that Roderick was going to visit, he realized that the game could become much more interesting than computer games. If such a game really exists, then the women he created before will now become real. The guy was already imagining how they would all please their husband because Roderick gave them life and made them real. This prospect was exactly to his taste, and there was no point in wasting time thinking about it. All that was left was to find out how realistic this game was, and the guy decided to register in it immediately. The next day, slowly wandering out of the cafeteria, the guy still hadn't forgotten about the game he'd signed up for. But the spicy chicken was so delicious that I had to forget about everything else while eating. Now it was time to go to the dorm, because every day Roderick spent was the same. Today the usual routine changed, and instead of a computer, he saw a large box on the table. It was clear that there was a package in this box, but why was it so huge? It was difficult to understand who sent him the parcel, because he had not expected gifts from his parents for a long time. When he opened the box, he realized that he had never received such a shipment and could not figure out what to do with it. In this box was the very same gaming helmet that the administrator sent to each participant in his real game. He actually had the gaming equipment in his hands, which means it wasn't a prank or a publicity stunt. Roderick placed the helmet firmly on his head and realized that the administrator had chosen the size so accurately, as if he knew the measurements of his head. It was all very strange, but he was eager to experience the real sensations that Martin promised every player. Instantly, a tunnel began to spin before his eyes, plunging Roderick into a parallel reality, the brightness of which could have blinded him. The guy was looking forward to bringing his virtual girlfriends to life and immersing himself with them in the real world of temptation and pleasure. He was already ready to rush into the space where his dreams would become reality and hoped that the administrator had not lied about the real sensations. But suddenly he realized that one important condition put an end to all his dreams of a beautiful life. At the very end of the tunnel, he saw a system notification that there were exactly 72 hours left until the game launched. Now he would have to wait 3 whole days to immerse himself in the game, and Roderick did not understand why the administrator had prepared such a long waiting period. There was no point in shouting so loudly throughout the entire dorm, since many students were already asleep and secretly hated Roderick. It was good that this guy agreed to become a member so quickly, because it was to the advantage of her administrator. Martin was still sitting at the computer and realized that things were going as well as possible. The chat had been discussing the new game for a long time, and many users were ready to become players. Many people asked for different gaming helmets, and now he had to promise that he would get the right model for everyone. The helmet could sync with any player, but only one user could create a game account. It's good that he decided to write to those with whom he used to spend time, and there was no need to worry about new acquaintances. After his grandfather's death, the boy cut off all ties with his relatives, and everyone on Earth probably thought he was dead. Noticing an assistant next to him, the guy reminded them that their site was too primitive and that they would at least need to create a forum. The initial construction required a lot of manual labor, so more male players needed to be recruited. That is why the main page should attract the attention of guys, and it is worth placing a beautiful girl there. It worked right away, and visiting such a site, Roderick once again remembered his dream of making virtual girlfriends real. Now Martin had to prepare for the game's launch, and he asked Seven to improve the site in 3 days. However, the robot did not understand why the administrator sent only 4 helmets, since there were already 11 players. Even if Martin intended to accept them all, they would only take up 10% of the tanks. They had little food now, and the fewer players there were, the fewer hungry mouths there were. So Martin decided to focus on these 4 players first and then invite new ones. After all, 4 players were enough to complete the system's task, and there was no need for extra mouths to feed. The system suddenly awarded the guy with a nanocarbon body armor, and this high-tech equipment was already available. But this body armor was not as modern as the random box that awaited him. Boxes of different levels provided medicine and weapons in case of encounters with mutants, of which there would be many more. It was worth considering whether he should spend 5 points on a regular box, or save up 100 and get a weapon. But there was no time to think, because a new task had already appeared in his journal that was worth checking. After quickly reading the journal, Martin realized that the mission would give him 100 experience points at once, and that would be enough to cover all expenses. The guy decided to use the reward for this task to open the box with weapons right now. The robot quickly carried out the administrator's order, and soon a box with inventory began to open in front of him. At first, it looked like a special effect in a blockbuster, as the floor was covered in acrid steam that resembled smoke after an explosion. After waiting a little, Martin realized that not everything in this world is so real, and sometimes there is outright falsehood. The rewards in the inventory did not impress Martin at all, and did not look like a formidable weapon. If he needed this food, the system could have been more generous and given him more candy. But among the fallen items, he suddenly noticed a note that immediately interested him. If this is the 5th item in the inventory, then you should have read this letter sooner. Opening the note, Martin immediately saw words written in the local language of the parallel world. He was very surprised when he realized that he had learned not only to understand this language, but also to read it. Unfortunately, it was left behind by the previous administrator, who took everything valuable from the inventory, leaving only this junk. But someone was able to develop such technology in the era of human extermination. The Iron Assistant did not know the name of the previous administrator, because his program was launched only after Martin entered the shelter. Surely there should have been at least some information about the previous administrator in the shelter, and it was worth doing something about it. Without waiting, Martin quickly activated the hologram and began to carefully study the archives about this shelter. In the last war, both sides not only destroyed their enemy, but also perished along with him. After the war, humanity entered a new era called the Wasteland. But the robot never found anything about the previous administrators of the vault. If so, this issue should be postponed, because the players will arrive here in exactly 3 days. Right now, the guy was going to take a short walk and stop by the recycling center. Before leaving, he said that the robot would remain in charge, and he himself would return after completing an important task. Soon, Martin decided to go to the survivors' camp to get supplies that were probably left there. The road from the shelter was full of dangers, because even a mouse could not get past the 2-headed hyenas. Their entire appearance spoke of wild hunger, and it was mortally dangerous to catch the eye of these creatures. But it still happened, and the guy realized that the hyenas could smell him from afar. On his way to camp, he came across 2 hungry hyenas, and it was the most unpleasant encounter in recent times. Martin had been in these places for several days, and was prepared to meet hungry mutants. As long as you have a weapon, fighting even 2 of these monsters won't be a big problem. He could destroy every creature with the means at his disposal, without even spending experience points. Looking towards the pack, he suddenly realized that the monsters were not attacking at all, and the danger had already passed. These mutants were the main threat to the survivors, and among them, there were both strong and weak individuals. 2-headed hyenas are not very strong, but they often sent 1 or 2 members of the pack out to scout. In this, they were almost no different from mutated cockroaches, which also hunted in large groups. Those unfortunate souls who fell prey to them most often ended their lives in the same way. There were countless numbers of them hiding in the darkness, and one wrong move could end badly. Martin soon found himself near the survivors' camp, and hoped that this sortie would not be in vain. First, you had to go to the recycling center to get some chips from the local owner. These scales never showed the correct weight, and because of this, it was easy to deceive the customer. The client turned out to be Martin, and the owner of the recycling center, Charlie, paid him a few coins. In total, there were exactly 3 chips, and the guy could have bought something valuable with them. The old man warned that he had no pistols, because he never kept such items in his center. He still had food and fuel, and he needed to get it before the cold weather set in. Charlie explained that winter would come much earlier this year, and the first snow would fall as early as October. The mutants in the wasteland began to actively prepare for the cold, and this was bad news for any survivor. In winter, it was difficult to understand whether a mutant was hiding under the snow or whether valuable metal could be dug up there. Once the snow starts, even the traveling merchants will stop coming here and stay in their own lands. It was possible to take a risk and go to the city tens of kilometers from here, because the markets there were still open. Old Charlie explained to Martin the nature of this world, because before he was made a slave, he lived in another shelter. In the past, he was captured by slave traders and put up for auction, where he was bought by the head of the camp. After this, Charlie was tasked with dealing with the scavengers, and he would have completed the task if chaos had not erupted. Perhaps he would soon become an engineer, a doctor, or even a scientist like his ancestors. Charlie played a significant role in Martin's life, and today he suddenly asked him to be more careful in these wastelands. The old man looked after him because he mistook him for a survivor from another shelter and did not know his real life. In the end, he was only able to get 3 chips, and it was unlikely that he could exchange them for anything worthwhile. It was worth counting how many chips he had left in total, and it became clear that Martin had a total of 50 pieces. Right now, he held the fortune of an entire family in his hands. But even that would not be enough to begin building a shelter. First of all, it was necessary to restore the area around the shelter and purchase the necessary tools for this. This game was hyper-realistic, which meant that players would start developing from the very bottom. We'll have to remember our regular work and use whatever tools Martin can get his hands on. Don't forget about food, because in the first weeks of life, none of the newcomers will be able to hunt well. Once the clone is synchronized with the player, it will become a living being, which means it will need food. If the food demand is not met, new players will resort to extreme measures. This meant that they had to get enough food to feed 5 people for a whole week, even if they had to eat only twice a day. These players could be considered expendable, so there was no point in bothering to find quality food. He decided that all he needed to do was get some green wheat from a nearby farm, which would become the entire diet of his new players. On the way, he suddenly met a girl who for some reason found herself in an open area. Belle quickly apologized for scaring Martin and admitted that she shouldn't have hidden like that. Some strange sounds were coming from his hideout, and Belle decided that someone was trying to rob him. In the future, she could look after Martin's house in his absence, if he didn't mind. She had nothing to do in her own house anyway, so she could spend time looking after Martin's place. The boy warned the children not to go close to strangers, as it could be a bad person instead of him. But Belle was no longer a child, and could be considered old enough even to get married. Martin was never a bad person, and when the girl was very hungry, he fed her fresh soup. This time he also didn't meet her empty-handed, and so that Belle wouldn't get angry, he handed her a candy. Without even removing the wrapper, the girl tried to bite into the candy, forgetting that the sweetest part was underneath. The guy understood that the local children were not used to such rare sweets, and that is why she needed a little help. Having removed the wrapper from the candy, it was much more convenient to enjoy the lollipop that this kind girl had long deserved. She was genuinely surprised by what Martin did, and just looked at the candy for a long time. In the real world, this child would still be in school, but instead, she had to endure nothing but hardship. The girl immediately realized that this candy was so delicious that she had never tasted anything better in her life. Few children from the local settlements were as lucky as Belle, because not everyone had such a good friend. Martin gave her a taste of a treat that was commonplace for all children in the real world. Belle was happy to taste sweet candy for the first time in her life, and loudly thanked Martin for the gift. The guy was glad that she liked the lollipop and hoped that he could make her life at least a little easier. He never smiled, and she also liked that she managed to cheer up her friend a little. But Belle was never a greedy girl, and didn't want to eat all this delicious candy alone. So Martin had to try the lollipop too, and the girl was ready to share it with him. She wanted Martin to try this lollipop too, because such sweets were almost impossible to get here. The candy immediately seemed very tasty to her, and it was strange that the guy only turned away in response. But she'd better think about how to look after his house while the guy goes on a serious mission. A second later, she suddenly realized that she was alone here, and was surprised that he was able to disappear from sight so quickly. Belle only shouted loudly after him that she would take care of his shelter, and that he could always count on her. Soon, Martin found himself back in his hideout, and his robot was following his master every step of the way. 3 days passed, and new players were supposed to arrive at his game location. Each of them went through the same path to end up on the same team. These 4 will remember the transition from one reality to another for a long time, and there will still be plenty of time for discussion. It was necessary to complete the movement, the first participant of which was Roderick. Opening his eyes, the guy immediately realized that he was in a capsule with water, and his entire past was left behind. All that awaited him was this strange location, where everything looked real and not like a computer game. Taking a step, he left the capsule and found himself in a place that was more real than his usual world. Now they will start a new life, and they will have to forget about everything that happened before for a long time. Frank pinched himself to confirm that the pain in this game felt just like it did in reality. David was a little upset that his gender remained male, because he wanted to choose a female character. Oliver, the third participant, could not imagine that this virtual reality would be so realistic. Roderick felt his underwear slowly drying. This world was so amazingly real. Then all 4 looked back at the iron door, from where approaching footsteps were heard. and then they saw the administrator, who was the person who sent the direct links for registration. He immediately warned that the help of every new player would be needed to restore the former appearance of their homeland. Martin knew they were perfect for the role of first players, and would soon cease to be inexperienced newcomers. The Iron Assistant will be happy to tell you all the important information about the location they found themselves in. The guys were surprised by what was happening for a long time, but these were only the first minutes of getting to know the game. The system reported that 4 players had just entered the game and were very frightened by what they saw. But together with Martin, they will easily overcome the inner fear that overcame the guy in the first minutes of his stay here. It was worth getting used to the endless stream of questions from these guys, because everyone wanted to know as much as possible about this place. Finally, he warned once again that anyone could return to their capsule and leave this place if they wanted. None of them returned and all went after the administrator on their first mission. Martin gave each guy a manual with a detailed description of the location, which was worth studying carefully before the task. More than 200 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and these 4 guys were much luckier than the other 12 billion who died. Now they had to accept the new reality and fulfill the oath given under the banner of the Union of Humanity. However, it was worth starting with something simple, and the first mission was collecting firewood using an ordinary axe. Winter was approaching, which meant it was necessary to stock up on fuel in order to survive it. All the guys unanimously supported Martin and were ready to restore the wasteland, rebuilding everything anew. But one shouldn't forget about the monsters, with whom it is better not to engage in combat, but simply retreat. It was possible not to waste time and head deep into the forest for firewood right now. Martin asked the robot to keep an eye on them from a window on the 3rd floor of the hospital. From there, it will be easier to observe the movement of players who are currently on their first mission. The players got so active in the matter that the trees began to fall to the ground one after another. It was important not to end the game early by getting hit by one of these falling trees. Everyone quickly realized that Frank was the strongest player here, but Oliver would do well to join a gym. For Roderick, the best motivation was still the girls he still hoped to bring back to life in this world. Their characters had different characteristics, which meant that the guys' skills differed from each other. They could have been created artificially, but in that case Martin would have probably added female players as well. David hoped that players would be able to develop in different ways, and that would give him the freedom he was looking for. What will happen if they continue in the same direction and do not go their separate ways? Perhaps they will be lucky enough to meet elven girls in this forest, who will immediately want to meet people. But instead of beautiful local settlements, one could stumble upon a monster who would want to get to know Roderick better. The administrator clearly said that they couldn't go far from the hospital, otherwise Martin could ban any of them. The administrator's orders were paramount in this place, and all inhabitants of the shelter had to obey them. As he continued to work, Roderick did not understand why he had to obey the administrator in everything, as if he had replaced God for him. The very next second the guy was about to receive an answer to this question, and the answer was unlikely to please him. He suddenly felt uneasy from the drastically changed atmosphere, but what was happening? A second later, something hit the ground at high speed, as if a rocket had flown nearby. Having fallen to the ground, he tried to make out in the sky the creature that had become the first danger in this world. The guy just got almost killed, and it was the creatures in the sky that were to blame. And then he realized that in front of him was a real winged monster, which looked little like an ordinary bird from his world. Ordinary birds do not hunt people with the kind of ferocity that was seen in the eyes of this hungry monster. The robot was carrying out a task for its master, and was the first to notice this attack. Quickly running into the base, he reported that they had serious problems and they couldn't do without Martin. Having carefully studied the system notification, Martin realized that he himself had been a little overlooked, and that it was his fault. The small print in the instruction manual stated that it had an active matter extractor at its disposal. According to the manual, even monsters could be used with the extractor if done correctly. For now, it was worth postponing his acquaintance with this equipment, with the help of which he would be able to obtain material for creating clones. The problem was too urgent, and the robot once again reminded about the mutant attack. A huge bird had attacked the players north of the hospital, and that was the first thing to be dealt with. Only now did Martin remember that none of the players had any experience, and they would be easy prey for her. The monster also understood that the players had appeared in the world only recently. Otherwise, they wouldn't be wandering around in such places. These creatures were constantly flying over the forest, but only now one of them was able to notice the players. In appearance, she resembled a huge raven, but from the bird's eyes it was clear that she had mutated long ago. Roderick would never have agreed to register for this game if Martin had warned him about this in advance. This was something to talk about a little later. First, it was necessary to find a way to deal with the monster. For Frank, this was a real challenge, and the guy was sure that with him they had nothing to fear. If the enemy did not attack himself and did not come down to the ground, then it was necessary to stick to the plan and not start a fight. Among all the players, it was Oliver who was the bravest and was ready to attack. But a second later, he realized that his partner had instantly disappeared from the place where he was supposed to cover him. It became clear that the other players had long since hidden in the bushes and were not acting as boldly as they had at the beginning. The monster was still nearby, and one of the guys threw a stone in its direction. Looking down at the ground, the mutant saw another player who was very different from all the others. This player had exactly the same stone in his hands, and he was not at all afraid to leave the ambush and enter the battle. It was Martin, who a second later threw another stone at him, hoping to knock down the damned bird. This trick didn't work. Something more interesting was needed against the huge monster. Martin always had the necessary tools with him and could put them to use. The animals in this world were still animals and could not come up with anything better than a frontal attack. But, unlike humans, they didn't have tools that would be useful in a fight. Even if this creature's brain works better than that of its relatives, it still won't become smarter than a human. This was exactly what could be used. But in addition to this, the guy also had a lot of experience. Having accurately thrown a metal rod at the mutant, the guy pierced the bird through and ended the duel. This fight was over before it even started, and I had to believe that this guy was really strong. Even Frank, who volunteered to be the first to fight, ended up running into the bushes along with everyone else. And yet, the administrator kept his promise, and was there at the moment when help was needed. The roast mutant made a great dinner, quickly skewered and cooked in the fresh air. There was no need to worry about the edibility of the meat, since Martin himself had fried it well. At the same time, he explained that not only birds and land animals can mutate, but some bacteria are also subject to change. Mutants were one of the threats that each of them now had to fight. In some cases, humans could be more dangerous than any mutant, and it was a shame that they behaved the same way as in the normal world. The food should be ready soon, and in the wasteland they wouldn't be able to eat fried meat every day. It would be possible to put the leftovers of food in the refrigerator, but only the leader of the survivors' camp has such an item. The boys heard for the first time about the leader of the camp, who has been living in the castle for a long time with his group of survivors. Roderick dreamed of one day crossing the threshold of his own castle, where beautiful maids would greet him with smiles. Surely one of these lovely girls could warm his bed, although it would be much better if there were 3 such maids there at once. Just in case, David asked how much firewood their group would need to collect to complete the task. They needed as much firewood as possible, because if the winter turned out to be too cold, they risked getting into a lot of trouble. But the main concern was how to keep these guys from doing stupid things, so as not to get them out of trouble in the future. It would be possible to come up with bonus points that the kids could exchange for valuable rewards. For example, a stick as thick as an arm could be sawed into meter-long pieces and counted as 1 point. If it was as thick as a thigh, Martin suggested taking it for 2 points. With this new currency, he smiled and suggested that they buy valuable items and delicious food, which awaited everyone after completing the task. Without even finishing speaking, he just watched the group of players rush to cut down a couple more trees. By the end of the working day, some of them had collapsed on the ground, although each of the players had tried their best. During their hard work, they earned a total of 2,000 bonus points, and Martin congratulated them on their victory. Frank managed to earn more than 800 points, and in this he became the absolute champion. Roderick and David also did a great job and scored over 400 points, which was worthy of the administrator's respect. Only Oliver earned the least, and his balance did not even exceed 300 points. These guys did much better than Martin expected, and behaved amicably, sharing food with Oliver. If Martin had given them just 2 candies for cutting down 100 trees, they would have tried to cut him down next. Players could exchange bonus points for items, as well as receive coins for resurrection, which usually takes 3 days. This had to be taken advantage of, and to score as many points as possible by the time the game was updated. Martin originally wanted to give them chips as a reward, but he didn't have many of them himself. David noticed that there was no electricity at their base and suggested installing a generator there. If any of them could solve this problem, the administrator was ready to personally reward the player with a valuable prize. Roderick thought it would be easier to use an extension cord and run electricity from another station. The base did not have such a long wire, which meant that it was impossible to bring electricity to the shelter in this way. It was already quite late, so it was time to go home and leave this until tomorrow. Although it is not yet dark, a new day will soon come in the real world, which these 4 will not meet. They had to get used to their new world, and Martin was ready to do everything to make it easier for the players to learn. The robot reported that the physical condition of the clones had been updated, and the guy could see it for himself. Every time the player logged out of the system, the capsule would automatically scan his clone. The system quickly determined that Frank's DNA gave him the physical strength that made him stronger than the other players. The progress of genetic development depended on how strong the specific genes in the DNA were. At the moment, progress in the development of the 4 activated genes was close to 0, and the robot warned about this in advance. So far, they could only stimulate survival instincts and train their bodies through physical exercise. With this, they will be able to easily raise their level, and their innate talents will only help in this. But in the future, we need to learn to train only those areas that need special development. Meanwhile, in the real world, it was already dawn, and in the professor's dormitory, Oliver's day began differently. Holding the gaming helmet in his hands, he understood that his life would change forever from that day on. All he had to do was ask Professor Christopher about the electric generator when they saw each other at lunch. Entering the dining room, he suddenly realized that the table where Christopher was supposed to sit was free. The young professor himself had only recently found himself in the canteen and was greeted by the loving students. The professor had already gotten used to the fact that he was joyfully greeted by a crowd of female students and waved back to them in a friendly manner. They were crazy about his youthful appearance and how beautifully he could communicate with students. But Oliver was a different person altogether and preferred to pretend to read a news magazine. He was only interested in the generator that he wanted to ask his friend about. Oliver recently read a story about a post-apocalyptic world and thought Christopher would be interested in it. But the guys were interested in completely different topics, and not at all in the fictional worlds of his friend. Still, Oliver wanted to figure out how he could generate electricity if he found himself in such a world. Christopher had long since stopped taking such stories seriously, and hoped that they would talk about something else. Then, abruptly rising from his seat, he suddenly looked into the eyes of his old friend. Oliver didn't understand why Christopher was reacting to these words as if he had guessed about his adventure yesterday. He didn't show any emotion, but inside he was very angry that this friend was too smart. Christopher advised his friend not to be so serious, because he was just joking, and his friend had to get used to it. It was clear that Oliver was not thrilled with such jokes, and it would have been better if Christopher had done without them. The guy then admitted that he didn't know much about the post-apocalyptic world, having read mostly cultivation novels. The events in the post-apocalyptic world took place 200 years after a nuclear disaster, and it was a very standard plot. Solving this problem was not easy, because electromagnetic pulses from nuclear explosions would damage any unprotected equipment. It would have been possible to offer only private generators for restaurants and residential areas, but in such a world, they would have been removed from apartments long ago. There was a way, after all. And Christopher came up with another interesting idea. His friend immediately prepared to write down every word so as not to miss a single detail. Each car had a generator that could be reused. If you fix it and get the rotor spinning, it will produce a steady 12-volt current. This would be enough to light a small room, and such a generator could last a long time in a post-apocalyptic world. With these words, he was ready to go about his business. But his way was immediately blocked by a crowd of fans. The students asked their young teacher to help them, because lately, they have been finding it increasingly difficult to acquire new knowledge. However, Oliver managed to complete his main task, and now it's worth asking the administrator where to find a suitable car. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket, and perhaps new information about the game appeared. Opening the chat, he realized that David had been writing about his impressions for a long time and sharing his emotions about the game in detail. This guy didn't go to work and spend his free time at the computer, although his hobby brought in a small income from donations. Today, he greeted the viewers of his stream with particular joy and hoped that he would have time to tell them everything. It was about that same administrator named Martin and his iron assistant. The guy said that they both had information that could only belong to a real person. He hoped that among his viewers there would be someone who would also want to take part in this realistic game. Suddenly, looking at the monitor, he realized that Martin was also online now and was seeing his live broadcast. He was not mistaken, and all this time Martin was closely watching what was happening on the other side of the screen. However, there was no need to rush into recruiting new players, because he had not yet prepared tests for the next group. David even created a group chat for all participants of his stream and, of course, made Martin its admin. Player loyalty changes over time depending on their level, and now its scale was rapidly increasing. If at first newcomers were treated with disdain, then as the level increased, so did the loyalty and rank of the player. In order to increase the loyalty level as quickly as possible, it was necessary to complete the missions that the administrator would give. Roderick even got a nosebleed when he saw girls whose loyalty could reach an absolute level. Now it was possible to see the full information on the official website, and it was time for Martin himself to work. The first synchronization with the clones went well, and it was possible to proceed to the next stage of the plan. To sync with their clone within the game, players needed an official gaming helmet. Suddenly, Martin asked his assistant if he could connect his consciousness to one of the clones if he could get his hands on such a helmet. Unfortunately, the robot didn't have Martin's DNA data, so it was unlikely to be able to use clones. But there was no need to be so upset, because perhaps there was another way to solve this problem. For example, Martin's characteristics were an order of magnitude higher than those of any clone, which meant that it was possible to use this somehow. It's strange that his DNA wasn't in the database. Was Martin's appearance not part of the first administrator's plans? At that moment, the system sent the guy a new notification, and this time another reward awaited him. Now he had enough points to open a mid-level box, and it was worth trying to do it right now. Opening the inventory, he immediately realized that the prize he received did not live up to his expectations. Instead of a heavy weapon, he received an item that could only slightly increase his strength. It's strange, but this thing has been kept here for 200 years already, and its properties should have dried up long ago. The robot reminded that everything here was of the highest quality, which meant that this item would work too. Since the robot was so confident, Martin moved from words to deeds to try it out on himself. After introducing the solution into his body, he waited for the substance to react with the blood molecules. Only after this would his strength increase, meaning that other inventory items would also work. But after testing his strength, he realized that the solution had expired, and its strength remained the same. No effect is better than a negative one, so Martin might have better luck next time. The guy drew conclusions early because after just a second he felt the first changes. His whole body suddenly went numb, and he could even feel a wave of warmth approaching his heart. Martin was already ready to receive a power that would allow him to complete tasks much faster. However, several minutes passed, and apart from a surge of warmth to the heart, nothing happened. After all, this drug had an expiration date, and after 200 years the solution would have probably lost its properties. Waving his arms in the air, he hoped that he was wrong. But in the end, he had to accept failure. The robot could easily examine his body and check all the new properties of the player. Although the level of genetic development did not change, the strength and physique characteristics increased by 1 point. 1 point of strength and constitution corresponded to 20% of the physical strength of an ordinary man. Suddenly, Martin turned to the robot and quickly asked what time it was. It was exactly 4 in the morning, which meant that new players would soon appear online. In an hour and a half, you can expect to be connected to the first player, but now it's time to prepare a little. Fortunately, Martin had mechanical assistants ready to do the most routine work. The system was updated again, and instead of one task, several appeared on the monitor at once. Completing 20 tasks at once would give a total of 150 bonus points, although one could die from fatigue after that. The guy understood that without electricity, all his players would turn into an unbridled tribe that would gradually slide back to primitive life. But with electricity, he was promised the luxurious life of an aristocrat, although this was only in his fantasies. Nothing will be resolved on its own if the guy just sits and waits for a miracle. Right now, yesterday's discussion in the chat came into play, and after such advertising, the list of players could even be replenished with girls. The advertisement said that the game should only be played when the wife was not at home. Otherwise, a flood of jealousy would be inevitable. Such advertising strategies are long outdated, and it was necessary to come up with something better to attract people. He could already imagine how the girls, who had become new players, would quickly start complaining about the boredom of this stupid game. The application form needed to be moved from the first page of the site to the second, and the easiest way was to entrust this to his assistant. The feature selection function was also very useful, as it will make it easier to attract new users. All this was only in Martin's plans, but in reality their effectiveness could only be understood later. At that moment, a notification about a new message arrived in the chat of one of the agency's employees. The girl didn't expect anyone to appear online so early and decided that it was just another advertisement in a messenger. Luckily, it wasn't a message from a client because she didn't have a single idea for solving her boss's next task. She had been busy organizing the fashion show for a long time and now had no time for childish games. The number of messages grew with each passing minute, and this forced her to take a break from work for a while. As she looked through the messages carefully, she realized that the users were not only children and high school students. The new game administrator, named Martin, was probably a developer and knew how to edit the site's pages. It was interesting to see what he did this time and how the site design changed. On the very first page, she saw a new advertisement, and this made her read for a while. In the advertisement, Martin talked about all the benefits that items found in the game provide. The player could quickly increase his agility level and his reaction speed would instantly increase. He would be able to easily dodge bullets, while all the other players would become easy targets. Physique determined the player's survivability and resilience, which mainly affected the speed of health regeneration. Intelligence had many advantages, and was not the same as logical thinking. Using intelligence, the player could easily predict where to hunt to avoid encountering dangerous mutants. It was possible to find objects even where everyone else would have passed them by. Obstacles awaited players at every step, and only with the help of new abilities could they avoid defeat. But the girl didn't find anything new in this game, which means the administrator didn't bring anything outstanding either. The main difference was that each player could choose their own appearance and complete missions in that form. In life, you can't choose who you'll be born as. And in the game, just like in life, everything was determined by the uploaded DNA. This news made her very happy, because such a transformation looked more like plastic surgery or fashion industry trends. She finally found her inspiration and even stood up from her seat, continuing to read. This could not only entertain the girl, but also help her in her work, because this was exactly the inspiration her boss was waiting for. She was ready to order this game for herself right now, in the hope that inspiration would come flooding back, like in the years of her early youth. Jessica had no idea how her search for inspiration would end, and what the final outcome of this game of real life would be. Registration was successful, and now all that was left was to wait for the game to be launched by its administrator. Martin himself was ready to accept new players, and this time registration was more active than before. As he thought, promotion was as important as the game itself, and every good product needs advertising. There was very little time left, and it was time to switch attention to important matters. The players should have already logged into the game, so Martin decided to leave all other concerns for another day. Roderick was once again the first to move into a parallel reality, passing through the familiar underwater portal. Soon the rest of the players reached the base, where they were joyfully greeted by the robot. The new abilities upset some players, and David couldn't understand why he got agility. But one of the players was not worried about the new abilities, but about where the toilet was nearby. Roderick couldn't stand it any longer, and demanded that the robot immediately show him the way. The problem was that there was no toilet, but the guy couldn't do it right there, in front of the players and the administrator. Roderick tried his best to restrain himself from embarrassing himself in front of Martin, but he had very little patience left. Besides, Martin was already here and ordered everyone to line up immediately. Everyone quickly carried out the command, but it was Roderick who had the hardest time staying in place. Time passed, and they had much more to do than on the first day of the game. Martin explained that they needed to stock up on supplies, including drinking water, fuel, and other essentials. Finally, Frank could stretch his muscles again, and Oliver could show off his intelligence, which had never failed him in the real world. Well, if no one else had any questions, we could begin the task. Still, it was unlikely that Roderick would have been able to start the mission without going to the toilet as soon as possible. It seemed that Martin had not thought about this problem in advance, and yet, as the number of players grew, it would become unsolvable. Suddenly, all the other participants also wanted to go to the toilet. But for some reason, Martin went to the exit. Diarrhea in the game was as real as it was in real life, and it was a problem that should have been addressed before the mission started. Oddly enough, Martin continued to pretend he didn't notice anything, and calmly explained the next task to them. He didn't even bother with toilet paper, so Frank had to use regular leaves instead. When Martin opened the door to the base, the guys didn't even listen to his advice, and immediately rushed into the forest to relieve themselves. Finally, there was going to be that important proposal that all the players could vote on. They were acting more confidently, and Martin waited in surprise to see what they would suggest. This role was taken on by David, who suggested to the administrator that he build a toilet right on the base. It would have been easy to dig a deep pit for waste and build a booth over it to keep out the smell. Frank suggested approaching the matter wisely, and even processing feces into fertilizer that would be useful in the future. Martin should have thought about this proposal if he was serious about recruiting a large team, because fertilizers can be stored in sacks in a warehouse. After all, in the real world, feces and manure have long been collected to then be sold to farmers. David recalled that in his hometown, feces and organic matter were mixed in a sealed boiler to produce biogas. This biogas can be used for methane-powered batteries and to build a real power plant for the toilet. There was no biogas boiler here yet, but if everything is done correctly, it is possible to generate your own electricity. Yes, it was a good idea, and his new players turned out to be much more useful. But they needed a lot of sealant and containers to store the gas, but where could they get all of that? Luckily, the wasteland was full of plastic, especially bottles and garbage bags. The guys just had to look around, because there was a lot of useful stuff to be found in the area. Martin has already added this task of finding plastic bags and bottles to their mission today. This game was truly realistic, and new tasks appeared depending on the current problems. Before starting, Oliver decided to ask the administrator one more question. The question was about the generator, because he had been thinking about a way to generate energy for a long time. If you found an abandoned car nearby, you could take the generator out of it and use it to generate electricity. Looking at Oliver, Martin understood that this guy had a reason for having such a high intellect. He immediately agreed with this idea, but he had one important condition for all players. There were hordes of mutants in the wasteland, which meant it was too dangerous to be outside right now. So it was necessary to choose one more person who would go with Oliver. Would there be any brave volunteers here? It is clear that the fear of the newcomers was much stronger, and none of the players dared to step forward. If anyone decided to test their strength, they could do it right now, because the moment was most opportune. It seemed that Roderick could easily decide on this role, and Martin was somehow confident that he could cope. It was impossible to disobey, so the guy agreed to carry out any order from the administrator. Now, he needed to get his gear and finally stop being the new guy among all the other guys. Following the indicated route, the guys quickly reached the desired place in the wasteland. Right in front of them was an abandoned parking lot of old cars, and all that was left was to find a working generator in it. It is not surprising that the administrator did not believe in success, because everything had been taken from these cars long ago. There was nothing around that resembled a running car, and their generator was definitely already at one of the black markets. Since they had come, Oliver thought they should at least take something valuable. Oliver looked around carefully as he passed abandoned warehouses and rotten cars. Finally, he came across a heavy hatch cover and tried to open it alone. This guy had high intelligence, not physical strength like Frank. Roderick warned that in the future you need to ask for help, and not pretend that you can handle everything yourself. Together, it was much easier for them to open the hood of the car, which seemed newer than the rest of the pile of scrap metal. It was unlikely that anything valuable could be found here, but the guys decided to give it a try anyway. Taking a closer look under the hood, Roderick decided that this was the same generator. All they had to do was find a way to get him out of there, even though the guys had no experience other than playing computer games. While playing racing, none of them figured out where the generator was and how to remove it. Oliver himself said that he had a real car, so why wouldn't he remember what the parts looked like? However, he did not claim at all that he owned a car and that he had nothing but an old bicycle. We had to spend a long time examining the car and pretending that one of them really understood it. Oliver managed to figure out that the engine was in place, but the guy still couldn't find the power supply. Roderick assumed that the survivors had already stolen everything over the last 200 years, and it was worth at least rummaging through the trash can. He was right, and judging by the details on the front panel, the technological level of pre-war society was quite high. It seems that it is impossible to find the generator among this pile of junk, and this should have been understood in advance. Suddenly, the boy heard Roderick loudly rejoicing at the find and went to look. He hoped that he had found the generator, but instead, something else awaited him. Roderick came across a huge underground tunnel, accessed by high stone stairs. At first glance, the tunnel seemed safe, but Martin warned against getting into trouble. No one would tell the administrator where they were looking for the generator, so it was worth at least examining the tunnel. All this time, the guy hoped to meet beautiful captives here, having freed whom he would become their hero. Having destroyed all the goblins and freed the girls, he was sure that they would want to thank him. But Oliver continued to think only about the generator, which they could also accidentally find in the dark corners of the dungeon. It's great that the guys had the same goal, even if their motivations were different. Before the mission, Martin warned that if you encounter a mutant, you should immediately run away without engaging in combat. It was unlikely that any of them would dare to fight the monster, so the guys slowly and quietly descended into the underground tunnel. The local mushrooms immediately seemed strange to them and were not at all like ordinary forest mushrooms. Roderick had never seen such mushrooms in his life and decided to take a few with him. They looked interesting and glowed as if they had neon lights instead of hats. In the end, the guys collected a whole bag of these mushrooms, deciding that Martin would figure out what to do with them. The guys collected almost everything they could carry in the tunnel, and it was time to return. But Roderick was not one to stop halfway, and decided to go a little deeper into the tunnel. At the last second, Oliver shouted loudly to him about the danger, but it was too late. While catching up with his friend, the guy almost collided with him when he suddenly froze in place. His frozen gaze spoke for itself, expressing only the wild fear that Roderick could feel in such a situation. He experienced the same fear when he first met the giant falcon, but he was lucky to escape unharmed that day. There was no flying creature here, but somewhere in the darkness of the dungeon, there was something more dangerous lurking. There was no point in staying here, and the guy ran as fast as he could towards the daylight at the end of the dungeon. He saw the giant mouth of the mutant before Oliver, which had been tracking its future victims all this time. Meanwhile, the other players were also not sitting idle and were completing the administrator's tasks. Martin was willing to reward them with 200 points for installing the toilets, because they had worked hard. In the future, you will have to store feces and urine separately, because the mixture becomes too viscous. There was a stream within a kilometer radius, and you had to be careful before washing in it. David immediately suggested building a bathhouse here, so that in the future, girls could join in the water procedures. They couldn't allow the girls to wash outside, so it was worth thinking about hot water in advance. In addition, the girls will probably want to rub each other's backs and wash themselves with bubble bath, as they are used to in real life. This will certainly help to unite the team and not leave the girls on the sidelines. Their pleasant conversation was interrupted by Roderick's loud cry, which was getting closer and closer. Oliver ran after him, hoping that they had almost reached a safe place. Suddenly, Roderick stopped abruptly, and Oliver did not have time to notice this sudden stop in time. Both boys fell down, breaking the fence that their partners had built with difficulty. The mushrooms scattered to the sides and fell into the pit after the two players. Before building the fence, Frank and David threw a bunch of leaves in there, which turned out to be a real salvation for them. As Martin approached the scattered mushrooms, he realized that the two had not wasted their time. Having picked up one of the mushrooms, he already understood that this trip would bring something useful. They actually managed to find something worthwhile, and only in the future Martin will learn everything about these mushrooms. And now it was time to relax a little and have some food cooked over a fire. It was clear from the boys' looks that they didn't like Martin's cooking, and it tasted like bland green bean soup. But Roderick needed to quickly explain where they managed to get these mushrooms. The guy immediately declared that it was he who had found a hidden place in the depths of an underground tunnel, where they discovered rare mushrooms. If the mushrooms were tasty, the guy would not refuse to replace this soup with them, although it would be better to use them differently. Martin said that they were called blue angels, and by eating one mushroom, the player will meet a real angel within an hour. Old Man Charlie also said that mushrooms with blue caps contain a substance that can heal non-fatal wounds. They grow next to the nests of mutants, which were giant leeches, and it's good that the guys didn't go too far from the entrance. They were almost no different from ordinary leeches, except for the giant mouth of the adult specimen. With such a size, leeches could swallow a person whole, and after capture the victim's life lasted only a few seconds. The guys really did end up very close to the lair of the giant leeches, and only a miracle saved them from death. Oliver remembered where this place was, and immediately pointed his finger to a point on the map. The underground tunnel was somewhere near the parking lot, because they couldn't have gone far from there. Martin simply noted that they were quickly gaining a level of play, and the guys were happy to hear it. He didn't even think that there would be a nest of mutated leeches somewhere nearby, although he believed that he knew this area better than anyone. There were about 2 kilograms of mushrooms, and for 50 grams you could get 1 chip. But now it was worth remembering that at 5 o'clock in the evening the robot would open the elevator, and the guys would be able to return to the shelter. Martin himself had one more task to do, and having put out the fire, he intended to begin it immediately. When the guy stepped aside, the players began to animatedly discuss the price for these blue mushrooms. David found it strange that they only got 20 points each, since it was like chopping down a couple of trees. Not only did they discover new territory, but they also collected valuable materials, so the reward should be much higher. Snapping his fingers, he suddenly remembered what Martin had told them at the very beginning of the game. Surely the main reward for the guys was priority, and this is the most important thing for improving the player's level. If this is the case, then the list of tasks on the board is incomplete, and you need to do more than the administrator requires. Martin only gave out today's tasks after they showed initiative, which means they need to do it more often. As long as their actions did not conflict with the needs of the shelter, the boys could earn points and offer new tasks. Yes, this idea was very close to the truth, and David was glad that he thought of it. Suddenly, he remembered the administrator's gratitude scale that they had all discussed on the very first day of the game. He believed that this was the highest reward for the tasks, but the administrator deliberately hid it from them. However, if the point of the game was to win the administrator's approval, then why did Martin make a secret of it? The guys suggested that the hyper-realistic, fully immersive game was fraught with much more danger. The main one could be the very character who gave them the tasks, but in fact was a living person. I wonder if Martin really wasn't part of the game, but got into this world the same way they did. If that's the case, then this guy is just using them for his own purposes, and it was worth finding out more about it. It turns out that it was no accident that Martin kept silent about the mutants who had been near their base all this time. And yet the guy didn't harm them, which meant there was no need to worry about it. They needed to stick together as a team, and that was the first thing they had to think about. To have more advantages over other players, they should have become a strong team from the very beginning. From that moment on, David suggested that everyone share information with each other and help their partners in difficult situations. For example, if someone discovers places that look like mutant nests, they should be immediately marked on the map with red dots. You shouldn't get too close to these places and try to fight a crowd of monsters alone. Frank decided to use his physical strength to the fullest, and from that moment on cut down trees not only for himself. In the future, this decision will greatly help players, because death was as real in this game as everything else. By evening, the guy is about to learn something new. Something he had only heard about before from Old Man Charlie. Today, a girl was led down the street with heavy iron shackles hanging on her feet. Her entire body was shackled, and the unfortunate woman had no chance to escape or call for help. The guys understood that such an appetizing beauty could be useful for something more. Charlie couldn't stand it when guys looked around instead of working and abandoned the work they were paid to do. The old man bowed low to the new guests and said that he was the local representative of the head of the street. Mr. Lee brought new goods today that needed to be delivered directly to the head of the settlement. The head of this caravan was always considered a cruel man and did everything only for the sake of earning money. Looking at it from afar, Martin understood that this time the product was very different, and that was why the guys were so excited. He brought with him a product that was grown in tanks, and it was exactly what was rumored. Today was the first time he had seen the abomination of the slave trade. But it was at this moment that the boy had the opportunity to find a good buyer. Mr. Lee was a big spender and paid all his assistants generously for their work. As he walked back, he had no idea that a young man had been waiting for him for a long time at the end of the street. Martin approached him, hoping that Mr. Lee would have a free minute to talk. Turning to the unfamiliar guy, he wanted to know what he needed and who he was to old Charlie. Raising his hands, the guy explained with a smile that he had no bad intentions and simply wanted to sell something very valuable. This made Mr. Lee's assistant laugh a lot, because another scavenger wanted to make easy money. He was disgusted to deal with small traders, and this young businessman could only sell his trash to a stupid old man. It was worth paying more attention to this, because this time the guy had something special. 2 bags of blue mushrooms could go to anyone who paid a good price for them, and Mr. Lee certainly had the money. The man immediately understood the value of this product, although it was strange where the guy was able to get it from. Coming closer, he ordered the boys to stop and find out what Martin wanted in return. There were exactly 2 kilograms of mushrooms here, so the market price of this product was exactly 200 chips. This slave trader could easily pay such a price, and Martin realized that he should have asked 10 times more. Such money was just small change for their boss, who did not deny himself anything even in the midst of general poverty. This money would be useful to Martin for building a new shelter for his team of players. Mr. Lee only hoped that old Charlie didn't find out about their deal today. The guy could easily give his guarantee, because he himself did not need any extra problems. The man could pay him 200 chips right now, but later the guy would still want to exchange them for other valuables. Martin then immediately asked to give him a firearm in exchange, which people like Mr. Lee always carried. Snapping his fingers, he ordered his assistant to bring the weapon immediately. Within a few seconds, the 9mm bolt-action rifle with an iron barrel was in Martin's hands. He could give him 30 rounds of ammunition, and that was a fair deal, not to be refused. If it was too expensive for Martin, he could have chosen something cheaper, although Mr. Lee would have agreed in his place. However, the guy wanted to stock up on food with the remaining 25 chips, so Mr. Lee should have made some concessions at least once in his life. There were still more than 2 kilograms of such mushrooms left in the mutant's nest, and the slave trader must understand what he was getting at. He could give the young businessman what he asked for right now in advance, and buy even more of these mushrooms in the future. Taking a closer look, he realized that the guy really wasn't lying, and next time the goods would be waiting for him at the entrance gate. He never missed an opportunity, so he happily agreed to Martin's offer of cooperation. Extending his hand to him, Mr. Lee hoped that this deal would be repeated many times, and that their cooperation was only just beginning from this moment. For Martin, this was also a very profitable offer, because there was simply no other supplier of weapons except Mr. Lee. This man could easily resell blue mushrooms, which meant that he could be found to be an excellent reseller. Now the question of where and how to get weapons for his team of players was resolved, and one rifle was already in his hands. Few were privileged enough to receive chips from Mr. Lee's hands, but this guy was an exception. He was honored to make such a profitable deal with one of the best businessmen in the post-apocalyptic world. It looks like Lady Luck was on this guy's side today, and all his past efforts paid off. Mr. Lee hoped it would continue like this, but he had to be careful with the creatures that guarded the mushrooms. They grew only near the nests of these mutated creatures, and it was necessary to take care of their safety. Who knows how many leeches are hiding in the lair, because rifles were completely useless against them. These creatures were incredibly resilient and had almost instant regeneration. This meant that even limbs severed in battle could grow back in just a few minutes. And instead of the chopped-up mutant, I had to fight again with a healthy individual, as if the battle had just begun. It was worth forgetting about burning the dungeon with fire right away, because the valuable mushrooms would burn along with all the monsters. Finally, Mr. Lee placed his hand on the shoulder of the young daredevil who had dared to collect the valuable mushrooms. The next time he would be in this place would be in about a month, and he hoped that by then he would see a new shipment of mushrooms. For a new game, the guy could get 2,000 chips at once and quickly solve all his money problems. Martin understood that this man could not be trusted, and that he would try to deceive him again. I'd like to know what Martin will get next time in the form of goods that he can buy with these 2,000 chips. For this purpose, Mr. Lee had already prepared a whole gallery of photographs of goods, from which Martin could choose anything he wanted. This charlatan did have a few good items though, and the bulletproof vest was one of them. The guy knew perfectly well how to use all these items and would not have to be taught the basics of combat. The main thing that the guy noticed among these objects was exactly what he had been looking for all this time. This was the same wood-fired generator with a capacity of 10 kilowatts, capable of producing a huge amount of energy. Along with him in the photo gallery was an exoskeleton that provided basic protection. The guy had to study all these subjects for a long time, and the slave trader was already waiting for him to make a decision. He realized that this guy had a keen eye, because in addition to the generator, he could easily buy a few batteries. For a modest fee, Mr. Lee also offered an exchange in which a suitable power battery would cost only 150 chips. He couldn't understand why Martin needed a generator, knowing that the guy was a simple scavenger. This was something to talk about another time, and it was clear that this young man had his own plans in mind. Martin knew it would be better to dispel the doubts of this suspicious man who could have him under surveillance. Mr. Lee looked like he didn't give a damn what this idiot did with the generator. He did not mince words, even when talking to his new partners from among the poor scavengers. All the items had already been given a good discount, so the guy could immediately forget about all the other concessions. Martin clearly didn't like this answer, and he continued to watch the caravan as it went off into the distance. This guy had long been accustomed to the fact that all rich people behave the same way, but soon everything could change. It was too dangerous to return to the base now, and it was better to stay in the house for the night. As he passed the crowd, he heard the familiar cries of people asking merchants to leave some soap and other household goods. Martin did not go unnoticed, and Charlie was able to spot his friend even in the crowd. Turning around, he suddenly noticed more uninvited guests, one of whom loudly demanded that everyone line up. This guy called himself a mediator appointed by the head himself, and now he showed up to hold an unscheduled meeting. The order to collect always fell in August and September, and the simple poor did not understand how they would survive the winter. But their leader was more concerned about how to ensure a stable supply of his favorite expensive cigars this damn winter. He used up the supplies, easily bartering them with other rich people, only to spend another year in luxury. It had nothing to do with Martin himself, since the boy would be gone before winter came. Walking a little further, he suddenly saw the familiar face of the girl he had recently met near the house. This time she was arguing loudly about something with Patrick, who was the third son of a local family. The boy believed that there was no point in guarding a dead man's house, although Belle was sure that Martin was still alive. She was ready to beat this scoundrel with her little fists for daring to call her friend a dead man. He had no idea what Martin had been through and didn't dare tell her what to do. The little brat was not used to being treated this way, and was determined to respond in kind. When he took a swing at Belle, he seemed to forget that he was dealing with a fragile girl, and that boys weren't supposed to behave like that. Did he really dare to raise his hand against the fragile creature he was obliged to protect? The boy's mind was clouded, and he could no longer see anything in front of him except the veil of his rage. It was good that the person in whose death Patrick was completely sure happened to be in this place. Martin had no intention of dying at all, and catching his hand, warned him that he was behaving badly towards the girl. All of Belle's hopes were immediately justified, and she realized that it was not by chance that she believed in this guy. She could get rid of stupid thoughts right away, as well as Patrick, who was getting on her nerves. As long as Martin was here, no one would dare to offend this unfortunate girl, who had already had to endure a lot of grief. In the place of the impudent little fellow, Martin would have long ago found a way to immediately get away from here. If he doesn't do it himself, he'll have to help the brat. But Patrick probably won't like that. The guy wasn't used to repeating himself twice, and hoped that Patrick would understand him the first time. He had not expected such resistance, and hoped that Belle was as defenseless as the other girls from poor families. Martin could grab something heavier at any moment, so there was no point in testing this guy's patience. It would have been better to just get out of here, especially since Patrick himself was to blame for what happened. having cursed the innocent Belle. He made the right decision, even though he had to listen to Patrick's threats that his father and brother would soon return for Martin. In her eyes, he acted like a real hero. Although in his place, anyone who was used to protecting the weak would have done the same. All this time, Belle continued to look at him with a look that could have made even Martin blush. It would have been better to eat another sweet candy and forget about what this little bastard had said here. In her hands again was that lollipop that Martin had already treated her to before he went on a mission and left the house. Last time she really liked this candy, and Belle had no doubt that this lollipop would be just as delicious. She had nothing to do anyway, so she could easily look after her friend's house whenever he needed it. At that moment, a familiar male voice shouted loudly to her from afar, and it became clear that they had returned ahead of time. These were her brothers and father, and the girl was sure that they would return much later. She rushed away from there so quickly that Martin even felt uneasy at the thought, was she really forbidden to communicate with him? There was no point in worrying her father, especially since this man was known for his tough character. But he passed by after his daughter, which meant there was no need to worry about that. Everyone already thought Martin was dead, and this guy was also sure that he would never see his familiar face again. His intuition failed him this time, because Martin, with his return, proved that he had no intention of dying so early. The mayor recently issued a collection order, according to which every resident was obliged to pay his fee. Now it was time to think about how to collect more supplies this year, including the fur of animals that were becoming increasingly difficult to hunt. If they manage to catch 2 deer at once, they will get not only the skins, but also the meat, which is the main commodity that helps them survive. Martin, however, decided to think about this problem alone, without joining forces with other families. This guy was quite capable, but everything has a limit, and the mayor of the city would probably target Martin since he was a loner. Suddenly, the guy had a brilliant idea because his sister would be able to get married next year. If Martin hurries, they can hold the wedding ceremony even today. The guy was definitely not ready for such conversations, and it became clear to him why Belle had been looking at him like that all this time. It's a pity, because if he and Belle had had a son, he could have become as important as old Charlie. But this was not part of Martin's plans, and he had no intention of marrying this girl. In his mind, he imagined what their first morning in the same bed might have been like if Belle had woken up next to him. Most likely, she would immediately try to please him and cook something delicious every day. But even if she had reached marriageable age, Martin was not ready for such changes in his life. Meanwhile, work continued outside the hospital and the new players spared no effort. Frank warned in advance that freshly cut wood would crack and warp if not treated. There were several ways to do this, and the best one was simply drying it over a fire. Alternatively, the logs could be painted and allowed to dry naturally. Another option was to throw the logs into the water, but then it would be difficult to get them out, and you would have to pray that it wouldn't rain that night. If they had immediately made beams from the collected logs, they would have been able to repair both walls of the hospital. But since this was not done from the start, the wood will begin to rot if there is prolonged rainfall. Frank's remark was important, and David immediately began to think of ideas. Then he suggested replacing the main material and using cement mortar for construction. There was a lot of concrete waste in the wasteland and even in the hospital itself, enough to build the entire building. The pieces of blocks could not be used, but if they were mixed with cement, something useful could come out. To use this waste, they will need cement, and for this they need coal and a good furnace. At this moment, Roderick and Oliver arrived, and, as it turned out, they managed to make a grand discovery. To the east of the lake there was a river, although no bodies of water were shown there on the map. Roderick and his friend climbed the entire shore of the lake, from its eastern part to the farthest edge. Looking at the boys' full buckets, David realized that these two were up to something new. To explain, Roderick took out his map and showed all the points marked on it. He marked the mutant nests with crosses and the safe places where one could get water with circles. But the main question is whether there was cement in these buckets, or whether they brought something else with them. The guys discovered this substance near the river, and decided to collect buckets full for future construction. At that moment, a young girl was swimming next to them, whom they caught at an inopportune moment. It was clear from Roderick's look that for him, this was the perfect moment to enjoy the sight of the bathing girl. Oliver immediately realized that this substance could be useful as a building material. Leaning lower, David tried to understand what was in these buckets and what properties this solution had. It was impossible to use it, because such a solution would easily be washed off with water. But now they had good raw materials for the new furnace that Frank had talked about at the very beginning. A few minutes ago, David was discussing with him a way to create cement, and thanks to the guys, it was now possible to do so. Frank stood up abruptly and decided that he could still try using this solution. This place was an incredibly realistic sandbox, and the guy believed that nothing was impossible for them. However, this amount of dirt is not enough to build a stove, and it was worth collecting a few more buckets. It seemed like this guy was used to bossing people around and was ready to make them carry bricks until the morning. And Frank, together with David, decided to continue cutting down trees in the hope that they would finish in time. Yes, it was a great team, although Roderick himself could have become a foreman in their small group. At that moment, it became clear that they had rejoiced too early, and all the dangers were still ahead. Running away from the mutated two-headed bear, the boy dreamed only of Martin being somewhere nearby. However, there was no one here except Frank and David, and the guy had to show his personal qualities. Unfortunately, Oliver was not so agile, and at the most inopportune moment he ran into a stone. The guy's glasses flew into the air, and he fell to the ground with all his weight. Roderick understood that at this rate they would definitely be caught up, and they needed to get up quickly. But this would not have helped Oliver in any way, because the monster almost grabbed him in its giant claws. A second later, Martin opened his eyes, realizing that he had had another nightmare. Luckily, his new rifle was on hand and he could quickly solve the problem. But nightmares visited the guy more and more often, and it was worth taking a look at what the other players were doing now. Because of these four, almost everything that Martin had stocked up on for 5 months was used up. Roderick was angrier than the other boys and, as the administrator told him, demanded help from the robot. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar female voice coming from somewhere near the door. It seemed that the uninvited guest had come to him again early in the morning, and it was impossible to get away from this girl. Yes, Belle was standing in front of him again and smiling as if she had already talked about everything with her brother. Besides, she didn't come empty-handed, and in response to Martin's treat, she also wanted to please him with something. The guy hadn't received any gifts for a long time and didn't expect Belle to show such care. He accepted this little surprise from her fragile hands, although the girl could have eaten this tasty treat herself. Then Belle suddenly beckoned him closer to her with her finger to tell him her secret. It turned out that her brother, with whom Martin had spoken yesterday, asked her to make these cookies especially for him. This guy was serious about marrying Martin to his younger sister, and so he told the girl to come to his house. She didn't want to lie to Martin, so she told him honestly about her conversation with her brother. Once outside, Martin immediately realized that Patrick had not been lying when he had threatened to bring his protectors here. Behind him stood his older brother, and the sight of this guy could scare anyone. But it was Patrick himself who should have been afraid of him, as this thug suddenly placed his hand on his shoulder. It's unlikely that these two would fight each other over this little rascal who always gets everything wrong. For some time, the guy kept a close eye on Martin, knowing what this loner was capable of. Martin seemed to feel his gaze on his back, but during all this time he never turned around. Yes, the experienced archer was not an ordinary one, and it was better not to make an enemy of him. But now everything was in order, and it was time for Martin himself to go. Belle promised to take care of his house, and hoped that this time he would return much earlier than from the last mission. Finally, he promised not to stay too long and asked her not to worry about him so much. Belle was a charming girl, but she was still too young, and it was necessary to wait at least a few years. Meanwhile, the crowd of buyers at the market became smaller every day, and, apart from hunters, almost no one appeared in these places. As usual, Charlie was standing next to his shop when he saw a familiar young man in the distance. Today, Martin was his first client, who needed 7 kilograms of green wheat at once. If the old man had any tobacco leaves, Martin would have paid 4 chips for them, hoping that Charlie would not cheat him. The tobacco leaves from the farm had a strong aroma, and also contained resin and ketolic acid. With their help, it was possible to store smoked meat for several months, even without salt, in order to feed the crew. However, Martin had already made 5 purchases in the last few days. Did he really need so much tobacco again? Stocking up for the future wasn't such a bad thing, especially in such turbulent times. Old man Charlie said the last phrase in a strange way, and this made his young friend wary. He was too careless and made 2 large purchases in a short time. If the boss finds out about this, he will decide that Martin is gathering a gang and will hire people to finish him off. All that was left was to envy the characters from various shooters and survival games. They can run and jump around the city ruins while carrying huge equipment. If everything were that easy in real life, Martin would have tried something similar himself, instead of carrying everything on himself. Old Charlie was right. The things were quite heavy, and it was not a fact that Mr. Lee would agree to sell one of the 2-headed cows. Finally, Charlie asked him to be careful and not get involved in another story with forest monsters. It was necessary to leave here as quickly as possible, before this talkative old man started telling his new story. Meanwhile, the construction of the shelter continued, and the guys never stopped implementing their brilliant idea for a minute. Just at that moment, the administrator, who had returned a little earlier today, appeared behind them. Looking at them, Martin could not remember giving them the task of building a stove. There was no such assignment, but he should have looked at the result first and then asked questions. The boy spent the night in the open air, hoping that none of his men had stumbled upon the monster. No, in his absence the boys didn't meet anyone, but they were able to build kilns with their own hands. David explained that the tree bark must first be burned to produce ash. This substance then had to be mixed with water and filtered through a simple device. The guys wanted to dry the resulting paste in order to obtain calcium hydroxide and carbonate for making cement. After this, all that was left to do was place all the raw materials in the oven and bake until they turned orange. To be honest, Martin also tried to make cement this way, but last time he failed. The players wanted to rebuild the hospital walls with cement, and to do this, they saved the potassium water. It could be used for tanning leather, which would be very useful to everyone during the harsh winter. It was worth acknowledging that the boys had done a great job and Martin should reward them properly. But the main reward for David was the praise of the administrator, for which he had worked so hard. It wasn't just his merit, and Roderick didn't want the guy to take all the credit for himself. As a reward for their efforts, Martin was ready to give them a new assistant who would definitely make their life easier. All three of them dreamed only of him bringing a girl to the team this time, because then their life would become much more interesting. These wishes were worth taking into account. But now it was not necessary to be distracted by fantasies, it was necessary to continue working. Everyone, as if on command, promised to carry out the order, because their main mission was to faithfully serve Martin. Without waiting for an answer, they rushed to work, and Frank decided to cut down even more trees this time. Martin himself needed to unload the supplies, because with this amount of food he could feed everyone. He also managed to get a reward from the system, which was already in his inventory. One of the prizes was 5 lollipops in plastic packaging, and these fruity flavors should please Belle. A 200-gram bar of chocolate could come in handy for a quick energy boost. In addition, he received a package of high-quality refined salt, which was a rarity for these parts. If he had a little more of this salt, it would be enough to prepare several dishes at once. But if he exchanged it for unrefined salt from the city, he could get 20 times more. And yet, in terms of value, refined salt was second only to the weapons obtained. Martin decided to focus on building the base first, and only then move on to something else. The group chat had been discussing the work done for a long time, and many of the guys considered Oliver the main hero of the day. It seemed that the new members were nothing special, although the 4 of them looked quite impressive. Suddenly Martin saw something that could really attract his attention as an administrator. There was no point in talking about the importance of ethanol and methanol, because acetone alone was incredibly valuable. Without thinking twice, the guy decided to personally find out what the new player was like. This guy knew much more than the others, and with his knowledge they would be able to build a shelter faster. It looks like this guy sold furniture, and that was probably his main job. By the way, they could use a craftsman, because the shelter needs a lot of furniture. It was an ideal solution, because with his knowledge, Martin could use all the wood he collected. This man had no idea that the game he was drawn into would become real. Now he was just doing his usual work and thought that the day would end the same way as yesterday. Suddenly the guy received a notification on his phone, and it was worth looking at what the administrator wrote to him. Slowly lifting his phone, he began to scroll through other notifications, looking for the main one. Imagine the guy's surprise when he realized that the game's main administrator had contacted him himself. In addition to the messages, he received a direct link to register and play the game. I wonder what will happen when he registers for this game and tries his hand. This was great news for Martin himself, who was already dreaming of meeting this guy as soon as possible. Now that they had a carpenter on their team, they were curious to see what other talents they would need at the base. However, one shouldn't forget about the players who could give out too much unnecessary information. Roderick, as usual, immediately began to boast about his successes, and it was no longer possible to remain silent about it. We needed to find a way to calm this guy down before he said too much in the chat. Martin still had the thought that he should have taken more people to make the hunt easier, and that it was a shame he hadn't grabbed talented fighters. There will be enough food for everyone if they learn to work as one big team. There were more than 10 kilograms of food and a gun at the base, so the guy couldn't start hunting yet. They needed ingredients to try out the mechanics of cooking. The trouble was that no one knew how to cook, and Martin had never been a cook. However, even among these participants, there was someone who could solve this small problem. This guy knew his food and cooked better than any other player on the team. This was exactly what the administrator needed, because with its help he could solve this issue once and for all. As he left the office, Martin immediately saw his iron assistant, who was rushing towards him with all his might. He was happy that the gentleman had returned to base safe and sound. However, the robot itself only had 1 battery charge left, and it definitely needed help. Well, the problem could have been more serious, but the guy had already decided that something had happened to the robot. If you think about it, where is he supposed to look for a place to charge his robot? The assistant's body had a port for wireless charging, and all that was needed was to return to the shelter for a short time. That's why he didn't see any sockets, and the computer without a system unit never turned off. Taking the robot in his arms, the guy promised that they would soon definitely find a source and charge it well. By the way, the robot remembered that their shelter is powered by a thermonuclear reactor. This huge thing was irreplaceable, because the robot itself was powered only by high-quality electricity. For the guy himself, this was a big discovery, because you don't hear something like this every day. Indeed, a thermonuclear reactor could produce energy for a very long time, and this was great news for Martin. Although the reactor was not in the best condition now and could have worn out significantly since the shelter was built. Now that was bad news, because if all the electricity ran out at once, something terrible would happen. The robot didn't have a single suggestion for this question and, like Martin, he had no idea what to do. According to the plan, this shelter was supposed to be opened 100 years ago. But for some reason, the event was postponed for a whole century. Still, the guy shouldn't be too pessimistic, although it's easier said than done. Finally, they arrived at the place, and now his iron assistant could recharge. The robot was glad that Martin had found a solution to the problem again, and given him the opportunity to recharge his batteries. There shouldn't be any major problems in the near future, although the opening of the shelter has been postponed for 100 years. The remaining electricity will last for decades, allowing Martin to do what he originally planned. What he was most worried about was the coming winter, which promised to be colder than any previous one. He didn't have much time left to prepare, so there was no point in wasting it. As he approached the construction site, he realized that the main surprise was waiting for him ahead. Martin had always thought they were just pretending to be helpful, but now he was about to see for himself. The guys built as many as 8 ovens, but how did they manage to do it in such a short time? Frank was glad that the administrator had arrived earlier than usual, and would be able to see the fruits of their efforts today. He actually went down to the lower floors for a short while, so now it was possible to examine everything here. Frank gave credit to all the boys, but the administrator knew the idea was his. On behalf of the organization, he was ready to give each of them 1,000 points in gratitude for their work. From this point on, Frank will be the head of the construction crew, the outpost of the shelter, and will have a direct line of communication with Martin. Each player was able to show their creativity in designing and building an outpost without going beyond the plan. Frank immediately understood what his boss wanted from him, and promised to do everything in his power. But Roderick still couldn't understand why only this guy received awards every time, while Martin ignored him. Since everything was ready, Frank now had to tell Martin about his new idea. He could do this without delay, and behaved as if he saw a general in front of him, and not a simple administrator. After logging out of the game yesterday, Frank explored the cement plant and talked to one of the workers. The worker told him that if iron powder was added to the cement, it would become stronger and more durable. Then you need to burn the resulting iron slag together with wood ash cement. It is impossible to produce a lot of cement with just these earth kilns, so they will need something else. At the initial stage, Frank planned to use all the cement he received for the construction of industrial buildings. That is why he needed a more professional oven, capable of withstanding temperatures of up to 1,500 degrees. This guy had thought it all out very well, so Martin told him to continue with his plan. In a few days, 2 newcomers will wake up and join their team of professionals. Martin had planned a small banquet to welcome them, and it was unlikely that any of the boys would object. For the banquet, they had to get some game, because Martin couldn't treat them to simple porridge on the first day. After these words, 4 hands immediately shot up because each of them was ready to go hunting. He didn't need so many people at once, and Roderick could have handled this task perfectly well alone. Finally, the guy had the opportunity to show everything he was capable of, and not just deliver sand for construction. Before leaving the shelter and going hunting, Martin asked him to take him straight to the mutant's lair, where they found the mushrooms. Immediately after this, Martin suggested going down, since that was their goal today. If they were going to hunt, why did the administrator keep pushing Roderick further and further away from the forest? There was also a forest ahead, which meant that no one was even thinking of canceling their hunt. Roderick probably didn't even know about this, and now he had to see everything with his own eyes. Right now, they were in the northernmost part of the area, which was as post-apocalyptic as the rest of the place. There really was a real forest here, and one had to be careful moving deeper. From this point on, it was worth being extremely careful because after the start of the apocalypse, this place turned into a living hell. Here, you could easily find mushrooms and rare plants that would be useful for meeting new players. Gradually, wild animals began to fill city after city and soon took over completely. Under the influence of radiation, bioweapons, and time, they turned into various mutants. The danger here was on a whole other level, and Roderick realized that things were much worse. But right now, he will be able to get acquainted with those new monsters in the game that he has never met in real life. The main thing was to stay close to the administrator and not go too far away from him. Moving deeper and deeper, the guy suddenly heard a voice coming from somewhere far away. It's strange. There was no one in these places before. Could it be that random travelers wandered here? Martin asked Roderick to be quiet for a moment and try to figure out where the voice was coming from. Martin was acting a little strange, and Roderick began to seriously worry about his decision. There were traces of survivors here, meaning a new group of players could appear soon. For some reason, Martin decided that there were survivors here, because it was impossible to last even a day in these places. But if they were wasteland natives, Roderick would be able to meet new players and measure his strength with them. It was worth putting aside your impatience because there was no reason to rejoice over trifles. In such places, strangers were much more dangerous than any animal, and Martin knew firsthand how encounters with them ended. Abandoned cars were everywhere here, but all the most valuable things had long since been taken out. Gunpowder with a high sulfur content, as well as drawing pins and pieces of iron, were completely useless. There were probably predators or mutants roaming nearby, since the settlers had no other reason to install tripwires. Judging by the smell, not much time has passed since the explosion, and there were still survivors here 5 hours ago. Martin turned around abruptly and ordered them to wait for him here and not move from the spot. Martin wanted to look around a bit, but Roderick immediately offered his help. The boy didn't understand the first time, so Martin had to explain his task to Roderick in a different way. It was better not to mess with this guy, because he could just kick him out of the game. Martin wanted to use him as bait, but now the situation has changed a little. Their possible enemy was a group of predators or mutants that did not need any special bait. This place was too close to the shelter. The smoke was everywhere, and sooner or later the meeting would take place. There would always be hidden danger in such places, but Martin was prepared to act without hesitation. If someone becomes a threat to his team, the guy will not hesitate to destroy any such mutant or even a person. There are too many of these rodents everywhere, which have long since turned into monsters and filled everything around. If Martin had decided to act without hesitation, now was the moment. Blood splattered in all directions, and the first mutants in his path fell dead. There were about 20 of them, but this was too few for a nest, and the meeting with the main mutants was still ahead. A little more, and it will be much more difficult to deal with them, so it was worth taking care of this in advance. Having stopped, the guy realized that he had wandered too far, but his find was very interesting. Below, he noticed strongholds of survivors, which were divided into 2 groups. The first group settled in houses that were not badly damaged, while the second lived in the ruins in the open air. Every day, new mutants appeared. Their average height exceeded 2 meters, and they weighed no less than 300 kilograms. They ate everything that came to hand, not disdaining either mushrooms or the meat of mutated mice. The main delicacy for any of them was human flesh, and many settlers were less fortunate than him. Suddenly, in the distance, he noticed a creature that was guilty of killing the local settlers. It was hard not to notice the huge mutant that was still in that place. That guy was well trained and probably could have been a great archer if he hadn't been a loner. The sight of this mutant would strike fear into anyone. But isn't that why Martin came here? The sentry never took his eyes off the horizon for a second, trying to spot other settlers in the distance. If he and Roderick had gone further, they would have been ambushed before they reached the crossroads. There were too many enemies on the way, and it was difficult to even count their number. There were supposed to be between 20 and 30 monsters there, and meeting them would mean certain death. These mutants are not so easy to deal with, and even the administrator sometimes faces impossible tasks. I wonder if it was just a coincidence, but the new mission just came into the system window now. According to the terms of this mission, the guy had to destroy all the mutants below. They soon met again, and this time Martin decided not to waste time. At first, he simply wanted to study the surrounding area in order to later apply the information he had gained in practice. But turning to the side, he suddenly saw a pile of limestone that could be very useful to them. This find will be of great use if they can find a way to get it back to base. If all this limestone were processed into cement, it would be enough to build a building that could be completed in 2 days. Once the technology of firing cement was discovered, there was no longer any need to worry about raw materials for it. Soon the group of players were already meeting the administrator and Roderick, who had returned back with the loot. These hyenas were quite edible, and for some time there was no need to think about food. Frank only hoped that Martin would have some other good news for the players in addition to the loot. He was not mistaken, because the good news was that an abandoned construction site was found along the overpass from the city. At the site, the guys found a pile of desulfurized limestone that no one needed except them. This was great news, because Frank was already seriously worried that they would not be able to find raw materials for cement. But David knew there had to be bad news, so what was it? The bad news was that there was a mutant camp to the east of the park, and there could have been at least 20 of them. Mutants were their main enemies because in battle they were stronger than any human. They couldn't handle this now because each of these monsters was at least level 10. From now on, all players were strictly forbidden to approach that street or go beyond the eastern gate. The boys immediately agreed with the administrator, hoping that someday they would be able to engage in a fight with them. Now he had to think about what to do with the hyena carcasses, which the guy had previously only bought at Charlie's shop. For the past 5 months, he had been earning points by gathering resources and had no particular experience in hunting. Martin had heard that the prey had to be bled immediately, otherwise the meat would start to rot. Oliver had a question and hoped that Martin would not hide anything. If Martin gave Oliver some mutant blood, it would help his research. Oliver wanted to test his suspicions, and to do this he needed mutant blood. There were no problems with this, so it was easy to cut off a piece of the carcass and give it to the restless guy. It was clear that Oliver was not only a good player, but also a keen researcher. This would definitely be enough for new discoveries, and the guy was glad that Martin met him halfway. It seemed that with each passing minute, the post-apocalyptic world became more and more aggressive, and monsters increasingly threatened the settlers. However, the guys continued to work, and every day the construction became larger and larger. Towards evening, Frank again hurried to the administrator with his next report. Thanks to Martin, the oven was almost ready, and production could begin tomorrow. This was great news, and Martin was glad that Frank was in charge of the matter. Thanks to the guys, they became one step closer to the common goal, which, according to the game's concept, was the revival of the settlement from scratch. It was to be hoped that they would continue to work in the same spirit, and it was clear from the look on Frank's face that he would give it his all. And then the guy hurried back to work, as if he wasn't tired at all after a whole day of construction. Lately, Martin has learned to win people over and none of the players doubted him. The other players didn't seem to care too much and found joy in their own activities. Simply put, the standard survival game was in full swing and it was nice to watch their home being transformed. Martin was glad that they enjoyed doing it so much, and that their shelter would soon be completely finished. All he could do now was guide them and not interfere with their work. However, one shouldn't forget about the group chat, where one could always find something interesting. So far, Martin has been in no hurry to accept new players into his ranks, with the exception of that cook. These guys were just as active online as they were in real life, as if they hadn't had enough communication during the day. They sent each other funny letters and were so happy as if they had dreamed of working as a team their whole lives. Some of them even started gaining subscribers, which means that others liked the game too. First, it was worth checking the official forum, and the guy found some time for this. If I describe everything in detail, the post will be too long and no one will read it to the end. This post was about a construction project that players started under the supervision of their administrator. Users with good ideas should be given priority in the next recruitment of players, and at the same time, the most active ones in the chat should be noted. Now the fruits of the hard day's work for which Martin had done so much could be seen. After warming up a bit, he asked the system to open the notification window in the hope of seeing something new. But for each completed mission this time, he was given so few points that it even became annoying. There were few rewards, so it would be better to open the box and see for yourself. Upon opening it, the guy immediately realized that there would be no items like weapons inside. Instead, he was once again content with the candy that he would have to give to Belle. But for such difficult tasks, the system could have given more useful items if it had not been so greedy. Suddenly, among all the objects, he saw something that stood out from the general background. One of the candies looked amazing, and an improved chocolate-flavored lollipop could be expensive. It's strange why the system gives him expensive lollipops instead of weapons. Did he look like a child in the park? However, it was worth saying thank you for this, because each such lollipop added 10% to physical strength. Now Martin didn't have to think about how to restore his health, because the system itself suggested the best way. At a critical moment, this could really turn the tide of the battle with the forest monster. For such a lollipop, one could thank the system, although during the battle it would have been better to just eat it. However, Martin decided to save it for a rainy day, because it's always nice to have an ace up his sleeve. Meanwhile, the guys had already returned to base, and it was clear which of them had tried the hardest. Oliver was so tired he couldn't even stand on his feet. But the materials for construction were almost collected. Frank had to use a heavier sledgehammer to break up all the limestone. For a big guy like him, it wasn't difficult, and the guy hit the center of the pile with all his might. Now it was necessary to mix it with iron filings and clay, of which they had plenty. After this, the mixture had to be heated in the oven to 1,500 degrees. Fortunately, it was already ready for use. David was glad that his skills were put to good use, and he was able to help make the fire stronger. The guy felt like a real primitive forester, surviving with the help of improvised means. But any experienced forester should know how to determine the temperature of a furnace, and David had never heard of it. It wasn't worth taking it to heart, because before the mission, the guys were just office workers. Frank could not be convinced, and instead of listening to nonsense, he ordered action. Since Frank became the head of construction, he had become more and more like a foreman. David had to do all the hard work again, because he was left in this place all alone. There was no one there except his guard Frank, since Roderick and Oliver had escaped before everyone else. It was time to see what these guys were up to, and Martin arrived just in time for it. However, seeing two idlers in front of him, the guy realized that he had been gone too long. He wanted to know where they had been all this time, and why they weren't in the camp next to the foreman. Didn't he tell them not to go far from the shelter, and especially not to stick their noses into the mutant camp? Oliver apologized loudly, but they really didn't go anywhere near that place. They just set up a couple of traps there. The guys managed to get the mutated leech babies, and the administrator would probably like this news. Mutated leeches could sell well on the black market, as such specimens were worth no less than 200 chips. Oliver personally took care to pack them well in glass bottles so that they could be transported anywhere. All that remained was to find out how these two managed to catch the leeches right from the adult specimen. Although the mutated insects are rich in protein, they contain many parasites that are impossible to get rid of. It turned out that the players were using animal blood to lure them into the bottles. They foraged for food at night and returned to their nests at dawn. Oliver explained that almost all the bottles were intact, except for a couple that had been specially prepared for this purpose. Yes, it was a good idea, and the team of players was able to surprise their administrator again. It turns out that yesterday, Oliver asked him for meat and blood only to attract leeches. I wonder what he was going to do with these leeches now that he knew they were inedible. The guy wanted to try using them as bait for fishing and put them on a hook instead of a worm. Martin had never thought before that this young man with glasses was interested in fishing, and not just computer games. It turned out that Oliver had been exploring the area near the lake and had seen huge black birds catching fish there. He wanted to try to do the same thing, only instead of claws, use a simple fishing rod. Martin himself would have agreed to go with him, but he was a very mediocre fisherman. Most likely the problem was not in him, because if the fish were so easy to catch, he would have dealt with it long ago. Oliver didn't know how to fish like the local settlers, but the boy planned to make a couple of fish traps. Martin decided to leave it all to him, since he himself had volunteered to carry out the task. Roderick could easily help him with this, especially since he already missed normal food. Yesterday, Martin tried to cook mutant meat for his friends by rolling it in crushed tobacco leaves. The resin from the leaves quickly penetrates the fatty layer of meat and kills parasites and other microorganisms there. However, the meat smelled terrible, and it was clear that such a smell should not exist. Under normal conditions, meat cooked in this way will have a slight shine on the outside. However, Maurice's piece was too dark and also raw inside. This means that Morris was wrong about something after all, and it was worth trying this new storage method again. Looking at the rotten piece of meat, Martin couldn't understand what he had done wrong and why it smelled like that. No, it was definitely impossible to eat, and the guy hurried to get rid of it. If they had a refrigerator, storing food would be much more convenient, and they wouldn't have to come up with different ways. Martin urgently needed a blue mushroom for the generator, and Mr. Lee, like no one else, could help with this. It was only the second week of September, and we would have to wait for his caravan until the end of the month. However, there was no time for long deliberations, and it was worth starting to stock up on supplies for the winter right now. In their current state, none of the players could afford such a luxury as a refrigerator. For the next 3 days, Martin would go hunting early in the morning to get something edible, like wild mutants. Returning after lunch, he always cooked meat for his team so that no one would go hungry. And then Martin thought about what they would do with all the meat left over from dinner. Although his research into meat procurement had not been very successful so far, there was still something to be happy about. The good news was that in 3 days of hunting, he received 7 bonus points at once. By about 10 o'clock, he had collected everything, and then opened the drawer and found a bottle of soy sauce inside. It was hard to say what brand it was, but the food tasted much better with it. None of the guys remained indifferent, and all 4 thanked the administrator for the hearty dinner. Although Roderick was already sick of the stewed meat and wanted to change his diet to something else, he used to be happy that he could eat in the game, but now he realized how useless it was. With tears in his eyes, he loudly admitted that the stewed meat, always boiled into puree, would soon drive him to psychosis. They probably didn't fully develop the taste system, so the taste wasn't what I wanted. It was hard to disagree with the guy, and David also felt how disgusting it was. The smell was too strong, so Frank would have to use wine and ginger or garlic for cooking. But they were in the wasteland, so they had to accept their situation. David also noticed that, having become the head of construction, this guy now always took the administrator's side. However, he was right, and David would not be surprised if in the future he had to pay even for basic things. Rodriguez was hoping that the next update would include spices, and was willing to pay a decent amount for them. Oliver believed that it was still possible to improve the trap, but it was unlikely that he would be able to buy currency for it in the real world. After this phrase, everyone fell silent, as if Oliver had said another stupid thing. Frank claimed that their success was much closer than it seemed, and once again admitted that he supported the administrator in everything. It was clear that this guy would not give up his habit of sucking up, and all that was left was to come to terms with it. But it wasn't just about cement, because they were trying to make bricks, and that required other materials. But without a form, the result was ugly fragments that looked even more horrible after firing. Roderick suggested using wood for the form since they had no other materials. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, and David had long since said goodbye to this idea. Making the mold was a painstaking task that required not only materials, but also the talent of the craftsman. It's just a pity that David got stuck on such a trifle, and instead of success got another problem. At this rate, he would never build the house of his dreams, and the harsh wasteland was to blame. The boys had never seen him like this. Had David lost hope? All these days, Oliver was doing research and set several traps, but he still didn't catch anything. Perhaps the birds had already taken all the fish, and it was time to look for another body of water. The remaining fish simply devoured his bait and swam away without even thanking him. Eventually, the leeches that the guy used instead of worms were almost gone. All that was left was to try to restore the fish population in the lake and catch them when they became less vigilant. By the way, Frank recently heard that new players would soon join them and was hoping for girls to appear. If this is true, then the new female player will probably interact with Roderick more than the others. Although Oliver was against it and hoped that the new player would rather choose him. The guys' guesses were confirmed, because soon they would have to find out everything themselves. Frank didn't expect their administrator to bring in newcomers so quickly, as if he had prepared for it in advance. Upon entering the construction site, Martin announced that he was ready to introduce them to the new players. Their new comrades will help them not only with building a shelter, but also with obtaining food for the winter. In terms of food, the best was Henry, who was quite good at cooking. The second player was a guy named Jimmy, who was happy to finally get here. To everyone's horror, both new players were men, and there wasn't a single pretty girl among them. However, the skills of these guys could greatly strengthen their team and help finish the construction faster. Moreover, both newcomers had long dreamed of working in a team with guys they had previously only seen in the chat. The guys' names were of course idiotic, but Martin easily hid his attitude behind a smile. All four players greeted the newcomers, but not a single welcoming smile appeared on any of their faces. Well, they will need time to get to know each other, and soon the awkward moment of getting used to each other will pass. Henry and Jimmy needed to get acquainted with everything, and they decided to start with the kitchen. As Henry approached the cauldron, he immediately noticed that it smelled rather unpleasant. But the main thing was that everything looked very realistic, as if they were still in the real world. By the way, Frank was interested in what characteristics the guys had, and in what areas they should develop their characters. Jimmy was very agile, and that was his main trait as a promising player. Now it was Henry's turn, and it was clear that this fat man was definitely not fit for hunting in the wasteland. The greeting was originally supposed to be formal, but something went wrong. Therefore, it was necessary to eat first, especially since the guys had just joined the game. They must have been very hungry, and the first cup of soup ended up in Jimmy's hands. He was ready to try this dish and see how real the sensations would be. Within a second, it became clear that the taste was simply disgusting, and how could such food be fed to players? But David warned that if Jimmy didn't eat, he would soon lose all his strength. If he dreamed that one of the beautiful girls would feed him delicious food from her hand, then he was very much mistaken. Only Henry remained silent for a long time, trying to understand what was in this soup. The cloudy broth gave off such a disgusting smell that it was impossible to feed even a yard dog with it. When the boy found out that there was meat in the cup, he was very surprised, because it didn't look like meat at all. The guys had mutated hyena meat on their plates, and David was better off keeping quiet about it. Henry decided to take a chance and take the first sip of this disgusting broth. The guy immediately realized that it was not only the smell that was terrible, but also the taste, and he wondered if they had forgotten to bleed them. None of the three had even heard of such subtleties of cooking, because they had never worked as cooks. It was worth talking to the administrator, and Frank asked to leave the guys alone and contact Martin directly. Moreover, if the guy knew how to cook, then the next time the dinner could turn out much tastier. Jimmy was not one to be left out and stated that he was an excellent carpenter. This was the right place to start the conversation, because for Frank this was great news. It turned out that Jimmy's family made handmade furniture, and his skills could be useful here. All the main newcomer had to do was prepare the brick molds. The boys grabbed Jimmy by the arms, not even letting him finish his dinner. Although, oddly enough, he liked the disgusting broth. This could have been done later, and they would certainly have been able to leave him one portion. Watching them go, Henry knew that Jimmy's skills had impressed everyone, which meant he had to prove himself too. It would have been better to ask the guys what the missions were, rather than imagine the difficulties of the game. At first, both were silent, although Oliver assured them that everything would be fine. There was no interesting content to expect yet, but in the future, players would receive a good reward for completing missions. These answers clearly did not suit Henry, because he would not agree to go through missions just like that. Jimmy's skills proved so useful that the guy could no longer be replaced. Armed with a hacksaw, he realized that these two were completely inept at handling wood and had much to teach them. Frank had no doubt that Jimmy was telling the truth, but he didn't expect him to be so experienced. If that was enough, then we could finish for today, especially since the guy was a little tired. During his work, he managed to help Frank a lot, and this became a wonderful start to their friendship. If Jimmy had not changed his mind and stayed in the game, the post-apocalyptic world would soon have become his home. It was Jimmy who told them how to properly make wooden forms for future bricks. With his help, Frank and David soon began to produce perfect bricks, and the wall looked much better. These bricks could be used not only to build walls, but also to build a stove for heating a home. Looking at the new stove, the guy realized that it looked better than the previous one, but the fire that was lit immediately went out, so it was worth taking care of the correct design of the stove. One could be sure that Frank would easily cope with this task, and it was only worth being a little patient. He was ready to personally correct this mistake, and would not let Jimmy's efforts go to waste. The boys stood there for a moment, trying to figure out what to do with it. David even doubted whether they would be able to finish what they had started, but Frank didn't want to think about the bad. He suggested leaving this matter for a while so that the structure could burn itself in peace. It seemed to him that right now they were on the threshold of a new discovery, and the new oven would definitely show itself. The guys worked harder and harder, and the new players didn't waste a minute of free time. Thanks to Jimmy, the new fish trap was ready, and he decided to slightly alter its shape. In the end, it turned out even better than Roderick expected, and he hoped that their new friend would always be just as original. Maybe with his help they will even be able to catch a beautiful mermaid who will also fall into their trap. Now not a single fish will swim away from them, which means it's time for some good fishing. These guys were good, but Martin wasn't going to sit idle and return to preparing the meat. But a new player immediately appeared next to him, who did not understand what he was doing there. Henry is used to seeing Martin only in his office. Does the administrator also participate in the construction? This guy was a qualified chef and arrived here just in time. From now on, Henry was appointed the team's chief cook, and the responsibility for preparing food fell on him. The situation they were facing was very serious, and it was worth thinking about it in advance. In addition to building, they needed something to eat, and it was Henry's responsibility to help them with this. Martin could already imagine this guy working in the kitchen, each time offering to try his new masterpiece. Even though he was a cook, the guy didn't expect that he would have to do the same routine in the game. He just wanted to change his profession by becoming a participant in the game, but ended up doing the same thing. There was no need to worry about this, because real-life skills came in handy here. Martin tried to store meat, but he couldn't do it without the help of a professional. The guy wasn't sure that his real experience would be useful in the game, because the rules were completely different here. His professional advice was far more important than even Jimmy's carpenter skills, because without proper nutrition, the players would simply weaken. Instead of explaining the mistake, the guy suddenly showed him some rotten meat. It was hard to believe that they, without any preparation, immediately began to roast meat on the coals as soon as the fire went out. It would have been easier to point out to them where they were wrong, but Henry decided to take on the matter himself. Firstly, meat needs to be smoked indoors, and Martin's method was not suitable for this. The guy admitted that he seasoned the meat with tobacco leaves because he couldn't find any other way to store it. It was a very rare resource, and the survivors used these leaves instead of table salt. It was funny to hear such nonsense, and Henry had a hard time keeping himself from expressing his real opinion. In fact, it was possible to smoke meat without salt, but the taste was not very pleasant. Martin heard for the first time that salt was not needed at all and that he had wasted so much time looking for it. Microorganisms need moisture to live, and during the smoking process all of it came out of the meat. The guy warned that with salt the taste would be much better, and in addition, the meat would be stored longer. But if you do everything right, you can do without salt, although some people will not like the taste. They wouldn't have been able to preserve the meat anyway, and Martin would have wasted the tobacco leaves. If they could find a way to store food, it would be a real goldmine for them. It was not for nothing that Martin invited this fat man to the game, because now he could be completely trusted with the entire kitchen. This smelled like good news, because another one of Martin's problems had been solved, which meant that everything was going according to plan. If there were no more problems with food, it was worth thinking about something more important. He knew that the guys were already tired of waiting for girls in their realistic game, and it was necessary to somehow solve this problem. Although if you bring a girl here, the guys will probably drop all their work and switch all their attention to her. Suddenly, not far away, he heard the familiar voices of guys who were rejoicing at their success. Frank was eager to share the great news that the administrator needed to know about. He arrived here just in time, because he should have seen this masterpiece for himself. But what Martin saw before him, no one would dare to call a masterpiece. The silicate cement that David and Frank managed to obtain did not look very attractive and would clearly not be suitable for a building exhibition. Frank hoped that the administrator would like this substance, because it could be used to do a lot of useful things. Since this was just a trial run, the guys didn't make too many, but they'll be able to get a full production run going. Judging by the volume of the furnace, making half a ton of cement per day will not be difficult. And even though the quality was inferior to industrial quality, it could still be used, and that was real happiness. The guys had to work hard to raise the temperature in the oven to 1,500 degrees. Once again, Martin was convinced that both players had done a great job and hoped that things would get even more interesting. This cement was a huge step in their overall development, although it still did not seem attractive. As a reward for their joint contribution to the development of the business, both players will receive 1,000 points from the administrator. Their hard work was rewarded greatly, and David and Frank could not hold back their tears of happiness. David has long had a goal to earn $1 million and achieve financial independence in this game. With such financial power, he could have won the attention of all the girls who liked strong men. Before Martin left, David wanted to tell him something. Now that they have managed to create cement, they will need manpower to begin building an outpost. The idea was interesting, but it was still necessary to find out how many people would be needed. At least 10 people were needed, although Frank would have liked to have many more people on the team. Their oven was manually operated, requiring at least 2 people to work in shifts. It was planned to build a second oven soon, and then 4 players would be needed. To transport building materials, you will need at least 4 people, and that's a whole team. The rest will continue to build the house, so at least 8 more people were needed on the construction site. After counting everyone, Martin realized that Frank had asked for 16 more people to help, but where could he get them? The food they had would only be enough to feed 7 people, including Martin, for a week. If the number of participants doubles, they will not be able to pull such a huge team, and there will simply be no food left. Today was already the 9th, which meant that almost a third of September had passed and winter was near. If they continue to work at the same pace, they will definitely not finish construction before winter. Administrator Martin only promised to contact support and said that in 3 days new players would be sent here. If the newcomers agree to participate in the construction, then Frank and David's request will be fulfilled. For Frank, this was great news, and the guy hoped that everything would happen very soon. With new people, their ideas will be much easier to implement, which means the construction will come to an end. Everything was happening exactly as David had expected, and soon his plan was going to work. As expected, Martin's authority was no joke, and he could influence every player. This guy reminded David of a character from the early games, who was always the most famous. It was like a giant computing machine that created all the content inside a computer game. Content has always been dynamic and AI generated, and Wasteland was certainly that kind of game. If this is true, then the boys were honored to become its main characters, and David considered himself the most important of them. When the plan happens, even Frank may lose his authority in comparison. However, the guy should have kept his emotions to himself. Otherwise, everyone would think he was crazy. At the same time, Jimmy was finishing the task that Frank had given him before leaving. Everything was already ready, and his new creation was waiting for its first visitors. A wooden toilet made from a stump with an uncut end was waiting impatiently for the first person in need to come to it. The first was Henry, who was happy to see a normal toilet in this post-apocalyptic world. But Oliver had the right to take this place as a senior player, especially since it was difficult for him to restrain himself. No one claimed this role, and the guys were happy to give him his rightful place. This toilet was public, which meant that each of the players could use it as they wished. Oliver immediately didn't like the idea that someone had used this toilet before him. It turned out that the guy was too squeamish to share a toilet with anyone else. Henry didn't understand this reaction because he and Jimmy had worked hard all day for this. He will probably change his mind if it starts raining outside and he needs a secluded place. Meanwhile, there was someone else whose achievement was no less than the invention of the wooden toilet. Roderick was glad that he caught such a big fish, which could even weigh more than the mutant's carcass. It was hard to understand how Roderick had managed to drag her here, but Henry had certainly never seen anything like it. This prey only resembled a fish in general features, but upon closer inspection it looked like an ugly monster. Roderick was able to catch the giant, whose mere appearance could instill fear in anyone nearby. It was this monster that became Roderick's prey today, and Henry had to cook it for dinner. He spent 3 whole days catching this fish in the pond, and now, with tears in his eyes, he rejoiced at his great success. It was hard to believe that he alone dealt with this mutated catfish and was able to kill the dangerous underwater predator. But if Oliver hadn't started going into the bushes near that place, it would have been a lot easier. The guy felt a little ashamed about it and hoped that it wouldn't happen again. In 3 days of absence, Roderick was able to catch only 1 fish, and it was already long dead. Instead of gratitude, Roderick heard words that, after a hard day of fishing, immediately caused a storm of emotions in him. After all, they sat by the pond with Oliver for 3 whole nights, so that their legs almost gave out. The guys hoped that their new trap would work, and the fish would end up in their frying pan. The boys realized that the trap had worked only on the 3rd day when the rope began to move. Roderick turned around sharply and realized that he needed to immediately run to the pond. As they got closer, they saw how heavy the fish was, dragging the trap almost to the very bottom. But she was not destined to leave, and this mutated catfish was soon to end up in their hands. To pull him ashore, Oliver grabbed the rope tightly and pulled with all his might. The adventures did not end there, and Roderick suddenly had a bad feeling. His premonition did not deceive him, because other monsters also had their eye on this fish. The mutated birds also hunted this catfish and could pose serious competition to them. As soon as the birds flew away, they quickly pulled out the giant fish, hoping that it was still alive. It turned out that she was more alive than all the living, and having broken the trap, could kill them both. Ready for anything, the guys quickly pierced her from both sides and instantly ended the life of the underwater mutant. Now, the prey was in front of the one in their group who was responsible for preparing the food. Henry will no longer complain about inedible food and will be able to cook a real delicacy. Henry had been cooking for most of his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a huge catfish. Looking into its toothy mouth, he realized that the head alone was the size of a trough, and even the dead fish looked scary. It would have been possible to smoke it, but advising the cook how to cook it would have been stupid. No one would think of smoking catfish, because this fish is too fatty and slimy for such dishes. It was too much trouble, and it was necessary to come up with another way to cook the mutated catfish. To begin with, it was worth trying to do one thing that Henry had learned about only recently. A carcass this big would definitely crush the smokehouse, and if it wasn't cut up, they could be in trouble. However, Henry was a great professional in this matter, and decided not to trust anyone but himself. After much thought, this guy came up with only one dish, and he immediately got to work. The catfish head soup was ready, and all the players could have a good meal. They didn't have tofu or wine for cooking, so they had to use salt and plain soy sauce. But even that was enough for Roderick to have a hard time holding back, smelling normal food for the first time in a long time. The boys had no idea what a talented cook Henry was, and what a surprise he had prepared for them. They were terribly hungry after a whole day of work, and now all their efforts were rewarded. This was exactly what Roderick thought, and now he could relax at least on the topic of food. David couldn't help but admit that this food was the most delicious they had ever had during their stay there. Finally, they were able to have a normal dinner, and instead of rotten food, they tasted delicious fish soup. There was no need to say it so loudly, because Martin tried for them, even though he didn't understand anything about cooking. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening in the wasteland, and all players had to go offline. It's time to recruit a couple of new players to help finish the construction faster. The shelter took too long to build, and if winter came faster than usual, it would be too late to hurry. Martin understood that he could find newcomers much faster on the forum, and decided to immediately start corresponding with them. Now Martin had to decide which of the forum members would be best to choose as a newcomer. Immediately after the update, 2 more new players appeared, but where did they come from? It was unlikely that one could suspect that any of them had a second account, since this was impossible on the official website. Changing the email address wouldn't have helped either, because the system selected applications very efficiently. By the way, it was worth taking a look at the official forum. There are probably more newcomers there now. After looking through the chat carefully, he realized that things weren't going so well. There was clearly something wrong with one of the users, because he was expressing his dissatisfaction so actively, as if he specifically wanted to lower the rating of the game. After scrolling through the forum pages for a bit, Martin realized where so many new users came from. Someone forwarded a screenshot from the official chat to the forum and other groups, which attracted new users. Then Wasteland, which only had an official website, gained sudden popularity in various communities. It's no surprise that Martin had a lot of unread messages in his chat and had to respond to everyone who wanted to know more about the game. Suddenly, he saw the same user again, who had already written angry comments to the administrator more than once. But why did he behave so aggressively? As if Martin had crossed him somewhere. Once in the real world, David continued his stream and talked about his first impressions of the game. He hoped that he too could participate in the recruitment of players by advertising everything that was happening there. For a long time, he could not understand whether Martin was a real person or a computer character created by someone else. From the very beginning, they announced that the game would be truly realistic, but Martin behaved like an ordinary person. The guy was happy to realize that the administrator had gotten in touch and was talking to him like an old friend. What was especially great was that he trusted him with recruiting, and was so close not only to Frank, but to him as well. This was beneficial for Martin himself, because the higher the loyalty, the more benefit each of the players will bring. Let them think that Martin was a representative of the first generation of fully fledged artificial intelligence, and not a living user. This could have surprised anyone, and David did not expect that he was dealing with real artificial intelligence. This was even beyond his knowledge, but life did not stand still, and he had to get used to progress. This was great news for a man who was crazy about everything modern and was delighted with new discoveries. However, Martin's appearance was so close to the real person that it was difficult to tell the difference. David himself considered himself a real genius, because he was the first to discover this. It is not surprising that his decisions influence testing, because this is how artificial intelligence collects an information base. David noticed that the game administrator changed his behavior depending on how successfully the tasks were completed. Even such a picky person as David couldn't find a single bug in the game, and that was admirable. There was only one flaw that could be mentioned to the viewers of his stream. There was a possibility that this test was not related to the game itself, but to artificial intelligence. Even the approaching winter that came with the new update was created specifically for the first team of players. David once again proved that he is a real computer genius, capable of solving even the most complex plans. If the game developers had paid attention to him, they would have realized who they were missing. But David thought all their speculations were too superficial, and the guy continued to dig deeper. This guy was really talented, but sometimes he still went too far. The newcomer's delirious speeches sounded convincing, and it was a pity that David would ever find out the whole truth. But that was still a long way off. And now the guy was simply happy with how smart he was. This was only to Martin's advantage, because with the help of the team of players, he would finally finish building his shelter. Each of them will participate in this, over time attracting more and more players to the team. With the speed at which he was chatting with newcomers to the chat, the guy risked burning down his apartment, but this was the only way to respond to all the new users. It was important for Martin to remain calm and not even hint at his true intentions. For a while, you could stop pretending to be a caring administrator and give players the opportunity to simply live in this location. He needed smart players, and the guy wouldn't mind if talent was found among the newcomers. The next step was to accept 2 players at once, and the guys will finally be happy with this addition. Soon, Martin gathered them all in one place to tell them about the next real test. Winter was already very close, and the guy was happy to launch the first add-on for closed testing. With the opening of the new chapter, the atmosphere both in the game and on the forum has changed a lot. It wasn't just the players. There was a new breath of air in the chilly air. The supplies they had from the start were not particularly generous to feed the 30 mouths that were about to arrive at the base. Martin had been gathering food since early morning. He was agile enough to hunt quickly and stock up on food for the long, cold winter. The mountain of game he had caught was so huge that the young cook was even scared, realizing how long it would take to cook it. Roderick was finally able to raise his level from 0 to 1. Even such a small leap was a real success for him, especially since the guy had been working towards this for a long time. Martin himself felt that a breakthrough was just around the corner, and his own strength was also increasing. He still hadn't been able to figure out the secrets of leveling up, so he could only rely on inspection equipment. The robot could easily help him with this by reporting progress and showing it on its hologram. The rest of the players had very outstanding skills, which helped them improve much faster. The guys used charcoal as the main raw material for the stove, and they did it much better. Eventually, they learned to extract slag from iron-containing waste such as rusty rods and car parts. Martin would add this slag to the kiln, and then the boys would mix it with limestone. In this way, they were able to obtain a more durable formula, which meant that the solution was much more reliable. It was hard work, as operating the furnace required transporting heavy materials on carts. But it was precisely thanks to physical exercise that Frank was able to raise his level straight to the second. David's stats also increased, and he was able to reach his first level. The increase in characteristics was very different from genetic enhancement, and it was now clear why Henry continued to lead his usual lifestyle. Perhaps the saddest example was one of their comrades, who out of 4 players was never able to rise above the 0 level. Oliver, who had caught a lot of fish with the trap these days, still hadn't leveled up. The experience points for hunting with traps were not as great as for catching in direct combat. Each new player was also quite successful in their development, and earned many useful skills in a few days. At the same time, each of them was doing a familiar task that they had already done many times in real life. Yet they continued to improve their craft, teaching new techniques to their partners. From time to time, Jimmy would help the boys fix something or create a new trap at Oliver's request. The guy also had his own mission, because he wanted to build a house as soon as possible. In his wooden house, he was going to create a real laboratory and conduct experiments there. During these days, he managed to collect quite a few different bottles, which he placed next to the future house. And although Martin doubted the safety of this undertaking, in his free time he enjoyed watching this business. He decided not to interfere with Henry's work, who stood out from everyone else. After all, the guy was not only responsible for preparing food, but also helped the administrator with small errands. His main problem was smoking, because this habit greatly interfered with normal work in the kitchen. To smoke game, the guy was forced to use the most primitive method, otherwise there would simply be no food. Henry hung the meat in a small oven made of clay and bricks. Using smoldering coals for smoke, the boy slowly cooked the meat over the fire, removing all the moisture from it. When winter comes, this meat can be wrapped in cellophane or bark and buried in a cold snowdrift until next spring. What Martin prepared in a similar way was very different from the culinary masterpieces of his newcomer. By the way, in addition to meat, Henry also used skins, thereby obtaining goods of excellent quality. Tanning was a much more complicated and tedious process than making Martin's jerky recipe. But now, they didn't need perfect processing, and if the clothes protected from the cold, then everything was done correctly. After work, Frank had a lot of potassium water left over, which he stored in plastic barrels. Henry used it to tan leather, which he removed from animals and washed thoroughly beforehand. After impregnation, he stretched the leather to dry and obtained material of excellent quality. But one day it became clear that such a load was simply beyond his strength. Henry admitted that he couldn't cope anymore, and needed at least one pair of hands to help him. The lot fell on Roderick, although the boy already had enough worries. Roderick had to admit that he was also busy every day, and simply wouldn't have time to help Henry with his work. Only Martin understood that in reality this guy was just lazy and only pretending to work. Roderick enjoyed spending time with the manager, and had no desire to get involved in the cooking process. Henry will remember such an insult for a long time, and will remind Roderick about it the next time he gets hungry. Roderick helped Martin with the search for prey, and the administrator simply could not give him to other work. He promised to solve his newcomer's problem soon, because the new participants in the game were already on their way. Well, it was worth thanking the administrator for this, because such help really wouldn't hurt. There was another problem. The guy only knew how to do basic leather processing, and that was too little. But there was no need to worry about this, and the administrator's smile spoke for itself. Among the newcomers, there was a man who could help in this matter, and who was destined to take up the manufacture of clothes. There was no point in worrying about trifles, but it was better to concentrate on construction. Putting his hand on Henry's shoulder, Martin asked him to relax, because he was going to entrust this task to a new guy. Their team will not only include a tailor, as the testers included professionals in various fields. They may not all be the best at what they do, but some of these guys will prove to be very useful. In addition, Martin placed a lot of emphasis on energetic newcomers, since they are usually the ones who do all the hard work. The day of the server opening for one future player came on September 12th, exactly at 6 o'clock in the evening. Putting on his helmet and lounging on his bed, all he had to do was follow the instructions on the website. Knife thrower William has long dreamed of getting into the game and trying his hand. However, he had to go through the same thing as other players who entered this reality. This parallel reality seemed strange at first, as if it were spinning the new user into a whirlpool. Having emerged from the water, each player understood that the worst was already behind them, and they could begin entering this virtual world. True, William had something else in store for him before the game began. The game world he found himself in turned out to be so realistic that it was no different from the real thing. The sensations were so familiar that William even felt the cold water in the capsule. In addition, he immediately caught a strange smell coming from somewhere very close. Opposite him stood a giant lizard, who was also a new player on Martin's team. At first he thought it was a prank, and someone was just wearing an ugly costume, but the yellow eyes could not belong to a human, and it became clear that all this was true. At that moment, William's whole life flashed before his eyes, because he saw a real monster in front of him. If everything was so real, then the mutant could have been the last person the guy would see in his life. However, he had no intention of attacking William, but simply wanted to know what the hell he was doing here. If there are even monsters among the players, the game will be even more interesting. Even the lizard didn't expect that instead of wild horror, the guy would cheerfully tell him how he ended up here. Usually, anyone who saw him in full growth forgot their own name, but William was not like that. The worst news for the lizard was that his manhood, which he treasured so much, was gone. Instead of the usual hillock, he saw only a flat place, which meant that the game had taken away the most precious thing from him. It was hardly worth thinking about this right now, when the lizard found himself in a hyper-realistic game for the first time. Although the mutant didn't care where he was, as long as he had all his main huge features with him. By the way, at first he was promised that he would become a female and would go through the game in this guise, but the administrator brazenly lied. If he didn't want to be the player he was now, William would happily switch roles with him. But becoming this person was the worst thing in the world, so the lizard decided to leave everything as it was. The official website stated that the sleep capsule connects to a body scanning device. In the system window, everything looked very strange, although it allowed you to see the new characteristics. The lizard remembered very well that the website indicated the minimum value for an adult male. He was a grown man, and, except for his low intelligence, all his other parameters were excellent. Even a not very high intelligence, in his opinion, will not hinder the completion of the mission. If everything was fine, then it was worth quickly getting out of the room and finding the administrator. And then the lizard confidently walked towards the exit, completely forgetting that he had turned his back to William in an unfortunate way. The guy immediately noticed that this player had something glued to his back, and it couldn't be confused with anything else. There was still a piece of paper under the reptile's tail that he had forgotten to throw away. It was awkward to talk about it, but Lizard really did have something stuck to his backside, and it was worth throwing it out before leaving. It was necessary to find other words to tell the giant about this, and now William felt uneasy. However, in his hands, he held not just a piece of paper, but a waterproof letter that was well preserved. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not read the lines in the unknown language, which he had not yet managed to learn. They had to do this a little later, because new players were already waiting in the next room. When the guys first saw today's newcomers, none of them could even imagine that such a thing was possible. After all, the appearance of a giant lizard was an excellent choice for any of them, and they themselves would like to look like that. The crowd immediately began to vigorously discuss how they could buy the same look for themselves. This newcomer will surely become the most popular player, because all eyes were on him. He promised William protection from any danger, but it would be better if the reptile did not come so close to him. Otherwise, the guy could suffocate from the unbearable stench. He smelled so bad that even his new friend couldn't stay near him for long. Apart from this guy, all the other players had roughly the same base stat. Different talents were to be developed in the future, but now everyone was at about the same level. But two newcomers were very different from the rest, and their talent was immediately obvious. William fell in love with one of them at first sight and hoped to earn the attention of this tall beauty. Patricia was already used to the fact that petite girls looked at her the way her new friend Jessica was doing now. Their acquaintance immediately began with a swearing that was heard by all the other players. Patricia thought Jessica needed to grow up a little before picking a fight with her. But if this girl really considers her overgrown charms to be a reason for such treatment, her little rival will easily prove her wrong. Even at the moment when she emerged from the transfer capsule, the girl realized that the game was too real. She almost choked on water and hurried to get out of the water capsule. When it was all over, she looked around and quickly realized that she was at the very start of the game. Everything looked exactly like in the photos on the website, and this could surprise anyone. It felt like this was not a game, but the real world to which she had become accustomed during her ordinary life. Jessica was eager to try out the transformation Martin had written about on the site. Around her, she saw several of the same capsules, and at the end of the room there was a door where the game began. But as soon as she left the starting room, Jessica realized that she was not alone. Next to her stood a crowd of players who had long since emerged from their capsules, and were now waiting here for the administrator. She was delighted with the number of players, as it would be easier for them to complete missions together. It's not often you meet girls in games, especially such beauties. It seemed that Patricia was the most beautiful one here, which meant that all the guys' eyes would be on her. However, she turned out to be not the only girl in the game, and Jessica was already in a hurry to meet her. She introduced herself right away, hoping that it would be easier for the two of them to start the game. She quickly responded, giving her name and the nickname under which she logged into the server almost every day. But the first thing that caught Jessica's eye was not Patricia's hairstyle or clothes. Yes, any girl would envy the enormous advantages of her new friend, which Jessica could only dream of. Still, they were dressed the same, which meant that the administrator had prepared a common task for them. Even the boys were almost indistinguishable from the girls and wore exactly the same suits. Some parts of Patricia's body barely fit into this tight suit, and it was necessary to come up with something else for her. With her experience in tailoring, Jessica immediately noticed the unusual material. It seemed that this material protected from the cold and wind, and the fabric itself was better than any expensive analog. Could this mean that in the game you can create clothes from any material you like? Elsewhere, it was a little different, and perhaps that was intentional. Quickly taking off her cloak, she wanted to take a better look at her new costume, which was different from her usual clothes. The girl immediately noticed that this suit was designed for active movement and fits the body very comfortably. There was not a single superfluous piece of clothing on this suit, which was somewhat reminiscent of a diving suit. There were strange devices scattered all over their clothes, meaning the administrator would be recording their every action. But that wasn't the main problem, because the tight suit exposed everything Jessica wanted to hide. Compared to her tall friend, she had nothing to brag about to the guys. Patricia even felt a little uneasy, because the body of this adult girl looked like that of a small child. She should have hidden her surprise, because that look immediately angered Jessica. She hated it when people laughed at her curves and thought that the size of her breasts was the most important thing. Patricia's own assets resembled a stupid cow's udder, and there was nothing beautiful about it. But Patricia also had something to say in response, since her friend didn't even have a hint of breasts. It would be understandable if everything had gone to another part of the body. But both in the back and in the front, everything was equally bad. But Patricia had nothing to hide, and a tight-fitting suit suited her best. He perfectly showed all the main advantages of the girl, because in addition to her talents as a player, she was very attractive. So, she wore her beauty with pride, and was not going to be distracted by the reproaches of petite girls frozen at the age of 10. The last phrase was the most offensive, and it could easily put an end to their friendship. Patricia probably didn't know yet that Jessica was the director of a fashion design agency and could be very useful in the game. Now William watched as the two girls, instead of looking for the administrator, began doing their favorite thing. Some players have wondered if it is possible to relieve oneself here just like in the real world. The man felt as if he had ended up not in a realistic game, but in a madhouse where everyone had gone crazy. Luckily, just at that moment, the administrator slowly entered the hall. The guys saw in person for the first time a person whose messages they had only read on the forum. There was no doubt that this was the same game administrator who would soon give them their first task. Today was the third day of closed testing, and the guys managed to set up production of the stoves and make several pieces at once. He welcomed all the new players who were supposed to help his main team with their work. Martin was glad that so many of them showed up, because it meant that his marketing had worked. If they are ready to do the task, it is better to start right now to get used to the game faster. Martin suggested that anyone who doubted should leave the place immediately, without starting the mission. But it is unlikely that anyone, having overcome such a path through a capsule of water, would want to turn back at the most interesting moment. In that case, it was worth telling them the main rules of the game, which should not be broken under any circumstances. When the guy started explaining the terms of the mission, he suddenly saw something special. The huge lizard stood next to the man as if they were old friends. It's strange how a representative of another race ended up here. Did his advertisement somehow leak onto the mutant servers? Judging by the stupid expression on his face, this player had never seen anything like it and needed to be trained from scratch. The ones to be wary of were the ones who spent their entire lives hiding in the shadows. So this guy was clearly not a hidden threat. He decided to deal with the lizard a little later, and now to tell all the newcomers the good news. The main thing is that the war was already over, but after it, the world changed beyond recognition. It was the 200th year since the end of the world began, and the hardest times were already behind us. These guys were much luckier than the other 12 billion who died during this bloody war. The robot could easily show on a hologram their future home, which the whole team will now have to rebuild from scratch. The creature next to the administrator was his robotic assistant, and if they had any questions, he would quickly find the answer. The guy had prepared a standard introductory speech in advance, hoping that it would help the players quickly get used to the atmosphere. The Vault Dweller's Handbook was updated to version 2 and now included rules for completing the mission. To the surprise of many, those residents who dare to break the rules will be immediately sent to prison. This is a closed place that is unlikely to please anyone, so it is worth reading all the rules from the handbook more carefully. If the crime is serious, the player will be permanently excluded and banned without the possibility of restoring the profile. These rules were quite strict, because usually when attracting new players, administrators are more lenient. But Martin was so confident in himself that he could even ban those beautiful girls who joined his team. Once they got to the testing, it meant that everyone had already familiarized themselves with the rules, and they could proceed to the next step. These rules concerned fighting between players and harassment of female players. Restrictions have been introduced on intentional damage and destruction of game objects. Most normal players would consider these rules reasonable, and Martin was simply adding to some of the discussions on the forum. The guy's ideas were pretty good, especially for sandbox games and similar entertainment. Martin not only accepted their suggestions, but supplemented them with his own. For example, intentional damage to objects will be punished by unpaid forced labor. Having explained all the rules, he was ready to leave the shelter with 24 players and go up to the surface using the elevator. Once outside, the boys quickly realized that they were indeed in a post-apocalyptic world, in which everything looked extremely real. Martin was already used to this reaction from newcomers and understood that he would have to get used to these feelings for a long time. He wanted to say that the boys were rejoicing too early, but he decided to remain silent this time. It was important to remember that going to the toilet near the outpost was strictly prohibited. This primarily concerned Frank, who did not care about such trifles and often broke such laws. The construction site was a place where a lot of people were always needed, and that was why they were all invited to the game. Martin immediately forced some to carry bricks to build walls, and ordered others to transport raw materials for cement. For every hour of work, they received 10 warehouse points, although they did not yet know what these points were for. Of course, not everyone was only engaged in construction, because people were also needed for stockpiling supplies, tanning leather, harvesting fur, and fishing. For example, player Patricia was assigned as a plant gatherer, and happily accepted this role. Every player instinctively sensed poisons, even without specialized knowledge. Patricia's keen perception increased the effectiveness of her talent, and soon she became an ideal collector, taking her first steps. They had a giant lizard that could also greatly help them in their development. He was a level 99 garbage collector, but his appearance did not at all resemble a worker of this sphere. The monster's strange name shouldn't have confused anyone, because he could always be counted on. Only now did the lizard realize that the piece of paper stuck under his tail was a hidden mission. He found this note immediately after waking up, but it would be better if he simply recounted its contents. Martin wanted to read it himself, but it was not difficult to guess where the lizard got it from. The paper was damp, as if it had been lying in water, but it had not yet had time to become completely soaked. It looked as if the letter was written in the language of this world, albeit with slight differences. I had to ask him directly where he got this paper from, and the lizard honestly answered that he found it in his anus. That's right. Under the lizard's tail was found this piece of paper that Martin was now holding in his hands. He quickly apologized, because he didn't notice that the note was stuck there, and only William helped the lizard find it. Everything was fine, but it was worth saying this in advance before handing over the paper. Martin spent a long time trying to understand the meaning of these words, and what task the lizard was given. He immediately realized that, in addition to his talent for collecting garbage, this giant had many other interesting features. The lizard was slowly developing some important skills, but given his ability to work, this was not critical. With this size, you could turn a blind eye to minor imperfections, like paper stuck under the tail. From this day on, they would hunt together, because it was the lizard who could prove to be the most useful. He loudly thanked the administrator for such an honor and promised to protect him from all monsters. This would have impressed anyone, because it's not every day that you get a real killing machine at your disposal. Now it was worth waiting for him here for a little while Martin sorted out some matters. Just like Frank, Lizard was ready to obey him in everything and saluted his new commander. He rushed to complete the mission so quickly that the guy didn't even have time to say a few important words to him. These players were so confident that they thought they could handle the rest themselves. There was another player who wanted to talk to the administrator, and this conversation promised to be more pleasant. The second girl they came across was dressed in a suit that was so tight it looked like it was 2 sizes too small. For a long time he couldn't understand where Jessica got such clothes from and why they were different from everyone else. But this was not the case. Because all the players were wearing the same clothes, she just did something that the others did not think of. The yellow belt that Martin also had was special, and only needed to be pulled once. Immediately after this, the girl's jacket turned into the tight suit that she was now wearing. A second later, Martin did the same and his suit became just as comfortable. Previously, he had no idea that the jacket had such a hidden option, and only thanks to this girl was he able to discover it. The transformation made the clothes lighter and much more comfortable, which could help in completing the mission. This could not but please, and it was necessary to inform the rest of his team members about it. The guy almost forgot to give her the task, because that was exactly why Jessica came here. She had a special talent. In real life, she created fashionable clothes for many years. She really had experience in this matter and could take it up if she was assigned to do so. Although Jessica mostly designed on the computer, she could also create something special with her hands. Martin had the materials, but there could be problems with the tools. However, recently one of the participants tried hard, and soon Jessica had excellent quality skins. It was difficult to say what kind of animal these skins belonged to, but there was no doubt about their quality. Judging by the texture, it was immediately obvious that they were high quality and very expensive. Did the guy really trust her so much that he was ready to give her these skins to work with? If she was strong enough, she would be able to process them, just as Henry had done so well. The guy had much less knowledge in this area, and Jessica assured her that she could handle it. If Martin had any particular clothing preferences, she could easily accommodate his request. But it didn't matter, and it was worth thinking about where to find a sewing machine in a post-apocalyptic world. The girl assured that she could cope with the task without it, creating excellent clothes without special equipment. Martin always liked straightforward and helpful players who immediately moved from words to deeds. In that case, it would be worth leaving it to Jessica and going hunting in the coming days. The guy planned to go north along the elevated road out of town, because there were supposed to be large herds of deer there. After giving the task to Jessica, he told everyone about the new function of the jacket, and now all the participants used it. The fighting spirit of the people immediately increased, and they continued construction with renewed vigor. Martin was a man of principle, so he did not do the work for other players, but entrusted it to them themselves. For each piece of clothing created, Jessica received 50 donations, although there were no high demands on the work. When the stores go online, he will set the price of clothes depending on their quality. Then Martin will have to become a seller himself, but in this case he will have much less time to read forums. Not far from their hideout, there was a farm where they sold agricultural slaves with weak legs. The farmers did this to reduce the number of hungry mouths, but Martin and the lizard could come to them unexpectedly. There was no need to rush, because first he needed to find a suitable weapon for his giant partner. Outside the walls of the sanatorium, there were 2 small wooden huts, built by Jimmy's own hands. Previously, the guy spent a lot of time here, but now the workshop was in dire need of space and tools. These are the tools that could be found here, because Jimmy used them to build these buildings. He had to resort to various tricks, combining wood with industrial waste from the wasteland. For example, the crossbow against the wall was one of such tricks, since its wooden stock was combined with a simple mechanical design. This gave a good result, and the bowstring made from hyena tendon could be soaked in a special solution. The guy was low on ammunition, so he had to use a crossbow instead of a rifle. But if the lizard thought that Martin got this crossbow for him, then he was very much mistaken. This giant was meant to carry a completely different weapon, which lay at the end of the wooden structure. The lizard was the strongest among all the players, so it was worth it for him to learn the art of spear throwing. The lizard himself believed that with long-range firearms his effectiveness would be much higher. What was the point of hiding in the bushes and shooting from afar if you were perfectly suited to the role of a tank? Throwing a spear was a basic hunter skill, and could protect the lizard man at medium range. Today, the administrator agreed to teach him how to throw a javelin, and in the future he will be able to improve the skill himself. The monster was immediately intrigued by this, because he had never had such skills. A loud noise was heard from the front door, and it became clear that the owner had returned. Jimmy brought with him 2 flasks that contained the results of his long experiments. With acetone, they could make smokeless gunpowder by using it as a solvent. At first, both looked at Jimmy as if the guy with his experiments had completely gone crazy. Jimmy was sure that he would find Martin alone, and did not expect to meet a giant mutant here. At first, the thug was even afraid to move once more so as not to frighten the young guy. Jimmy was new to their team and needed to get used to the fact that players could be more than just people. The guy himself believed that this player carried out tasks with a hidden profession, and such a look could one day be given to him. However, it was worth telling in more detail about the 2 flasks that he had been holding in his hands all this time. The method was very simple, and ordinary dry distillation of wood could give an unexpected effect. All it took was placing the wood in a sealed metal container and heating it, then separating the mixture into a liquid solution and a thick sediment. The solution consisted of wood vinegar, and its main elements were acetic acid, acetone, and methanol. Acetic acid could react with alkali metal compounds to produce a multi-purpose salt. By combining peroxide with acetone, Jimmy hoped to produce triacetone triperoxide, which is also known as an entropic explosive. The lizard had never heard such difficult words and could not understand what this guy was talking about. Only Martin's players could create such crazy things, and he himself had a lot to learn from them. As an administrator, he had to personally visit the nearby chemical plants and obtain the necessary elements. Until then, Jimmy would not be able to create effective explosives, although he could make black powder without difficulty. The guy with a sly smile reminded that sometimes even explosives are not needed for destruction. A mixture of pine oil, acetone, and vegetable fiber made an excellent flammable mixture if you lit a rag in the neck of the bottle. The flammable mixture from such a bottle will catch any forest mutants by surprise. It was a Molotov cocktail, and with Jimmy's help, you could make many more of these bombs. He himself had not yet had time to test this in practice, because there were too many trees around. It seemed Jimmy wasn't as crazy as he first appeared, although he was worth keeping an eye on. It was too dangerous to conduct tests here. But for his efforts, Martin immediately awarded him 1,000 points. They won't do this en masse, but if you think about it, you can find a clever way. Martin was expecting exactly this kind of answer and hoped that his partners would help him with this. Perhaps one of them will give him some good advice and help him get the necessary substances. On this day, the administrator publicly thanked the newcomer Jimmy, who turned out to be even more useful than his friend. Although Henry helped with food, hunting still took priority over any other craft. It was only thanks to the intelligence that this guy was famous for that they were able to stock up on mutant meat. Having agreed on everything at the base, Martin, together with the Lizard and Roderick, went beyond the borders of his territory. The park in the northern region was surrounded by residential areas, and unfinished buildings were visible along the road. When the city was inhabited by people and not monsters, many important events took place here. The hospital was considered one of the best in the country, and patients from all over the world came here. Industry here never had time to develop as it did in the south of the city. But was it worth remembering this when instead of technology, everything around was overgrown with forest? During the nuclear war, the northern regions suffered the most due to their huge population, so there were a lot of refugees. Convenience stores and markets were quickly ransacked by looters, and soon all the shelves were empty. Even those who were not accustomed to breaking the law were forced to obtain food without paying for it. They dragged everything they could carry, but even this did not help the townspeople survive. No refuge would risk its people by opening its gates to refugees. Therefore, the lack of fuel and the many abandoned cars made life very difficult. Even 200 years later, the glass shattered by bullets was a reminder of the scale of the tragedy. In these places, undecomposed skeletons could still be seen on the windows and on the ground. It was so horrible that Jimmy had to get used to the sights of the post-apocalyptic world he found himself in. Yes, it is eerie to see the bodies of a mother and child frozen in a trash bin who met their death together. The world really did seem post-apocalyptic, and Jimmy no longer understood where reality was and where fiction was. But this was the main feature of the game, and Martin warned in advance that everything would be exactly like this. It is obvious that this place where the Lizard ended up has long been identified by more than one group of scavengers. This giant knew that there was much that could be useful here, although Roderick was sure of the opposite. But they had no other source, and anything valuable could only be found in landfills. For example, a new sewing kit would be a great surprise for Jessica. Such things were very necessary now, and the girl would certainly like it. Overall, there was nothing else here, so it was safe to return. But he still couldn't leave so quickly, because a loud sound was heard right behind Martin. Looking out from behind the wall, the guy realized that someone not far from them had started shooting. Had they really run into local thugs? It was worth finding out as soon as possible before his players panicked. The garbage collectors who had been settling in these places for a long time were killed by unknown guys, and anyone could have ended up in their place. These people had not only weapons, but also animals that could be even more dangerous. Martin did not expect such a meeting and did not want to risk the lives of his guys. The encounter with the bandits could have ended tragically, and even the power of the Lizard would not have helped them. The robbers were well prepared and were going to take everything that could still be carried away. Roderick warned that such adventures would not end well, and that they needed to leave immediately, but it would have been better to just keep quiet until someone noticed them. Although it was much more dangerous to catch the eye of the evil mutant, who was like a watchdog for these guys. This creature had a keen sense of smell and easily sensed prey hiding nearby. It is clear that not only people but also mutants had problems with food, and the monster could easily solve this problem. Moreover, the owners were ready to help by opening fire in the direction from which the sound came. True, their weapons didn't shoot very far and the bullets didn't even reach the wall. The Lizard realized that they were being shot at, which meant that a simple sortie could end in a shootout. Suddenly, Roderick declared that they had nothing to fear as long as he was with them, and he would take it upon himself. He decided to see for himself what was going on there and find out how brave these guys were. But it would be better to show courage elsewhere, so as not to become a living target for them. After all, they were real bandits, and they had excellent weapons and a mutant hyena with them. It's better to retreat right now and meet at the bus stop 300 meters to the south. It was strange that these two were in no hurry to retreat, believing that their advantage was in numbers. The boys were ready to fight to find out which of the two teams would be stronger. They also had weapons, although it was hardly possible to call this junk truly dangerous. But with a 2-meter lizard armed with a metal spear, it was possible to try to do something. Martin always thought that his team was made up of computer people, but now he is convinced otherwise. They were brave not only behind the keyboard, but also in real combat, where real death was at stake. While Martin was here alone, he had to hide all the time when there was danger, avoiding direct confrontation. Now he had a weapon and loyal comrades, so it was time to finally take what was his. There were only 2 bandits, which meant that dealing with them wouldn't be that difficult. With the Molotov cocktail that Jimmy created, this fight could have started with the main trump card laid out right away. At the administrator's command, Jimmy was supposed to open fire and throw lit cocktails forward. The guy should have tried harder and thrown bottles only where the enemy was actually located. Now they need to carry out this order immediately, while time is on their side. Finally, Martin told him not to worry, because they only had smoothbore weapons with a short firing range. It was small consolation for a man who would soon find himself confronted by 2 thugs and a hungry mutant. It was worth mustering up the courage to remember that he was only in a game, even though it was all too real. And yet, having gone for broke, he decided to show his best qualities, taking a Molotov cocktail with him. He was immediately greeted warmly by local bandits, who sent a generous hail of hot bullets at him. None of the bullets hit their target, and the guy deftly slipped between 2 buildings. Once in cover, he just hoped that none of them would dare get too close to him. Looking at each other, the guys realized that he was easy prey and that this little bastard could be dealt with quickly. He was unarmed, and another garbage man wouldn't be a serious problem for them. They had at their disposal a hungry creature that, even without a command, immediately rushed into attack. It was so close to Roderick that anyone in his place would have regretted their decision to go forward. And yet the decision was correct, because a second later the guy saw only splashes of this creature's blood in front of him. The hyena itself flew far to the side, and it was clear that this blow was fatal for it. The shot hit him right in the chest, and one of his guys was able to notice the target in time. The shooter turned out to be the administrator Martin himself, who had been aiming at this hyena for a long time for one precise shot. For this, the marauders could grind the guy into dust, although the second of them realized that his friend could fall into a trap. However, a trap was set for both guys at once when the Molotov cocktail exploded into pieces. Because of this, the thugs saw tongues of hot flame under their feet, because this was exactly the effect Jimmy was trying to achieve with the explosives. This was not the main surprise, and one only had to turn to the side to see Martin's real gift. Surely they were already missing warm communication, and along with the Molotov cocktail, something else was in store for them. Since they love to tame mutated hyenas so much, maybe they will try to make this mutant their watchdog. But the lizard had something completely different in mind, and he had already raised his sharp spear over his head. This was the last second that the daredevil who decided to get rid of all the local garbage collectors saw with his own eyes. And now the level 99 garbage man was able to quickly solve his colleague's problem by smashing the skull of this bald idiot to smithereens. It might have been a lesson to the boy, but usually lessons are taught to those who survive. However, life continued to boil only in the place where Martin was conducting construction together with new players. The guys had long since gotten used to the post-apocalyptic world, and each of them showed their best qualities. They worked so well together, it was as if they had known each other all their lives. Martin often visited the construction site to personally check the inventory and resolve minor work issues. Seeing him from afar, David was glad that the administrator had come to the construction site for the second time that day, and had probably brought more news. But the guy wanted an explanation as to why everyone around him was busy with work, while these two were chilling in the distance. David quickly explained that they were studying the steel-making process and had left the knife thrower in charge of construction. Now, it was worth finding out about the progress of the others, and, first of all, those 2 newcomers. Henry and Oliver got along great and were able to improve their fishing traps by using mutant larvae as bait. There was only one mishap when a giant mutated fish fell into their trap and almost dragged Oliver along with it. But still, the guys had some minor shortcomings that could be corrected over time. It was useless to argue with him, and the guys watched the game administrator go, saluting him as a commander. The same was true for other newcomers, who did not have to be bored, inventing things to do for themselves. Nowadays, too many people spend almost their entire lives in an office, just sitting in a chair day after day. But his team was very different from the others, and each of them was ready to work hard for the common cause. William also got his moment of glory and, using his old skills, helped the team a lot. Most of the players were ordinary people whose jobs in real life might not be in great demand. But here, any of their skills were 10 times more necessary, because even a simple task required a lot of effort. The pyramid of needs included respect, friendship, and security, which Martin was able to quickly provide to everyone. Friendships were usually born in moments when the guys went to complete tasks together. However, CEO Martin didn't care about any of this, and simply didn't care from the very beginning. If someone wanted to leave the game, they just had to return the gaming helmet and give it to someone else who wanted to. With these thoughts, Martin approached the wooden building, hoping to be alone for at least a little while. Opening the door, he realized that the lizard and Roderick were already there, so the rest had to be postponed. He suggested sorting through everything they had brought from the expedition, since there would certainly be something valuable among the things. The main value was the weapons they took from local marauders. The killed animal was also considered of great value, because the mutant's meat was still very fresh. Rummaging through his backpack, Roderick found matches, a compass, a map, and some dried meat. But the coins he was holding looked like casino chips. Was there really gambling going on here? This trick should have been given to the administrator, because he knew better than anyone how to use it. With tears in his eyes, Roderick had to agree, and he handed his expensive find to Martin. It was better to forget about meat, because if Roderick ate even a piece, he would greatly regret it. Robbers usually don't care what you eat, so it was easy to run into poisoned food. It was a strange remark, because no matter how stupid they were, no one would eat poison. The guy was interested in how you feel after killing a person and what it's like in general. First of all, the question was directed at the lizard, who thrust the spear into the marauder. It was difficult to convey the sensations, and the lizard admitted that he felt nothing at all. He had played rougher games before, so he thought that such a spear throw would not scare anyone. However, when the marauder's blood splashed onto his body, he suddenly felt hungry, as if an animal instinct had awakened. To Martin's surprise, this player had a strong psyche, but this place would certainly change his attitude towards death. After all, he didn't design the helmet, so it was hard to tell how it was different from other players. That same evening, loud cries could be heard from the guys who had finished this part of the work at the northern wall. Against the backdrop of these hard workers, Martin suddenly felt useless, completely forgetting that he was an administrator. The treasures found at the construction sites were too heavy for the average player to use, making them difficult to use. Although the cement was very dense, once it had hardened, it was no longer possible to mix it with sand. So, under William's direction, all the players will be driving 5-meter pine logs into the ground. Then they will lay cement blocks in the middle and install reinforcement, filling everything on top with cement mixture. If everything works out, then after the cement dries, they will have a reliable concrete structure ready. On the inside of the wall, William wanted to use bags of cement and concrete debris to build a slope. If the group is attacked by local bandits, players will be able to climb the wall and fire at them. In the future, their outpost will expand, and new defensive structures may appear behind its walls. The area around the park was fairly flat, and the entire area around the sanatorium was covered with forests. They could easily cut down the trees in the area to notice the approaching enemy earlier. Listening to all this, Frank could not understand who William was in real life. The man honestly admitted that he was an ordinary engineer and never stood out from the crowd. But in just one day, with its help, they built a huge wall, and this commanded respect. With this mindset, it was much easier to work, knowing that at the end of the day you would have a hearty dinner waiting for you. The fish that Oliver caught was prepared by the best cook among them, and Henry did a great job. The smell could be smelled even from the neighboring street, and the guys were already devouring this delicacy with their eyes. Yes, the fish soup was so realistic that its taste seemed even richer than in real life. However, Jessica never liked fish and hoped that there would be something else for dinner. She shouldn't have said that to the man who spent so many hours preparing dinner, especially for a crowd of ungrateful players. She needed to eat urgently, because if she remained hungry, everything would end badly. Everyone else, except her, was happy with the food, and the players were in a great mood. The administrator reappeared, and together with Oliver, slowly walked towards the guys. They immediately rushed to him, calling him to join them quickly for dinner while it was still hot. Suddenly they realized that Martin had no intention of smiling back. But what was the matter? The guy looked like he and Oliver had been discussing something tragic the whole way, and that was the first thing he needed to ask about. David couldn't figure out what was wrong with their faces and what he hadn't yet figured out. Finally, Oliver decided to speak first and admitted that the news was depressing. Adjusting his glasses, he said that someone had recently died in the settlement, and that this could easily ruin the mood of the other players. It looks like they didn't keep an eye on one of the players, and some newbie stumbled upon the predator. David couldn't believe it, because they were reliably covering the rear of their friends. The worst thing was that in this game, you could die for real if you died during a mission. To be honest, Martin himself did not expect that he would face non-combat losses so soon after the arrival of the newcomers. It turned out that the girl who died was the one the guys immediately liked for her talent for perceiving toxins. Martin remembered that he had sent her in the morning to the nearest cave to collect berries and mushrooms. Using the list of players, he could determine their approximate location and easily control their movements. Seeing the place of her last activity, he immediately realized that the girl had accidentally wandered into the leech's lair. The larvae of these leeches are easy to deal with, but encountering an adult that can swallow a human was a different matter. Most likely, this is what happened to the unfortunate girl, and Martin blamed himself for his miscalculation. And now it was time for everyone to exit the system, especially since newcomers were not allowed to stay in the game for long. He decided to lead the players to the shelter himself, moving forward in small groups. There he ordered them to occupy the chambers to exit the system. And when everyone had left, he himself went to the active substance extractor. He was annoyed that the training modules had wireless ports, but this reward didn't come with any charger. Apparently, the creator of this device did not want Martin to steal electricity from the shelter and make his job more difficult. Once he was next to him, the robot immediately realized that something was wrong with his owner. However, it would have been better to explain how he could introduce the substance from this machine into the training capsules. The robot explained that this was a simple task, and that the containers for the substances could simply be removed. It was worth mentioning this right away, because if these containers are removable, then there won't be any problems. It was a little annoying, however, that Martin had planned to steal them, when no such thing had ever been seen before. The guy immediately calmed his assistant down, explaining that he simply wanted to borrow them for the duration of the mission. In any case, the remaining 70 capsules will remain untouched and no one will take them. But what if he changes his mind and decides to use all the capsules? What should his iron assistant do then? Still, Martin wouldn't do that. It was just that now was an emergency that couldn't wait. When there are more players, he will have to create a starting village that no one can leave. Alas, he still could not understand what was on the mind of the girl who went into the cave. The main problem was not her death, but the fact that Patricia did not have time to score points. Of course, he could fine her, but the other players wouldn't understand that, because then he'd have to punish her for every misdeed. Even after leaving the office, he still wanted to assign forced labor or additional tasks to the players. It would be possible to reduce their affection and increase the resurrection time for the intentional deaths of others. However, it was time to sum up the day, and Martin prepared for more work at the computer. He recently developed a useful habit, because as the number of players grows, so does the amount of resources. As an administrator, Martin had to keep track of the expenditure of every valuable resource. For example, the extra expenditure of 220 firewood and all the cement produced in a day would significantly reduce their supplies. It's a shame that the players have already eaten 10 kilograms of meat and will have to hunt monsters again. By the way, it would be possible to hire a warehouse manager to accurately calculate all supplies. But if you hire another player for this, the total number of participants will increase significantly. Based on the robot's statistics, a lot of work will have to be done on distribution. The new players receive points mainly for manual labor, and each had between 90 and 100 points. Only Jessica had 0 points, but making clothes was quite a difficult process. Once the girl got used to the tools and materials here, she would become much more useful. But for now, there was no need to worry. Finally, having sorted out the resources, the guy was ready to collect the rewards for the daily quests. For this purpose, a system window has already appeared, where a detailed list of awards was visible. If you add up all the awards he received now and his previous ones, the total came to 17 points. Yes, it was worth trying your luck, because this time a truly valuable item could drop. Without delay, Martin opened the system window and there should have been something interesting in one of the 2 boxes. What if the system puts 2 items together and gives it as 1 reward? But it was too late to think, because the system was already ready to show what he had earned. As usual, together with his assistant, they peered into the thick haze for a long time, waiting for a reward. It seemed that the system was deliberately testing their patience, and did not show the objects for a long time. However, soon the same lollipops could be seen, but along with them something else appeared. The nanotherapeutic needle, which Martin also received, was typically used for severe injuries. Most likely, it fell out of this unusual box after the guy used his ability. Its special healing effects were not mentioned in the list of items the administrator could obtain. In any case, the guy had no one to heal yet, so it was worth putting this item back in the box. As expected, 5 lollipops made up the majority of all rewards. The orange lollipop was almost the same as the chocolate one, and its properties were almost the same. He decided to leave the other 2 awards, although also very valuable for later. Stewed meat could become a good supply that can be easily stored even without special equipment. If Martin remembered correctly, stewed meat was invented during some war in the 19th century. But first you need to find a player who will dare to try this stew before Martin does. Now that the rewards had been collected, it was time to search the forums for information about the murdered Patricia. She was probably already here because at that time her working day was just ending. Suddenly he noticed that her photo was right on the main page of the site. Was she really that famous? This shouldn't have happened, and Martin wanted to read more about it on the forum. When the girl accidentally entered the cave, she saw the same mushrooms as Martin, but she was definitely not prepared for the meeting with the local mutant, and it is not hard to imagine the horror that Patricia experienced. However, what was the toxin content in the mushrooms whose caps glowed green? This is something Patricia should have known before trying one of these seemingly harmless mushrooms. Only at first glance did they seem safe, just like the tunnel she encountered along the way. She went there out of simple curiosity, not knowing that a terrible encounter awaited her. She was probably so brave only because death in the cave did not mean death in real life. Step by step she walked deeper into the cave, hoping to see something unusual. And what she had been looking for so long appeared before her much earlier than she wanted. She never got a good look at the mutant, who instantly pulled the defenseless Patricia into its mouth. Immediately after this, the girl opened her eyes in horror and realized that she was still alive and at home. But she was immediately banned from entering the game, as if Martin had prepared such an opportunity in advance. She entered the unexplored area without permission, forgetting that Martin had forbidden her to do so. The guy himself wouldn't have had the courage to go there, and all the users knew that she was braver than many guys. Many forum members wrote angry comments, and some of them made sense, but it would be better to talk about everything in person. So Martin sent Patricia a private message. For a long time, she could not understand why she was excluded from the game for a small prank out of simple curiosity. She clearly didn't like the answer, because she could only return to the game by paying 500 points for it. But Martin was adamant and had no intention of changing his mind, so the word was hers. By the way, the active substance with which the mushrooms were soaked quickly disappeared, so it was worth thinking faster. The girl could not understand what Martin was trying to get from her, and why he was playing this game with her. All the participants who have already gotten used to it will soon start scolding Martin for his decision, if he doesn't change his mind. In many ways she was right, but the guy decided not to show regret so that the players would better remember the rules in case of death. For some reason it seemed to him that he was currently doing something he shouldn't and was wasting his time. However, his fingers ran across the keyboard with the same speed, as if her participation in the game was more important than everything else. The game was conceived as hardcore and was in early access for all users from the very beginning. If a participant accepted the rules, he should not be distracted by other projects for the next 3 days. Patricia had no intention of doing this, and in tears, begged him to take her back. She promised that next time she would be a good girl and would not let the evil monsters finish her game. Martin could give her some good advice, but to do that she would have to do something interesting. She could add a premium store in the future, and when she returned to reality, personally deal with this issue. The administrator's patience was gradually running out, because the newcomers became too bold too quickly and offered their stupidities. The guy threw the keyboard aside in frustration, hoping that he hadn't made a mistake in choosing players for his post-apocalyptic game. It was clear why the guy was angry, because the rest of the forum participants were communicating as if they didn't notice him at all. If he had the opportunity to receive money from outside the real world, he would have thought about their offers. The words about a serious company interested the girl, because she had never heard anything about it before. Wasn't this cheating on the part of the admin who wanted to make more profit? After these words, it became clear that the guy could not stand it anymore, and it was worth looking at what was happening in the other sections. It turned out that the same thing was happening here, and all the participants were discussing today's post. It was a little funny because of the entry ban that the administrator came up with for Patricia. Although the jokes that were thrown around by the forum participants were quite funny, they made a lot of jokes about their newcomer, Lizard, who always looked stupid in the eyes of the others. Only Martin understood how valuable this shot could be when you were surrounded by a crowd of angry mutants. He would be the first to take up the fight, although Roderick was not far behind him. It would be great to have such a giant as your pet and call on him for help when needed. But in reality, this giant did not want to grovel before anyone and could tame anyone himself. All this time the guy sat on the forum, completely forgetting about his main affairs. The talk was about sensory stimulators whose functionality was beyond what was acceptable. If this happens again, it will trigger a trigger that will overload the brains of his players. When Martin himself first came into this world, he had to face many psychological problems. It was not only about meeting mutants, but also with local gangs that ruled the wasteland. The game's plot took place in a border forest, where his first mission began. Like the first participants, he also came across a mutated falcon. But that day, he managed to escape. He still remembered that mission to find the tribe where mutants were disguised as settlers. Setting up a camp at the shelter was much easier, since the mission was being carried out by other people's hands. But running into robbers was an unpleasant surprise, and it was good that 2 players were nearby. David had already managed to talk about all this in his stream and hoped that Martin would continue to delight users with his successes. This guy was a real talent, and Martin had no idea that he could come up with something like this. It was worth saving his entire analysis somewhere in case someone later started asking about such things. But time passed, and it was impossible to sit at work at the computer for so long. The guy had already been through a lot and just wanted to rest a little. However, there was one user who had not yet slept, and suddenly appeared in the chat. Looking at the screen, he didn't even immediately understand who was sitting at the computer so late instead of lying down and resting. The funny messages made him wake up a little, although he risked oversleeping and not getting the job done tomorrow. It seemed like these guys didn't have any worries at all and were just having a good time. If you compare Martin's project with other games on the market, none of them had such realistic immersion. There was no point in proving it, because the ability to play even in her sleep made her unrivaled. One of the users was willing to do anything if Martin agreed to take him into the game. There was one reason why he still hesitated to allow his players to work at night. The reason was trivial, and spending the night outside could easily lead to running into hungry monsters. Only a player like the Lizard was not afraid of meeting forest monsters, because he himself was one of them. It would be better not to wake this guy, even if you have claws and look as scary as the Lizard. But this player was more persistent than the others, and continued to beg Martin for registration without waiting in line. The guy realized with a smile that there was meaning in his words, and it was worth trying to do it. For a level 99 scavenger, the darkness could indeed serve as camouflage. The Lizard could handle this night mission, and develop his basic skill better than anyone else. Deciding it was worth a try, he initiated the transfer, and the Lizard instantly found himself in another space. Opening his eyes, he realized that he had finally persuaded the administrator and was already there. Now he was no longer a newbie, afraid of a closed capsule filled with water. Turning around sharply, Martin realized that he was already here and the speed of movement had increased. The guy had a new task, and the Lizard could handle it better than anyone else. It was clear that he was slightly surprised by such a quick order, but he would hardly refuse. The monster readily accepted the administrator's new order, even if it turned out to be too dangerous. The mission was to infiltrate a tribe where not only people but also mutants lived, because the guy had long suspected that their base was in the north. Martin needed him to head north along the elevated road and look for any sign of survivors. In addition, they would have to carry out this mission alone, otherwise they both risked being noticed. The Lizard should not forget that he needed to hide, avoid unnecessary battles, and not act like a hero in front of the administrator. It seemed as if he had been waiting for this mission all his life, and loudly swore that he would carry it out that very night. The next day he joined the game much earlier than the others, and went to fulfill his promise. Judging by the list of players, it could be said that he was still alive and located near the park. Frank was already here too, and hoped that the administrator had new plans today. Martin's plan was to purge the mutant tribe, which became their new mission. Just like yesterday, the tasks were posted on the notice board, and you could do whatever you wanted besides them. One of the camp walls has already been built, and the other 2 will be built within 2 weeks. Martin was worried that the noise from the camp was getting louder and it could be dangerous. They had only 3 firearms in the entire camp, 2 of which were weak, small-caliber models. They certainly won't help against real monsters. Even if the guys can fight for a while, they are more likely to lose people than to fight off such an attack, and the player may also be captured. It will be worse if 2 girls at once become prisoners of those mutants, after meeting whom they will start to have mental problems. The player will most likely be forcibly disconnected from the game if caught by such monsters. Meanwhile, in the shelter, the players began to line up, led by the administrator. Looking around, Roderick realized that the Lizard was nowhere to be found, had he really refused. Martin replied that he had joined the game before anyone else because he had personally given him a special task. Each of these guys wanted to get such a task, and it's a pity that only the Lizard got it. Roderick had the opportunity to rest a little, because David would go with the administrator instead of him. The guy was happy that now he too would be able to show himself in action and not lose face. Martin had promised him before entering the game that they would study steel production today. But David had slightly different plans. Instead, he will go hunting with Martin, and it will be much more interesting. Perhaps they will even meet mutants along the way, and the guy will finally be able to prove himself. This fight will be special for him. because this is the only way Martin will be able to notice his true strength. Finally, he wished his friend a good day, although the latter was in no hurry to reciprocate. Roderick also proved useful and was not sent to the construction site today. Instead, a heavy rifle appeared in the guy's hands. Does Martin really want to take him with him? Going to the nearest survivor base to exchange supplies was quite dangerous, so it was worth going there together. He warned that they should obey only his orders and no matter what happens along the way. Each of them had to remember that they represented Martin's refuge, and the honor of his clan could not be dishonored. This order was clear from the first time, and David would never let the administrator down. Having pushed him aside, Roderick also hastened to show his respect to Martin, so that all the praise from the boss would not go only to this scoundrel. Martin's dominance over all other players had already reached its limit, and almost everyone was ready for anything. The guys had a great fighting spirit, and this could not but please the administrator. Today they need to deliver 50 kilograms of smoked meat, 20 kilograms of fish, and 10 hyena skins. If they succeed, they will be rewarded at the end of this mission, which will begin in 10 minutes. Both boys accepted this order even louder and were ready to carry it out immediately. David got the role of an outcast who, instead of an easy walk, had to drag a whole cart full of bags behind him. To build the camp, they needed tools, and in fairly large quantities. For example, not only screwdrivers, screws, nails, and keys were needed, but also other small tools. Without them, construction tasks will become much more difficult, and Jimmy will no longer be able to handle them so deftly. 200 years after the start of the Wasteland era, there are almost no resources left on the entire continent. Usually, rare items were sold by traders from nearby settlements or simple surviving peasants. Old Charlie was putting out on the shelves the junk he had bartered with passing caravans. It was Martin and the other players who pretended to be such a caravan when they went to the farm. Together with 2 assistants, he quickly made his way from the southern gate, straight to the farm. Martin chose this particular farm because the local traders did not yet know him, and there was less risk of being noticed. Because of this, their path became significantly longer than 2 kilometers, which the guy did not warn anyone about. Along the way, they made short stops, trying to get around the impassable ruins, and they encountered not only mutants, but also hostile survivors from other clans. Fortunately, they were able to overcome their long journey, and soon a heavy gate appeared ahead. Behind these walls was the goal of their long walk, which David certainly did not find pleasant. The gallows looked gloomy, although during the time spent in the post-apocalypse, the guys had already gotten used to everything. All that was left was to make a small effort and enter the territory where they would be safe. Unlike the back streets, this area belonged to the owner of the farm, who had many slaves. It is clear that life was very hard for the girls, and they were often beaten by the guards. However, Martin was not too worried about this. He was only thinking about how to avoid running into bandits himself, although it was worth thinking about how not to become a target for a shooter with a rifle on a stone fence. Hearing the loud order, all 3 stopped, not understanding what they were suspected of. The guard with a gun in his hands was ready to shoot if they didn't answer what the hell they were doing here. It was a little strange to see this guy's anger, because they hadn't managed to do anything at all. Martin stated that they came in peace and simply wanted to trade with the locals. But this answer did not immediately convince the man who had seen a lot in his life. He lifted his glasses, trying to figure out whether he had met these 3 before, or whether he was seeing them for the first time. Martin explained that they came from the wilds and had recently moved to a new settlement. It turns out that these 3 were nomads, and for any settler, they were the most dangerous people. In many ways, he was right. Although they had no bad intentions and just wanted to get things done, nomads were rarely encountered in these dangerous parts of the wasteland, and it was more likely that you would stumble upon a pack of mutated hyenas. Moreover, they did not engage in farming but obtained food by gathering or hunting monsters. Sometimes the nomads traded, exchanging the treasures they found for basic necessities. And of course, any nomad has looted at least once in his life when another turmoil began in the city. But these 3 did not look like marauders, but rather like tired travelers. Then the guard wanted to know what exactly the guys wanted to offer, and what goods to exchange for. Martin had 50 kilograms of smoked meat in stock, as well as fish and 10 hyena skins. They will exchange all of this with local merchants and immediately head home without stopping in foreign lands. It seems they really did come to trade, and it was not worth pointing weapons at them ahead of time. It was necessary to wait here a little until the guard returned with his superior. This camp was quite large, and inside it you could probably even find gambling establishments. David remembered about the recent update, because of which they did not know about this location before. Judging by the look on the guard's face, if they do anything wrong, they definitely won't leave here alive. But with Martin, there was nothing to be afraid of, because the guy knew everything well. Moreover, we didn't have to wait long, and after just 5 minutes, the gates opened. The guys really did have everything Martin had said in their carts, so they could be trusted. Approaching slowly, the guard still peered into the faces of people he had never met before. And then, coming very close, he suddenly extended his hand to Martin and said his name. He was interested to look at the meat that Martin had brought with him. The mutant hyena meat was well suited for smoking, and the smoked fish were catfish and white crucian carp. These were quite rare goods, and it was worth taking a closer look at everything they had. But before allowing the sale, the guard was required by duty to first try the products. Having cut off one slice, he wanted to find out whether the food of these strangers was poisoned. For this purpose, a slave arrived with him, who tasted the food before the master began to eat it. Having quickly eaten the piece, the hungry slave said that the meat was completely dry. 10 minutes later, all the meat was checked, and there was no longer any doubt about its edibility. The news was good, because by selling this product, it would be possible to feed many settlers. They offered to exchange 2 kilograms of green wheat for 1 kilogram of smoked fish or meat. However, Martin wanted at least 5 kilograms of wheat for 1 kilogram of meat, and would not agree to less. He had been on these streets before, and knew that his goods would fetch much more money or food. Yeah, it looks like this guy can't be fooled. He was quite an experienced trader. At the same time, Martin hoped that he had not overpriced it and would not be ordered to turn around right now. However, it was a good deal, and the man hoped to complete it as quickly as possible. The negotiations really didn't last long at all, and the deal was completed in just a couple of minutes. Only now did Martin realize that he could have raised the price several times more and again felt like a fool. It's a shame when wealth is just around the corner, and you so senselessly miss your opportunity. The boys couldn't understand why Martin was so emotional, although it was useless to argue with him. As a result, 50 kilograms of smoked meat and 20 kilograms of smoked fish were exchanged for 350 kilograms of green wheat. The guy deliberately chose the best tools and took those that were made before the war. At this point, the deal could be completed, and both guys again extended their hands to each other. You wanted to see such traders again and again, so the guard hoped that this was not their last deal. Martin hoped for the same thing, dreaming that they would soon return with goods. Finally, the guard handed him a small bag of mutated tobacco leaves in case the guy liked that kind of fun. But now they had nothing else to trade, so they could stock up on tobacco another time. If there was something to trade, it would be better to buy a couple of slaves and take them to the shelter. However, this bag was not for sale at all, but was intended as a gift to Martin. He happily accepted the surprise, realizing that in the end, he would have to sell it anyway. After this, the boys headed back, hoping that no arrows or lead bullets would fly after them. This was the very farm that Roderick read about on the forum before the game update. David also had no doubt that it was she and his little dream had finally come true. Most likely, the next update will appear a little later, and for its sake it will be possible to even bring this cart to the farm one more time. The wasteland economy was designed with an emphasis on realistic supply and demand. Everything was so real that he didn't want to leave this game, and Roderick was looking forward to new updates. But it was too early to talk about it, because they don't come out as often as we would like. For now, it's worth making do with realistic battles and construction, not forgetting to complete trading missions. These conversations could drive you crazy, because the guys didn't understand what kind of game this really was. Suddenly, David declared that for him the game was no longer virtual, and that he was ready to die for the sake of his friends. He got so into the role that he was ready to die if he had to protect his partners with his body. No one demanded such courage from the guy, although Martin did not argue with him. As they passed the empty streets, the atmosphere became increasingly dark, as if they were entering a monster's lair. The guy's intuition did not fail him, and he realized that a meeting with mutants could happen very soon. Even on the way to this place, he heard some strange sounds, and now his guess was confirmed. Looking into the distance between the openings of the houses, he realized what the main danger of this mission was. The main danger was a giant mutant that crawled like a cockroach along the facade of a high-rise building. This creature was ready to destroy anyone, and it was clear that it would not leave even bones of its victim. Martin loudly ordered the boys to run while he poured lead on this hungry monster, but every bullet flew past, as if the mutant had other abilities besides strength. Although the reason was banal, because the target was too far away and it was very difficult to hit, but the monster didn't have such problems and could easily overtake them with a few jumps. The players understood this too, hoping that Martin would be able to come up with something. However, fear was only a joy to them, because it seemed so real that it took their breath away. Martin was in no mood for jokes, and for the second time he ordered them to get out of there immediately. After firing a few more shots, the guy again missed the target, although he scared the monster away. One of the guys was ready to sacrifice his life to save Martin, and Roderick agreed with him. After all, The administrator's life was much more important, and if he became the monster's prey, the game would end. Martin himself knew about this, but he still wasn't going to leave the guys so easily. If we don't come up with something right now, the monster will be too close and shooting will be useless. It was difficult to tell where the monster was, as it moved faster than any of them. Not a single bullet has hit the target yet, as he deftly dodges the shots. Martin tried his best to hit him at least once, risking emptying his clip. Finally, he managed to make an accurate shot and the bullet pierced the monster's shoulder. The monster collapsed to the ground, and it was clear that this injury could easily have been the beginning of his end. The boys had a great chance, and they also had one loaded pistol each. By firing a hail of bullets at him, the guys hoped to finish him off quickly. But all these shots again missed, and the guys only shot at the stone wall behind. The mutant himself felt great and was ready to repay them with a counterattack. The monster's only target was the administrator, and David and Roderick were of no importance to it. His mission was only to kill Martin, for which he was here. Only now did Martin realize that this meeting was not accidental, and that it was worth seriously thinking about the plan. But he needed to come up with a plan earlier, before the monster's huge head appeared in front of him. It was worth throwing the machine gun aside and picking up something that could help him. A metal rod would have been much more effective in this case and was worth trying. Martin suddenly pulled out the rod and swung it at the monster, but the giant managed to catch it with his teeth. When Martin looked at him very closely, the monster turned out to be even more terrible than the first minute. Its size surpassed any monster Martin had ever fought. Compared to this giant, all the others were mere children, and meetings with them were just simple warm-ups. The fight with this creature became a real test, and the guy was instantly thrown far to the side. He hit the wall so hard that deep cracks instantly appeared all over the stone. His strength was too weak for such a fight, and Martin was wrong not to take the lizard with him. Surely it would have been much easier to deal with the giant with the lizard on the team. But there was no time to call him for help. When you are looking at only the head of a monster that is taller than you are, it is too late to think. All you could do was grab the iron bar more tightly and try to do something with it. The mutant was not only enormous in size, but also had sharp teeth aimed at Martin. A little more, and the guy would have given in to panic, and only experience helped him remain vigilant. It was this quality that had helped Martin survive many times, and now was that very case. At that moment, he felt a strange power that had been hidden inside him all this time. It felt like a huge power was bursting out from his heart, as if it was his hidden ability. Martin never thought he had a unique gift. But today everything was about to change. If he was going to show off his fighting skills, there couldn't have been a more opportune moment. The choice was limited, and if the guy couldn't think of anything, the claw would pierce his head like a soft tomato. However, this was not destined to happen, because another hail of bullets followed from somewhere behind. The wound was in the shoulder blade, and it was impossible to dodge such a shot. Roderick had never been a good shot, but today his target was too big to miss. And although the brute was larger than them, he was now completely defenseless. It was a great chance for Martin himself, because the guys won't be able to hold out for too long. Swinging the same iron rod, he felt that this throw would be his last. And he was not mistaken, because his monstrously powerful throw pierced the monster's body right through. Having hit him right in the neck, the guy reduced the minutes of his life to 0 with one throw. Yes, it was impressive, although Martin himself still did not understand how he managed it. Immediately after this, the guy was pulled to the side, as if he had given all his last strength to this throw. David quickly appeared nearby and managed to catch the administrator right at the ground. Looking at him, he realized that the guy had developed a unique skill that no one knew about yet. The fight with this monster caused a great stir, because the sounds of gunfire could have brought other creatures running. It was necessary to get out of here as quickly as possible, not forgetting to take with you those things that would be useful more than once. Roderick took charge and quickly grabbed the cart with the goods, preparing to carry it to the shelter alone. But on the way back, everyone stopped at once, not believing their eyes. David had seen a lot, but he had never seen such horror. And even the sight of the monster might not seem scary at all. Even Martin was shocked by what he saw, realizing that they were not the only ones having a hard time in this cruel world. Right in front of them, they saw a girl, around whom there was not a soul. But that was not the main thing. The main thing is that this poor thing lost her right leg after a brutal encounter with monsters. And now only they could get her out of here and give her a chance to survive. If these three don't take her with them to the shelter, she will become easy prey for the local predatory mutants. It's good that they came across this place, otherwise the girl would have had to wait for help that would never come. At some point, it seemed to her that these guys were not a help, but the main threat. So she slowly reached for her holster to take out her pistol and meet the bastards with hot lead. But someone got ahead of her, asking her not to make any sudden movements if the girl did not plan to die today. It was better for her to sit still and not twitch, because Martin was not as badly injured as she was. It was hard to argue with that, so Catherine quickly complied and let go of the holster. However, David warned that she was not like their opponent and that they should not be so harsh with her. But does it matter when there is a person sitting opposite who is ready to take out a weapon at any moment? The boys needed to find a chair as quickly as possible and bring it here for a short interrogation. Having quickly carried out the order, they began to wait to see how the conversation between the administrator and the wounded girl would end. Catherine couldn't understand what they wanted from her and why this whole circus was being arranged. Instead of answering, the guy gave his name, hoping for a friendly conversation instead of unnecessary shots. She answered with her name, but there was no hint of friendliness in her eyes. This wounded girl was a mercenary soldier and did not know where the rest of her squad were. Most likely they are all long dead and she is the only survivor from her group. Then it was worth finding out how many people were in the group and how many dead people remained on the city roads. 3 members of her group were probably killed, and the others remained at the base and did not go on the sortie. Then it was necessary to search the surrounding area as quickly as possible and look for corpses nearby. If they managed to find the dead man, they had to strip him and bring his uniform here. Now Catherine only watched the guy who obeyed the administrator and was already running towards the exit. It was strange, but the language these two spoke was unfamiliar to Catherine. Could it be that they came from another country? By the way, it was worth asking about the reptile that they woke up and finding out why they did it. It turned out that the reptile was hunting them and the guys had no choice but to attack first. Leading her group, Catherine sent the boys to find shelter and then joined them herself. But as soon as they went a little deeper into the city, the monster appeared right in front of them. It was useless to fight the reptile, so everyone immediately started running. The mutant killed almost the entire squad, throwing to the sides the severed limbs of those guys who were damn unlucky that day. It was from her that Martin first heard about the new shelter, which he had never been to before. It is known to be located somewhere on the 7th line of the northern suburbs, and Catherine's employer wanted to get there. It was useless to try to get anything else out of her, since the girl herself was only an executor. If she ran out of questions, she could stop speaking in a tone as if she were being interrogated at the police station. However, there was something else, and inside that shelter there had to be a real combat robot. The guy replied with a smile that he would first like to see the robot with his own eyes or at least look at a photo. And since there is no evidence of its existence, is it worth believing stupid fictions? By the way, it would be interesting to know if Catherine's hair color is natural or was it dyed. The question was unexpected, but she answered without hesitation that the color was natural. Yes, the hair looked beautiful, but it wouldn't hurt to wash it because it was greasy. It seemed like this guy was flirting with her, but in her situation, she was hardly ready for flirting. Immediately after this, a male voice was heard from the door, and the guys suddenly turned towards the exit. Catherine did the same, but what she saw caught her off guard. Instead of Roderick, another man returned, who immediately grabbed the guy and put a gun to him. His companions could have killed the captor on the spot, but it was difficult while Roderick was a prisoner. Besides, Bobby was ready to blow Roderick's brains out if any of those bastards moved. It was hard not to believe this guy, although it would be interesting to know what he was worth without his prisoner. Catherine was happy to see her partner again, who was still alive. He stated that he was not so easy to kill and even mutants could not do it. But Roderick was not one to be timid, and had no intention of becoming a victim in the hands of this worthless man. He was ready to sacrifice himself to save his guys, and loudly ordered them to shoot to kill. This psychosis made everyone fall silent for a minute, because the guy was seriously ready to die in this room. Bobby was hoping to catch the boys off guard, but everyone on that team was strong-willed. To calm the brat's ardor, Bobby hit him with the butt of his pistol as hard as he could. Even through the pain, Roderick continued to insist that he was ready to die and take this bastard with him. Of course, he wouldn't have really died and would have woken up in the real world the next second, but he still behaved quite decently. Martin didn't like being threatened, so Bobby should have taken the gun away from Roderick's head. But Bobby wasn't kidding when he said he was ready to pull the trigger at any moment. However, he should have understood that immediately after the shot, his own brains would fly across the wall following the brains of the prisoner. If Bobby wanted to test Martin's nerves, he could have suggested that they shoot together on the count of 3. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Catherine asked Bobby to leave and not to worry about her. However, she was interrupted by Martin's voice, who immediately began counting. Bobby's nerves were stretched to the limit, because Martin had already said the first number of the countdown. Roderick behaved heroically and hoped that after his death in this world, they would erect a monument to him next to their shelter. But the jokes were over, and Martin announced the next countdown number, bringing the moment of the shot closer. Bobby was the first to give in, and loudly declared that he only wanted one thing from the building. If Catherine gives him the key right now, he will immediately free his captive. Martin turned sharply in her direction and asked again what key this crazy mercenary was talking about. It turns out that Catherine had a map, and there was no point in pretending that she didn't understand anything. It turns out that her partner came only for the key, and not at all to save this girl. She could think whatever she wanted, but she was obliged to give up the key and at least help their common cause in this way. Initially, when the reptile left, he wanted to examine the bodies of the guys from his squad, but plans changed. Now he only needed the key, and unnecessary conversations became pointless. Martin was used to the meanness of the local settlers, but even he did not expect such an attitude towards his partner. Catherine was speechless, realizing that Bobby was ready to sacrifice her so easily. Suddenly, Martin announced that he had made the decision for the girl, and agreed to this exchange. It was a great choice, and Bobby knew from the start that the guy was no slouch. Now it was Catherine's turn, and it depended only on her whether Roderick would survive or die because of her fault. The prisoner himself could not understand for a long time why Martin was negotiating with him and not simply killing him. After all, he was just an ordinary player, and there was no point in fearing his game death. For the umpteenth time, he asked not to spare him and hoped that at least David would be braver. But instead, he jerked his head too much and prevented his friend from aiming at Bobby. It would have been better not to act heroically now, until the administrator did something new. Moreover, the map was already in Catherine's hands, and this magnetic key was soon to go to Bobby. In fact, Bobby didn't know that Catherine had the key, and only figured it out when he finished examining the body of the dead commander. It was a shame that he valued this key much more than his faithful partners. Not wanting to sort things out with this scoundrel, Catherine threw the damned key at his feet. If he needs this key so much, and it is more valuable than human life, then he can take it and go to hell. True, the deal was never destined to be completed, and Bobby made his step forward in vain. It was clear that Martin would not let him go with the map, because the gun was still pointed at Bobby. And the very next second a shot rang out in the room, and the bullet was intended for only one person. She pierced his skull, and now Bobby will be able to discuss with the commander how he betrayed his partners when they meet in the afterlife. It was all over, even though Catherine's story on Martin's team was just beginning. Bobby will never know how this story ends, because he will forever lie here, in this abandoned place. It turned out that David was even more cunning than Martin, and had prepared for this shot in advance, but he reminded that his young partner's bullet hit the ceiling, which meant that only Martin could claim victory in this duel. By the way, this was the first time the guy used administrator rights to forcibly disable a player. But the same trick wouldn't work on Catherine, because she was never part of his team. Turning in her direction, the guy warned her that he had initially given Bobby the opportunity to leave, but he had refused. Oddly enough, Roderick collapsed onto the stone floor as if he had experienced it all for real. The guy's heart was pounding wildly, and it was clear from his look that he had truly experienced this horror. He even lost consciousness for a while from fear, and only now came to his senses. Looking back, he realized that this big guy, who had held him captive less than a minute ago, would now become a hearty meal for the mutated worms. He missed all the fun again, and that was exactly why he became a participant in the game. But there was no need to be upset, because David promised to tell us about everything in detail a little later. Now it was more important to figure out what to do with the body of the dead big guy, and take the map lying on the floor. The map could easily be taken for oneself, because without Martin it would have disappeared anyway. The magnetic card wouldn't be needed for a while, but Bobby's gun came in handy. Now Catherine could decide for herself what to do, because Martin was already getting ready to leave with the whole team. She couldn't believe that he was willing to leave her here alone and not invite her to his shelter. In response, he only said that he had not promised to take extra people with him, because there was already little food in his settlement. Yes, this guy was definitely not joking and really intended to leave her here in the company of the dead traitor Bobby. At first she thought it was a gang of robbers, but now her opinion has changed dramatically. But there was no need to despair, because Martin himself hoped that help would arrive soon. This was not the first time that day that the girl had been abandoned, turned away at the most difficult moment. Martin's group was the only survivor in this area. Doesn't he understand that? Indeed, this girl risks being left here completely alone without food and dying a painful death. Roderick couldn't believe that they would just up and leave, forgetting about this girl. David reminded her that even though she had lost her leg, it would not stop her from creating firearms. It sounded quite reasonable because with her own hands she could bring great benefit. It didn't matter whether Catherine liked it herself, but it was not in her position to refuse. The time had come to speak frankly, and Martin warned that without their help, she would already be dead. She had only one option to survive and not meet her death at such an early age. Looking him straight in the eyes, she was prepared for the worst, because what else could you expect from these guys? It was clear from the guy's smile that he would ask too high a price to save her. Martin wanted to say that from this moment on she was obliged to work for him, and that this was the only way she could deserve their help. There was no time to think, because other players were already waiting for them in the settlement. With one leg, it was difficult for her to even reach the end of the street, let alone leave the city. Even if she comes back, she won't be able to afford a bionic or transmission prosthesis, which costs a fortune. It turns out that she has no choice but to follow them or stay here and accept her death. As expected, the girl chose the first option, and fortunately, there was someone there to take her to the base. Perhaps this journey will become her last hope for freedom, and one day her life will change. At first it seemed to her that her fate was predetermined, and that Martin would ask for what scoundrels usually ask beautiful girls. Catherine had also heard that it could be very painful, so such thoughts made her doubly scared. But she had to return to reality, and turning around, she realized that they had already arrived. Instead of the dirty base she had imagined, Catherine saw a whole group of workers at a construction site. They all did their work so harmoniously, as if they were happy to be there. It was clear that all these people were residents of the shelter, but who was able to force them to rebuild this building? She had never seen a huge team of guys working for the common good, and was used to something completely different. By the way, there were many similar shelters in the city, some of which opened many years ago. However, there were also those that would not open anytime soon, and might not open at all. So the question remained whether there was any point in building a settlement in such a place. Of course, bullets won't penetrate such a wall, but why build an entire shelter if you can just take cover behind it? And then Catherine asked directly whether Martin himself was a resident of this shelter in which they found themselves. In response, the guy confirmed her guess with a smile, and added that he was glad that she was still alive. The last phrase didn't need to be said, because Catherine had long been accustomed to difficult conditions, and this time she was simply unlucky. The girl's wound healed much faster than that of an ordinary person, as if she had used some kind of remedy. If she were normal, she would already be lying in a fever from even a small loss of blood. The boys had to take the supplies to the warehouse and carefully stack them in one place. Both were ready to carry out this order without delay, as well as any other from the administrator. A couple of days ago, Martin had already told Henry that his help would be needed to build a warehouse for supplies. He trusted that Henry would choose the right way to store the kitchen supplies. Suddenly the guy stopped for some reason, and Catherine realized that her problems were just beginning. He didn't take her in a cart to the center of the shelter, but suddenly picked her up in his arms. So he had to carry her through the main entrance, although it could have been done much more easily. From the outside, it seemed as if the leader was carrying his prey to the lair to be alone with it for a long time. Looking after them, the guys understood that they couldn't say a word against Martin, because he himself knew what he was doing. Many construction workers were already waiting for them, wanting to hear the latest news. But it would have been better to ask David about everything, because Roderick lost consciousness from fear at the most interesting moment. However, David himself understood little of the young people's conversation, as if they were communicating in a different language. It was clear that Catherine saw Martin as just another scoundrel and did not understand his intentions. It was a miracle that she survived at all, because people with such injuries usually end up badly. Frank couldn't even imagine what the guys had to go through on the way back after meeting Catherine's friend. Besides, the encounter with the reptile still stood before Roderick's eyes, and he would never forget it in his life. Hearing this, Frank became eager to see this creature in person. The guy tried to describe what the reptile looked like, but in Frank's imagination, everything was completely different. In addition to its enormous strength, the reptile had such high speed that bullets flew past its body, and only the administrator, having taken out his metal pipe, was able to beat her to death with a couple of blows. Yes, that's pretty much how it all happened, and the reptile really turned out to be very strong. Now David was sure that the new addition had updated not only the in-game activities, but also her character. This should have been discussed immediately after leaving the game, but right now Martin asked to take the cart. Frank was also very busy, and decided to continue his experiments with steel smelting until tomorrow morning. Already inside the shelter, Martin caught the glances of everyone nearby. The boys thought the same as Roderick, that Martin was carrying her to his office for only one purpose. It was no surprise that Catherine thought the same thing and mentally prepared herself for the worst. In the eyes of the others, it looked humiliating, and after such solitude she would hardly be able to raise her eyes to them. It was no longer possible to hide the tears, because today only one finale awaited Catherine. She could already imagine how these wasteland hyenas would want their piece of meat after their master had eaten his fill. Among them, Catherine was a defenseless lamb, and could not take a step out of this den. Rather than be thrown to be eaten by these hungry males, it is better to run away from here and die with dignity. But is it possible to escape with such a serious injury that the girl received at such an inopportune time? Meanwhile, Martin had already entered his office, where his computer monitors did not go out for a minute. Having seated the girl on the computer chair, he only hoped that she would live long enough for him to come up with something about her leg. Catherine asked to be more gentle with her, and not to abandon her as if she were a soulless object. It's strange, but the guy hardly spoke to her and only asked her to sit up straight. Just recently, he received a new valuable item from the system, which he could use. When he carefully removed the film and exposed the object, the girl imagined something completely different from what it actually was. It was difficult to understand what he was going to do with this object and why he took it out of the bag. Unfortunately, she will have to endure it for a little while, and it will hurt a little for the next few minutes. In fact, the nanotherapeutic needle was mainly used for severe injuries. It was this that the system rewarded Martin with the moment he opened the box for the last time. Catherine's wound had already begun to fester and needed to be treated right away. Unfortunately, there was no surgeon in the shelter yet, and they didn't even have antiseptics at their disposal. Next time I'll have to ask Jimmy to at least make some alcohol so they can treat the wounds. But she still had to live to see that happen. And that was precisely what Catherine had big problems with. Keeping the same picture in her head, the girl begged him not to come closer. Instead, the guy stuck a syringe into her leg and quickly injected the life-saving solution. He didn't lie. She was really in a lot of pain. Although it was this pain that could bring her back to life. To be honest, the pain wasn't that bad, and it would have been better to relax a little. Immediately after this, she stopped feeling her leg, as if she had been injected with a strong anesthetic. I would like to find out what exactly this guy injected into her body, and what he plans to do with her now. There was no point in seeing him as a villain, because Martin had just saved her life, something even Bobby wouldn't have done. Besides, he really could use another pair of hands, and by healing her, he would get a new worker on his team. But the side effect quickly made itself known, although the guy was not prepared for it. Catherine began to fall asleep right in the chair, and the hypnotic effect worked unexpectedly. It was lucky that he didn't use this remedy in battle and didn't fall asleep somewhere in a forest teeming with mutants. Side effects should have been recorded immediately while they were still observable. The girl could rest peacefully in the room where Martin intended to take her. The temperature and air quality in the shelter were sufficient to ensure stable bodily functions. The floor was a little chilly, but it was still better than leaving her outside. Now it was time to move on to the next job, and not disturb Catherine's rest after what had happened. As Martin left the room, he expected to see a crowd of onlookers, but he realized that he was still alone. It was possible not to waste time and check how his combat characteristics changed after meeting the monster. It turned out that he had gained 2 whole new levels, and had increased his experience to 7 at once. It is worth mentioning that there were no noticeable changes in the characteristics, although the experience did increase. Other players, like Roderick, had a primary stat that was similar to a rank and was given out randomly. His strength was now equal to 10 points, which was about twice that of an ordinary man. Martin's physique had also improved, meaning he was better prepared for longer fights. But the main news was that the guy had a new talent that the system had only just discovered. He had yet to learn more about this, although it was clear that this skill was quite good. The main part of this talent was the ability to improve speed qualities. His accelerated metabolism allows him to take on much more, and one day fight a high-level monster alone. He had already managed to defeat one of them once, but that fight could not be called fair. Immediately after this, Martin went into another room to check his bags. The equipment they had managed to obtain was still here, as per his orders. Opening one of the bags, he hoped to see weapons, medicine, or other useful supplies there. Martin's intuition did not fail him, and he really saw something that could make him happy. There were so many weapons here that it would have been enough to arm his entire group of players. He took the largest machine gun for himself, because an administrator with a small weapon would not inspire confidence in his charges. Now all that remains is to disassemble all the ammunition and put the equipment in its place. It's obvious that this guy won't be collecting resources carefully, and won't leave anything behind. However, the materials from which the weapons were made turned out to be mediocre and consisted mainly of steel. Only a portion of the cartridges had a copper insert, and a few had visible red paint. The mercenaries who wielded these weapons did not appear to be very powerful when they met Martin. As their camp grew, trade with other settlements became a necessity, and they had something to offer their neighbors. However, you should not always rely on the surrounding merchants to deliver goods to them. It was worth learning how to obtain useful items needed in everyday life. Henry will probably need new ingredients for cooking, especially since the guy has taken this matter seriously. Every time the guys were surprised at how he managed to prepare his next masterpiece. Fortunately, they were the lucky ones who got to try his culinary achievements. The food was so delicious that some of them had never eaten anything like it even in the real world. However, they lacked soy sauce, which had been unobtainable for a long time. There was also very little salt left, and some of the players were ready to beg him to add another pinch. Henry's potatoes were simply amazing, and it was hard to refuse the girls another helping. But Henry was the one who was determined not to waste extra portions that were already in short supply. Looking at him with her angelic gaze, Jessica hoped that tomorrow they would not eat the same potatoes. Of course not, because they had very little soy sauce left, and it was required in the recipe. In all his years as a cook, Henry had never had to beg his boss to buy more food. But on the other side of the administrator were hungry players who forced him to do it. Moreover, the guys risked their lives, hunting game and meeting mutants in the forest. Roderick almost died the last time they went on their sortie and were captured. That day David was also with him, and it was only by a miracle that the guys managed to stay alive. However, now they had something to discuss and tell the other players from the shelter. The boys were delighted with these heroic stories, which of course were a little embellished. At some point, David didn't even want to listen to this fiction, but Roderick couldn't be stopped. Meanwhile, night had already fallen over the shelter, and all the players had returned to their capsules. They recently left the game, and of all the players, only the lizard did not return. In the list of players, Martin saw that he was still alive, but had logged offline 2 hours ago. When players were unconscious or asleep, their in-game bodies became vulnerable and could not be awakened. But the lizard most likely found a safe place where it could hide well. There were many achievements today, so it was worth summing up the day. The construction of the eastern wall was completely completed, and Martin liked the look of the camp. Now their resources consisted of 110 logs, a ton of charcoal, and a ton of cement. There were also a number of other additions that would have ended up being wasted anyway. It was necessary to add more woodcutters to the team, or increase the amount of firewood received per day. Food supplies grew steadily, and 350 kilograms of new wheat arrived at the warehouse. By the way, Jessica was able to make 5 pieces of clothing today, which was a good start. But the main thing is that the weapons warehouse has been replenished with new units, and in the future, it will be possible to create an entire arsenal. Today, Martin himself received 7 points as a reward, and could open boxes with dropped items again. But suddenly he heard a familiar mechanical voice coming from the entrance. The robot was in a hurry to tell him news that could not be left for tomorrow. Even this little helper was beside himself with rage after Martin brought a stranger here. It took a lot of effort to understand what his robot was unhappy with and why it had burst in on him so suddenly. The guy had the same question in his head, to which he wanted to get a quick answer. It turned out that the robot saw it with its digital eyes, and the guy actually brought it on his shoulder. He wanted to remind them that the locals, unlike the clones, were too difficult to control. The guy didn't need such advice at all, although he could have been grateful for the concern. However, the robot was exaggerating too much because the guy never trusted anyone 100% anyway. This answer completely satisfied the assistant, and he was glad that the guy turned out to be wiser than the previous administrators. However, in relation to the girl herself, he remained too callous and this needed to be changed. But he was much more interested in communicating on the forum than in caring for that mercenary. In addition, the number of pre-registrations has almost doubled and is approaching 300 applications. The good news was that the average daily traffic to the site had already exceeded 1,000 unique users. Everything on the site was so attractive that everyone who entered wanted to become a member. At some point, there will be so many people that Martin himself will only be able to control them. Now it was worth taking a closer look at what was happening on the forum while it was not online. By the way, the guy was right, and the lizard still managed to disconnect from virtual reality in a safe place. This meant that there was nothing else to worry about, and one could enjoy reading the messages on the forum. But there was one user who wrote the most messages and was again very active. That user was still David, whose keyboard could burn out from the number of keystrokes. He recounted in detail the scene in which the administrator destroyed the mutant with his own hands. Besides, Martin saved the wounded girl, and now she will forever be indebted to this guy. It was worth marking such messages about yourself as important, because it is nice to reread compliments addressed to you. Suddenly, the robot turned to its owner again with urgent news. The girl he brought to the base had recently woken up and he was obliged to show up to her. At the moment when she began to come to her senses, there was no one next to her. Opening her eyes with difficulty, she tried for some time to remember what had happened and to understand where she was. At that moment, she felt a terrible thirst, because that was the main side effect of the drug. To her right, she noticed a bag in which a bottle of water and a chocolate bar were already prepared. Yes, this was exactly what she wanted more than anything in the world, and there was no point in putting it off until later. Catherine rushed to the bottle of water as if she hadn't had a drink in a week. She emptied the bottle so quickly that she didn't even notice how she drank every last drop. She squeezed it tightly in her hands with pleasure, and was happy that this life-saving bottle was in this place. The chocolate bar was still lying in its place, and seemed to be waiting for her to pick it up. It's strange. Did this guy really seriously decide to take care of her and foresaw her hunger? Her stomach was growling, as if Catherine hadn't eaten in ages, and the chocolate was very welcome. Slowly unwrapping the food, she hoped that the food wasn't poisoned and that she wasn't making a mistake. After taking a small bite, Catherine realized that the chocolate was okay. Moreover, it turned out to be so delicious, as if the girl had never eaten anything better in her life. Catherine's face was filled with bliss as she slowly sipped this heavenly food of the gods. At the moment of greatest pleasure, a man suddenly appeared to her and left food in the bag. He came a little at the wrong time, although can you blame the one who saved her life? Coming closer, Martin examined her carefully and realized that everything was fine with the girl. It was clear that she liked the chocolate bar, and this made him happy. Yes, I had to admit that he saved her not only after she was wounded, but also did not let her die of hunger. The good news was that Martin had more than one of these chocolates, and he could give her more. It was a little embarrassing to admit, but this was really what she wanted right now. Martin immediately warned that for such food, she would be obliged to work for him with the other players. In exchange, he guarantees Catherine's safety and a delicious meal as a reward. If this proposal suited her, it could be considered that their deal had taken place, and all parties were satisfied. Never in her life had anything like this happened. But the answer was already on her lips. Of course, she agreed to this proposal and was ready to work for her new master. It only remains to understand where her work will begin and what she will have to do here. Without half of her right leg, no one would look after her, and she would still be in the slums if it weren't for Martin. It is unlikely that anyone would choose death when there is an opportunity to live, and Catherine made her choice. She decided that she understood what this guy wanted from her, and only asked him to be more polite when he started. Catherine's thoughts turned out to be much more vulgar than Martin's, because he had no intention of offering her anything like that. We were talking about serious work issues in which Catherine's help would be very useful. She expected anything but this, because the guy really wanted to hire her for a regular job. It turns out that he brought her to his office for a purpose other than what the sweet girl had in mind. You could die from shame. And right now, Catherine was experiencing something similar. It would be better if he just finished her off, but didn't make her feel what she was feeling right now. In short, Martin was going to establish a new camp for survivors and get rid of mutants in the area. It's strange that this guy believed he could restore order by building just one wall. Once the mutants find a place where an unlimited number of people live, this crowd will sweep the wall out of the way. Actually, the guy had a plan for a long time, and Catherine could have found out about it if she had listened to the end. Martin didn't plan to achieve all his goals in a couple of months. There was a long battle ahead. Imagine Catherine's surprise when the guy admitted that he would have to sacrifice several generations of people. But now it would be better to return to the previous topic and talk about what Catherine does best. She probably knows how to assemble firearms and perform their full maintenance. From that moment on, she was destined to look after the gun shop and become something like its owner. This meant that instead of vegetating somewhere in the wilderness, she had to become a real entrepreneur. Her work will be closely related to the skills that Catherine already had. Still, she didn't understand who she could sell weapons to if there were only Martin's subordinates around. This was not a problem, since the inhabitants of the shelter would be the best buyers of weapons. But shouldn't an administrator provide his subordinates with everything they need for hunting? This is true, however, they had a slightly different form of government, and everyone could do whatever they wanted. Without going into details, they came here from far away, so the guys had big ambitions. Since Catherine herself mentioned the neighboring settlement, she is probably familiar with its lord. That was also true, but why did the guy suddenly start asking about it? She had already spent so much time talking to Martin, but she still couldn't understand anything. Any survivor of the wasteland who had any education could easily become a landowner's lackey. Only the poor and uneducated are willing to give their lives for money, not realizing what they are losing. But it didn't matter, because Martin only needed a tool to carry out orders. Such a tool was all the newcomers, whose language was slightly different from the language of the survivors. Catherine also had to learn their language and become part of a large team. If she agreed, he was ready to personally teach her their internal language of communication. From the very beginning, you will have to agree that Catherine will be obliged to follow the orders of the administrator. Not knowing the language wasn't a big problem when a charismatic teacher like Martin took charge. In reality, she only needed to learn a couple of phrases to interact with players. On the sheet of paper that the guy handed her were written the phrases that she had to learn. It only took a few words of greeting for the customer to come back to her store again. But this only seemed simple at first glance. First, it was worth understanding the meaning of all this nonsense. Even though every word was written with transcription, the pronunciation was still very strange. Looking at Martin, Catherine realized that the guy had already done a lot for her. If she does not live up to his expectations, he will consider saving her life pointless, since he has always made a choice in favor of the future of his settlement. If she still hadn't learned a single word, it wouldn't hurt Catherine to pull herself together and finally get down to business. Don't look at him as if the guy has given her a task that is too difficult to complete. Suddenly it seemed to her that giving birth to children was even easier than learning this difficult language. Unlike all the other suitors, this guy had no interest in Catherine and only offered this. The life of a mercenary was too difficult and she often had to face threats to her life. But all this time, her main dream was a simple life in which she would become someone's beloved wife and a good mother. But once she had a chance to fulfill her dream, if not for those mutants who were nearby, without one leg, one could bury one's last hopes and understand that no one would marry a cripple. Looking at her, Martin understood that it was necessary to quickly bring her back to reality, and work was perfect for this. As expected, she was still in the clouds, although at her age it was time to think about something serious. She didn't even want to waste time on unnecessary conversations, and the guy gave her 2 hours to think about it. If she fails, then in the future the farm will become her new home, and she will have to leave here. By selling it, he can even earn money that will be useful for creating a shelter. In fact, it was difficult to sell slaves now because there was no sewing work in the winter. If Catherine was so stupid that she couldn't learn a few phrases, there was no point in keeping her around. The next morning, the players were talking about nothing but Catherine, trying to figure out where the girl was now. In this company, David was the person who could find out everything directly from the administrator. Martin explained that Catherine's wound was pretty bad, so it would take her a couple of days to recover. Last night she agreed to join their team, and will soon be selling weapons. She managed to learn the language only by 3 o'clock in the morning, and immediately after that the girl fell asleep. This was great news for all the guys, and David was happy that she would join their ranks. But Roderick only cared about whether they would go to work today or stay in the shelter. Looking at these young guys, Martin realized that they were much more energetic than the other players. This time he took with him a pistol in the same holster that had recently been on Catherine's leg. This pistol would be a good choice for Roderick to use instead of his wooden crossbow. Yes, it was a great gift, but it would have been better to take a shotgun with you right away. There was no point in dreaming about a shotgun, since they were going hunting, not fighting mutants. First, you need to learn to use what you have, and only then ask for something new. The construction of the shelter did not stop for a single day, and everything went on as usual. Frank had long been known as the main man at the construction site, and took on all the most important tasks. This time they had to be able to melt the iron so they could do some real forging. David was a great help in this matter, although he did not have all the necessary knowledge. And yet the boys hoped that their efforts would pay off, and they would be able to see a miracle. After all, no one before them had tried to create a real forging furnace in a post-apocalyptic world. For the first time in a long time, they were actually able to succeed and create something truly valuable. The guys waited for this moment for 3 days, and now both could not hold back tears of happiness. Finally, they managed to melt the iron and both began to compete with each other in imagining what they would forge first. But instead of melting knives and axes, David had a better idea. He thought that the first thing to do was make a frying pan, since he was already sick of the stew for dinner. Yesterday's potatoes were delicious, but they were almost out of soy sauce. It was impossible to look at the fish soup, because the stench from it still lingered in your nose. It was hard to disagree with this, and besides, they could cook deep-fried dishes in a frying pan. Meanwhile, Jimmy was also not idle and achieved his own success. He finally created a manually operated pressure flamethrower, and held it proudly above his head. With such a flamethrower, one could single-handedly deal with a whole crowd of mutants. By filling the tank with fuel and placing some cotton in front of the gun, he could easily create hellfire. Turning around, he realized that Oliver had returned too early, and this seemed a little strange to him. He just hoped that it wasn't just another broken trap, since he had already made dozens of them. It turned out that the traps were in perfect order, and it was worth taking a look at what Oliver had gotten. Having thrown the bucket on the ground, the first thing he wanted to do was to show the main value that was inside. Even from afar, his friend realized that Oliver was not joking about the valuable prey. The guy brought a whole bucket of struvite with him, and it was the most valuable find in recent times. It was necessary to guess about this earlier, because the richest resource was located on the lake all this time. That's where the boys rushed as fast as they could, taking another bucket with them. The lake's shores contained abundant nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, making it an ideal combination for future discoveries. Through his experiments, he understood how to use these elements to create useful inventions. The place where they found themselves had very dense struvite deposits, so it was worth looking around carefully. And indeed, right under Jimmy's feet, he immediately discovered the same thing that Oliver had brought in the first bucket. Poking his finger at the find, He wanted to see for himself the quality of the struvite. He then carefully placed his finger on his tongue, which he soon regretted greatly. The taste was enough to make you turn green, because Jimmy didn't even think that the struvite would be fresh. Now Oliver had to wait for his friend to vomit before he could get back to the main task. Even though Jimmy accidentally tasted the bird droppings, it was clear that there was indeed a lot of struvite here. Struvite had an orthorhombic structure, and, judging by its chemical composition, it could be used everywhere. When a certain amount of struvite dried, its ammonia component gradually oxidized to nitric acid. It was then converted into potassium nitrate, sodium nitrate, calcium nitrate, and so on. This soil, containing associated minerals, could easily be boiled with plant ashes. Ultimately, their discovery meant that a way to extract saltpeter had been found. It was from saltpeter that they would be able to make gunpowder, and with the help of these nitrate soils, black gunpowder was almost in their hands. However, even if they had nitrate soil with charcoal, they still needed sulfur to create gunpowder. Jimmy hadn't thought about this, and at first didn't know what to say. If you can't find sulfur, then sulfate might work, but the process will be even more difficult with it. There was nothing to do, so Oliver suggested that they just go and look for something in the surrounding forest. An hour later, both boys were trudging back, but their buckets remained just as empty. There wasn't a single gram of sulfur in that forest, so they wasted all that time. But already on his way back, Jimmy suddenly came across something more interesting ahead. The guys had a view of the gypsum mine, which meant that here they would be able to find something that would enrich the formula. The main component of gypsum was calcium sulfate, and if it was burned with coal, calcium sulfide and carbon dioxide were formed. Yes, this was what was needed, and all the guys' efforts were not in vain. It was hard to believe their eyes, but they had indeed stumbled upon a unique discovery. And how could Jimmy forget that just recently Frank had been mixing cement right before his eyes? It turned out that they were looking for something 7 miles away that was right under their noses. At least the result could be considered successful, so it was worth collecting everything and returning back. The deed was done, but upon returning to base, they suddenly saw the players gathered. From a distance, it was difficult to understand what was happening there, and it was worth getting a little closer. It turned out that all this time the strange man with the two-headed cow was trying to explain something to those gathered. He spoke in an incomprehensible language, and none of the guys understood a word. The man didn't look like the players here who had signed up for the test, so who was he? It would be better to ask the others about this, because someone must have noticed him at the moment when he approached the shelter territory. Right now, Henry was close to them and could quickly explain everything. The guy believed that one of the guys met a stranger at a construction site while carrying bricks, but his friend didn't give himself away and simply quietly followed that guy all the way to the camp. His cow, like the stranger himself, was strange because 2 heads grew out of its neck. It must have been a monster, as such creatures are not usually kept as livestock and are intended for other purposes. Perhaps it would have been worthwhile to find a reason to talk to this man, and at the same time ask about his strange pet. But the stranger did not understand the players' questions, because he could not make out a word of their speech. Most likely, these guys were up to no good, but Albert always had his revolver with him for such an occasion. True, he only had 6 rounds of ammunition, and the other survivors could easily beat him to death with shovels. He loudly repeated the same phrase, trying to explain that he did not wish harm to anyone. Albert only wanted to exchange goods with them, which were lying on the cow's back. If they finally start speaking in normal language, he will be happy to show off all his wares. Things were bad, and if the guys were planning something terrible, they would have to fight for their lives. But the ropes could be saved, because at that moment a familiar voice was heard from afar. Albert realized that in front of him was the same guy who was in charge of this construction site. It was strange that this young master carried the deer carcass on himself so easily, as if it weighed nothing. It was clear from him that the guy was not from the shelter and had arrived to the settlement from far away. Having abandoned the carcass, Martin decided to deal with the problem himself and ordered everyone to return to work. The players immediately carried out the order because work could not be left for long. Now it was necessary to find out who this stranger was and how he ended up near the construction site. It's great that at least someone was found who spoke a common language. Could this guy really be from the Alliance? But here Martin was asking the questions, and Albert simply had to answer who he was. He immediately said that he came from a neighboring town and had worked as a simple merchant all his life. The city he spoke of was located in the territory of the Human Alliance, which Martin had heard little about. As Albert said, he was a merchant who went along his route with the purpose of selling goods. But it was not worth lying, because intelligence reported that this man was following Martin's people. So who is he really? Albert assured that it was a misunderstanding, and that he had no intention of persecuting anyone. He walked straight north, but then he noticed that all the guys were wearing the same blue jackets. Then he decided that there must be a shelter somewhere nearby, and wanted to start trading from this place. He never thought that these guys would be so touchy, and would mistake a small surprise for something suspicious. Within a few minutes, the entire team surrounded Albert and refused to listen to his explanations. It didn't matter whether he did it on purpose or not, because such actions were unacceptable here. In Martin's territory, surveillance was not considered a sign of friendship at all, and Albert was lucky to be alive at all. If he realized his mistake, then there is nothing to worry about, and Martin's people are ready to accept compensation. He immediately responded that he would compensate for the damage, especially since he had enough goods. It's a good thing he didn't haggle and didn't object to having his goods inspected by the locals. Albert was not against such compensation, but could one trust the man standing opposite? He asked again whether they would just look at the goods, or want to choose something for themselves. This question was unnecessary, and Martin answered with a smile that the compensation had not yet been paid. They didn't intend to steal all of his goods, but only wanted to take something valuable. Of course, he was in no position to refuse and assured her that he had no objections. Well, if that was the case, it would have been possible to take advantage of the offer right now, without putting it off. Having quickly sorted through all the goods, Martin realized that he had come across something very valuable. He didn't expect to find so many interesting things here, and some of them were worth their weight in gold. For example, a rifle that was intended to be a semi-automatic weapon. But if you pulled the trigger quickly, the rifle could fire all 6 rounds instantly. Moreover, he immediately recognized a rare thing that was difficult to find even in old Charlie's shop. Opening the bag, he realized from the sound that he was not mistaken, because inside was indeed that rare specimen. The talk was about those pre-war coins that Alfred was able to collect in one place. Looking more closely, he realized that he had confused these coins with another currency. There was now no doubt that the guy was holding arcade tokens in his hands, and it was clear that they were genuine and not fake. I wonder where a simple merchant could get such rare tokens. He quickly replied that he had found them in the basement of the Galactic Arcade and wanted to melt them down for copper. If you believe his words, there were still coins left in that place, and you could collect a couple of such bags for yourself. In that case, Martin was willing to take these coins as compensation, and they were quite suitable for his work. Both bags will just cover the costs, because of Albert the work stopped for a long time. In exchange, Martin offered him 4 kilograms of dried meat if he agreed to immediately give him 100 kilograms of tokens. One bag weighed approximately 100 kilograms, which was equal to 40,000 tokens. In business, you can't be short-sighted, and to succeed, you sometimes have to be cunning. Albert wasn't going to argue with him, and if the guy wanted the tokens, he could take them right now. He originally intended to take them to the city to be melted down, and did not think that he would be able to exchange them for valuable goods. Besides the tokens, the guy would also like to take what is in the far drawer. He was ready to reward Albert with 10 kilograms of smoked fish at once, and give him another 50 kilograms of smoked meat. This was also a good offer, and the 200 rounds in his hands were payment for the goods. Soon, both decided to take a short rest, and the merchant began to tell a brief history of his settlement. Next to them was a huge chemical complex, as well as one of the largest landfills. No one has used them since the war, and since then there have been many leaks poisoning the soil. This made their soil unsuitable for plants because it contained too many heavy metals. The ecosystem in their area was very fragile, and arthropod monsters were frequent guests. It was hard to imagine how hard it was for the locals to survive and find suitable land. It was a little funny that the landfill became the only place where you could find anything valuable. Garbage was dumped at this landfill for almost 5 years in a row, and most of the necessary materials did not even decompose. In the current era of the wasteland, the garbage buried there has become a kind of artificial mineral deposit. But they had to get food for themselves in order to stay in this place for a long time, so what did they eat? It turned out that the mutated rats were quite edible, and the locals had long since become accustomed to them. In addition, they learned to make a nutritious paste from processed dangerous insects, a jar of which he was holding in his hands. It looked like simple jelly, but it was unlikely that anything like that could be brought from such places. Smiling widely, Albert prepared to tell him the truth about what was inside. It's hard to believe, but in his hands he was holding a real nutritional mixture made from mutated cockroaches. At first glance, this may seem wild, but this is exactly the mixture that the locals eat. The mere thought of the crushed cockroaches in the jar made Martin feel sick, and it was better not to imagine how anyone could eat this jelly at all. It turned out that cockroaches produce good oil and protein, and after long processing it could be eaten. If Martin was interested, he could try it himself and tell him how the jelly tasted. But he replied with a smile that he was not hungry at all and had recently had a hearty lunch. This guy knew a lot about insects because he had to deal with them every day. Then Albert is probably familiar with mutated leeches and could tell us more about them. If we are talking about giant mutant leeches, then no one would dare to catch them for food. Moreover, in their region you rarely encounter such monsters, and most likely, the reason was the huge number of ants. It's strange. Why did the ants choose their settlement as their home? To make matters worse, there was one mutant that the locals called the ironback ant, and the largest specimens could reach the size of a fist. It had a very strong shell that was highly resistant to corrosion and was quite tough. Next time, Martin would like to see such a specimen in person, and he promised to bring it with him. Soon the boy was already heading back to the office, hoping that Albert had not lied about his return. He had one great idea, and he wanted to get started on it as soon as possible. Regular plastic coins were used as the main currency, and the same thing happened with metal ones. The 2 bags that Albert will bring will contain between 60 and 70,000 coins. For 500 people, these coins will be a good solution, because the brown coins will be used like copper ones. Gray coins could be used like silver ones, and the distribution of rewards was to correspond to the merits of the players. This will not only strengthen governance, but also limit the rights of overly problematic players. It was in Martin's nature to make such decisions, since creating problems was his favorite hobby. Yes, such is human nature, and Martin knew its weak points very well. Upon returning, he had to get down to business, but first decided to visit the general forum. He understood that the players were alone for a long time and could discuss taboo topics among themselves. Some complained that Martin failed to announce the new notice, as if he had done so on purpose. Looking at the monitor, Patricia realized that the most important news was yet to come. She had very few achievements, which ultimately resulted in a negative experience point balance. The new currency helped to quickly solve this problem and understand how much money she had in her account. But Martin was too calculating, and even put the food that had recently been free up for sale. Now, to buy mushrooms with blue caps, you would have to pay in local currency. Ultimately, in this artificial society, the players who had their own small business will start to get rich. With the money earned, you could buy yourself a new title and replenish your reserves even faster. Then it was possible to expand its capabilities and privatize land for future construction. Patricia was delighted by these thoughts, because the more experience points she had, the more land she would have. She was ready to do all of this without fail, and she couldn't wait to get back into the game. This motivation only came about because Martin was a good judge of character. Players behaved in the game exactly the same as they did in real life, so they could be easily manipulated. When the boys log out of the game and see the announcement of the upcoming update, they will be shocked. A few minutes later, he was already going down to see for himself the success. But looking at the brick wall under construction, Martin could not understand who ordered it to be built. It turned out that the new player would be a weapons dealer, so they decided to build a weapons shop for him. The players' activity grew every day, and they began to make such bold decisions themselves. On reflection, it was a good idea, and Martin had no intention of dissuading them. And yet, he could not understand the reason for such activity, as if they were planning something together. Even though he told them that Patricia would soon go into business, it still seemed strange that they took the step forward. As a result, the facade was supposed to appear here very soon, because the foundation for it was completely ready. At the same time, it was necessary to urgently build a bathhouse before the local aquatic inhabitants ate all the bait while the guys were swimming. After a short discussion, the players decided that the next object would be a bathhouse. This was the right decision, because hygiene also could not be forgotten. With renewed vigor, the boys began to do work that Martin had not even asked them to do. Henry's work became much easier because a real metal cauldron was smelted for him. This cauldron was made by 2 craftsmen who managed to learn how to create alloys. Frank hoped that this approach would please the administrator, and he would grant them new powers. There was no problem with this, but it was surprising that the guys were still able to achieve their goal. Even without tools, they managed to make steel of pretty good quality. In other words, Frank and David did something that no other player had ever done before. Martin never thought that players would be able to smelt steel, even if it wasn't of the best quality. They had worked well during this time, and Martin had promised to take care of the distribution of points. David and Frank should be rewarded, and each of them will receive 1,000 points at once. Now all that remains is to wish them bon appetit and go about their business. It looked like they weren't in the wasteland, but were just having a nice time on vacation. But with the arrival of a newcomer, you will have to explain the basics again to someone who was completely unfamiliar with this game. Turning around sharply, both boys noticed another player approaching them. It was Jessica, cheerfully carrying a bowl of soup to Martin. Handing the plate to the administrator, she hoped that he would not refuse and would not go hungry. The girl acted as if feeding Martin was her main responsibility. And yet, one should not forget about that unfortunate mercenary. who was still completely alone. It was she who should have been given this bowl of soup because the girl had not eaten anything since morning. It was clear that food would be the most desired gift, and Catherine's look spoke for itself. She grabbed the offered food with such greed that she drank the entire broth in one gulp. Looking at her, Martin realized that over time the girl had become bolder and was behaving more and more confidently in front of the administrator. Although her limb will not grow back, the wound on Catherine's leg has almost healed. The nanotherapeutic needle saved her life, and it's just a shame that it was the only one. One could only hope that she had not wasted her time and had managed to learn her homework. Luckily, she succeeded and did everything as the administrator ordered. This was great news, and soon we can move on to the main thing. After one day of rest, Catherine will be able to go on her first work shift at the base, which they agreed on at the very beginning. She wondered what the gunsmith did when no one was around, but that was something to talk about later, and now it was only about her communication skills. The local language was a bit more difficult to communicate in, and at first you had to know at least the basic phrases. If this was difficult, Martin's assistant was ready to teach her, because the robot could communicate in any language in the world. The main thing was to follow Martin's instructions and his directions, of which there would be many at first. All the players had long since gotten used to this, so the guy asked them to repeat after him. Yes, he should be called Mr. Administrator, as all the other settlers did. It's good when you are understood at a glance, so the guy hoped that they would work together. As a sign of friendship, the guy handed a lollipop to Catherine, who had not seen anything like it for a long time. By that time, all the players had already left the location, and it was time to look at the forum. It was very stormy there now, especially after the news that was published. Without wasting any time, Martin quickly found the page of the site where all the most interesting things were posted. It hasn't even been 3 days since the last update, and the guy has already released a second one. The renovation was a new building area that had to be surrounded by 4 walls. If players wanted to increase the area for development, they could unite and build a common territory. This meant complete freedom to construct buildings, although some thought this was a bad idea. After all, the areas outside the camp walls were fraught with many dangers, and construction in those places was much more frightening. It must not be forgotten that over time the area of the camp will increase, and all houses in the path of expansion will be confiscated. After 30 days, the owner of the house will receive a notice of forced relocation. For many, this was good news, unless there was an owner of such a house among the players. But the update had already been downloaded, meaning it was too late to complain. Finally, everything was done, and we could breathe a sigh of relief and relax. Spying on others was an interesting pastime for Martin, and he could do it right now. However, it soon became clear that nothing interesting could be found, except the usual nonsense in the chat. There were actually a lot of people on the forum who thought that this game still didn't exist. To select the best candidates among the newcomers, it was now possible to simply look at the player's profile and weed out the unnecessary ones. Everything else that happened on these forums was just plain crap and not worth getting angry about. He himself couldn't wait for the next group of newcomers to arrive at the location. Many players have long developed their physical strength, but they should not forget about their intelligence. Although it was hardly worth expecting this from very young people, who had only endurance at their disposal. Jimmy was glad that now he would become a foreman, and the newcomers would be under his command. There were so many of them that a whole team of workers could have been created if Martin had allowed it. But what can a player with 5 copper coins in his pocket afford? For example, you could rent an axe for 5 hours or any other tools. In addition to rent, this money could be used to buy half a kilogram of wheat or 100 grams of dried meat. In less than an hour, these inexperienced newbies were able to master the rules of the new version, and this could not but please the administrator. Players who had been here for a long time were the first to master the new updates. The main innovation in the 3rd version was the new economic system of the game. In addition to making a significant contribution to the development of the camp, they could work for hire, as the robot recently explained. Oliver also wanted to add that working for hire was not necessary, and it was easier to find daily tasks. Let's say if you cut down 20 trees and took them to the carpenter's shed, you could get 80 points. If you worked hard enough, you could earn 260 points a day on daily quests, which added up to an excellent result. Roderick's 3,000 points were considered one of the best results the players had at that moment. The guy was surprised when he found out that Frank had 5,000 points for a long time. This big guy had outdone him again, which was why Roderick was so angry. They had a lot to discuss, since Martin was releasing new updates too often without warning others. When they first entered the game, the points for chopping wood depended only on the thickness of the log. It's possible that the player responsible for balance was to blame for this, because a character with strong stats was gaining points too easily. That is why Martin suggested that he receive only 2 copper coins, since there was an abundance of logs. To keep working, I had to rent an axe and beg Jimmy for a discount. Woodcutting was Frank's main source of income for a long time, and now the business is closed. Thanks to the high profitability of woodcutting at the very beginning of the game, he was able to get ahead. David had already bought the title of citizen and advised the boys to do the same. Roderick had heard of the title, but still didn't understand why he would spend money on it. But if he wanted to build himself a 3-story house, he should have thought about it as early as possible. The first floor of such a house was always a storage room, and the second and third were allocated to residential areas. It sounded pretty good, and in such a huge house it would even be possible to open a grocery store. This is exactly what David was thinking, as new versions will definitely expand creative possibilities. Martin talked about this from the very beginning. Although all the guys listened to him, he led everything to the point where players began to exchange equipment and supplies, thereby creating a circulation of goods in the settlement. At first it was a regular barter, but after the latest update the points were replaced with currency. Soon their virtual reality will be almost indistinguishable from the real world. This is exactly what those players who agreed to become participants in a realistic project dreamed about. They became those rich players who managed to earn their fortune at the start. But Frank suddenly had a question about what would happen if one of the newcomers found out about this. The smartest of them should have been invited to join their team, so that they wouldn't have time to create their own communities. The second question was where to get money if opportunities were becoming fewer and fewer. Making cement was the highest paying profession at the time, so it was worth doing. If they look closely at the number of buildings, they will understand that it is already too late for this matter. Even if there were vacancies for other positions, they were too boring due to the fixed pay. David suggested another way to them, and a silent question arose in his friend's eyes. The guy still believed that hunting mutants was the only quick way to get rich. He had already seen the prices for prey from such monsters, where they promised to pay 5 silver coins for 1 hyena. For just 1 mutated hyena, you could earn as much as a regular player would earn in a week. That's why David was looking in that direction. And besides, it was possible to hunt deer with the hyenas. With a whole mountain of such loot, they could feel completely different if they combined their forces. Their income will greatly exceed the pay of all other players once the boys learn to hunt together. Frank thought there were about 1,000 mutated animals in the park, which would be enough to make more money than the others. Roderick had experience working with Martin and was able to learn the best hunting techniques. In addition, he remembered the places where there was a lot of game and other areas where it was better not to go. Yesterday, he and the administrator discovered the migration of a whole herd of deer, and the guy remembered their direction. It was Roderick who had the best perception, and in this he could be completely trusted. If problems with firearms begin, they could be replaced by simple spears, crossbows, or slingshots. Oliver had never used a bow and found it difficult to aim. Only once did he have the chance to pick up a professional sports bow, and shooting turned out to be much more difficult than it sounded like. Out of a whole series of shots, the guy never hit the center of the target. At the same time, they didn't have a single professional bow, and with a homemade one, everything would be much worse. David reassured him that experience only comes with time and they would soon learn to shoot. Oliver was a master at setting traps, and that could make up for his lack of experience for a while. Frank will be at the forefront of their squad, and will be able to become the battering ram of the new team. Roderick could be responsible for reconnaissance and searching for prey, especially since the administrator showed many excellent places. With such a team, it's not scary to meet even a hungry mutant because the guys will be waiting for him in ambush. David believed that their efforts were not in vain, and that they would soon achieve great success. While they were discussing their plans, the game administrator was watching them closely from above. Suddenly, he asked the robot if his iron friend knew what the soul of this game was. Martin believed that mathematics was the soul and that it alone determined the success of players. It was a careful balance of numbers that his digital assistant should have known better than anyone else. It was a kind of art that could replace the entire gameplay with just the balance of numbers. For example, under normal conditions, it took a player only 2 or 3 weeks to become a citizen. But when players received the title of citizen and became full users, they received new opportunities. However, the robot believed that the price for such a title was small, and everyone could afford it. This is why players who were already citizens had no problem buying land. After purchasing new land, they had to build something on it to accommodate new users. And for the construction of houses, cement and bricks were needed. While for more permanent buildings, steel was also required. They would also have to maintain the houses so that they did not turn into ugly huts. That's why Martin gave the players only 5 square meters instead of 10, as another administrator would have done. Now the robot understood why Martin had set such strict restrictions from the very beginning. Once the player has built a house for himself, he will have to furnish it with beds, tables, and other furniture. Wood, fur, and handicrafts will drive increased consumption in the camp. Once the participants have played enough, he will start adding new titles and updating their motivation. Weapons, ammunition, food, and fuel will start to become more expensive, and this will provide work for new players who come after the old ones. We can talk about what happens next later, because Martin already had too many plans. The exact number of training capsules in the shelter remained unknown, so in the future, they would have to be created by themselves. He was sure that the great first administrator had created some technology and left it in the shelter. When Martin learns all the secrets, the knowledge that was currently hidden will become available to him. Martin was ready to play big and wanted to motivate the players to work harder in the first stage of his plan. In the second stage, they will try to absorb a group of locals and create a small settlement on its basis. Those players who held the title of citizen will be freed from manual labor and will be engaged in research. Ideally, by the third stage, players should create a semblance of a symbiotic society and rise to a new level of development. In this society, everything will go according to plan, and the first players will have money, friends, and even love. Martin understood that these things don't always go according to plan, so it was worth being prepared for any scenario. Right now, he was laughing like some villain from a movie, and the robot asked the guy to cool down a bit. But looking down at him, the administrator reminded him that the robot had never seen a single villain in his life. It was Martin who saved these guys from their boring routine, giving them an extra 12 hours of life. If this is true, then none of them lost anything, because the players didn't even pay the guy for registration. They were all happy to be in this place and found a new meaning in life. Finally, a balance was reached where this aid was beneficial to all parties. Right now, it was worth looking into the shelter, and the guy told the robot to stay here for a while. The last time they hunted, he and Roderick managed to find a deer trail, and that was the direction the 4 hunters headed. Roderick walked ahead of everyone, because only he knew where to look for game. At the same time, in one of the capsules, Patricia was already ready to appear in the game. After a long break, the girl dreamed of getting back into the game as soon as possible, and being more careful this time. She hoped that now everything would go much better, and she would be able to quickly replenish the lost experience points. She rushed out of her capsule as if she had been absent for 10 years, although she had only left the game for a short time. But you had to be careful, because in this world you had to move around in such a way as not to fall down. 3 days passed, and all this time Patricia was just an observer on the forum, so she got out of the habit of even the simplest tasks. A huge bump on your head will serve as a reminder of how not to behave here. The girl herself did not understand how she survived 3 sleepless nights waiting to return to the game. Turning around abruptly, she saw the administrator walking towards her with quick steps. It was as if Martin knew in advance that she would appear here and came to meet her. For her stupid misdeeds, she had to ask Martin for forgiveness in the hope that he would understand everything. But there was no point in approaching him with stupid requests. It was better to get straight to the point. Moreover, Patricia had nothing to apologize to him for, because she only needed to think about her future in the game. The only way to truly ask for forgiveness from the one responsible for the entire team's results was to take on a new task. If she didn't mix anything up, then 2 blue suits were allocated for each capsule. And if the girl dies again in the game, then she will have to run naked for some time. Although Jessica has already made a small batch of fur garments, wearing them without underwear would be too risky. Not to mention that Patricia's most prominent body parts may not fit into the new suit. According to the rules, the girl should have had 500 points confiscated, but now she didn't even have that. It's a pity that everything turned out this way. Although she was ready for any punishment, Patricia's punishment was designed to teach her the ultimate lesson in surviving in the wasteland. Courage alone is not enough here, and you need to use your brains to avoid getting into similar situations. Her personal mission will be to obtain 100 kilograms of supplies, namely wild berries, vegetables, and mushrooms. Until the task is completed, the girl's title will be demoted to that of a delinquent. It's worth remembering that her points are too few to pay the fine, and if she dies, she will remain in the capsule forever. Looking at him, she realized that the guy was not joking, and this time everything was for real. Patricia was ready to accept any conditions and promised that she would never die again. This was enough to take her word for it and wait for the next results. However, turning around, he asked her to wait 1 more minute. Martin had something in his backpack for the newly arrived player, and it needed to be shown. Suddenly, he took out a can of food, which in this world was considered a very rare food. Opening the jar, Martin looked at her, realizing that the girl was very hungry. Surprisingly, the canned food was preserved as well as if it had just been produced. It might have been worth checking her for toxins, although that was unlikely to be possible here. This poor woman even started to salivate at the sight and smell of the open can. If she wanted to eat it, she should have said so right away, while the can was still open. It was clear without words that she was so hungry that she was ready to eat at least 10 of these cans. Perhaps she could notice something amiss in the meat, such as green lumps. But she didn't see anything bad and had a hard time restraining herself from attacking the jar. To her, the administrator seemed like such a kind person that now she just wanted to eat him with her eyes. This was great news, which meant the bank could safely close. With a smile, the guy admitted that he simply wanted to know her opinion and had no intention of treating Patricia. Yes, if it was possible to come up with a punishment, this turned out to be the most sophisticated. She couldn't hold back her tears, because you can't mock a hungry person like that. After going outside, the girl walked silently towards the main base for some time, thinking about what had happened. It was hard to believe that Martin would do that. But he really did treat her the same way he treated everyone. Suddenly, she noticed a new object ahead, and it became clear that the guys had not been sitting idle. While she was gone, they managed to build a new sauna on the site of the recent ruins. Besides, the gun shop was also a completely new building, and it took some time to get everything set up. It remains to be seen whether this was another update from the administrator, or whether the players built it all themselves. She had only been gone 3 days, but it felt like an eternity. Looking around, Patricia noticed new players she had never seen here before. Everywhere there were newcomers who immediately took up the task and quickly learned a new craft. They were busy with work and did not want to be distracted by conversations. Martin had to build a fence and barricades today, so the guys were in a hurry to get it done before sunset. For each fence built, the guys will receive 5 silver coins and another 500 points to boot. If enemies attack, they can move the 2 fences, and these gates will not allow intruders to enter the center of the shelter. By the way, was it worth worrying so much about the requirements for the fence, or was it more important to just build it? The question was stupid, and the partner reminded them that only the fence could save their lives at the last moment. If robbers or mutants invade here, you can wrap the fences with barbed wire and throw stones at the enemies from an ambush. It seemed like the two were actually preparing to defend themselves, as if Martin was expecting uninvited guests soon. By that time, a new local currency had appeared, which Patricia did not know about from the forum. In addition, new missions have appeared in the workshop, although previously all the tasks were hanging on wooden signs. The changes were too big, and the punishment quest needed to be completed quickly. Without wasting any time, she ran to work and hoped to find a container for the mushrooms faster. Oddly enough, she was unable to find a single container in this location for 2 hours. There was nothing nearby that would help her complete her mission and collect wild berries or plants. But opposite her, she suddenly saw a man who could help her. This newcomer had also arrived here recently and was now waiting for the next visitors. The buckets next to him were empty, and they could be very useful to her for completing the task of collecting mushrooms and berries. As Patricia approached the table, she realized that this guy already knew about her sad story of death in the game. From the very beginning of the game, she was the only one who managed to die almost immediately after registration. It seemed that everyone already knew about her failure, and the girl could hardly contain her anger. There was no need to remind her about this 100 times. It would have been better to just give her those damn buckets. For one small bucket, she must pay 1 copper coin, and only then can she take them. Yes, you have to pay for rusty junk, which means you won't get anything for free now. The guy admitted that he was a simple trader and simply followed the general rules of the game. But if he is so smart, he should have guessed that a new player does not have money. However, the guy did not give in, because they would skin him alive if he gave the bucket away for free. My God, she didn't ask for anything expensive. She just wanted to take these 2 useless rusty buckets. To her surprise, each newcomer was now given 5 copper coins, and only Patricia received nothing. She probably managed to offend the administrator, and their relationship deteriorated greatly. This was more bad news for the girl, who was already barely holding back her anger. If you think about it, she already suffered her punishment, so why punish her even more? Suddenly, she heard a familiar female voice, which became her salvation. Turning around, she saw in front of her the only person who could help her. It was her old friend Jessica, and she herself offered to pay for the buckets. It was unexpected that after everything that happened, she herself offered to help Patricia. Because in the first days, their relationship did not work out. She had 2 heavy skins in her hands, and they could easily be used to pay for everything. As agreed, the board was now lying on the table, and the guy just had to write it down in his notebook. This was a great success for him, because 2 hyena fur coats were very valuable. As he wrote down the deal, Jessica was already imagining her tall friend's joy. A little later, when she improves her skills, she will be able to save a lot of money and buy a plot of land. But looking at Patricia, the girl realized that she shouldn't be too happy in front of her. She was the most unhappy of all the players in this location, because the administrator treated her worse and worse every day. Jessica didn't think that she would be the only one who could die in the first few days. But that's exactly what happened. Now Patricia had to apologize for her terrible behavior towards Jessica. They had had arguments before, but now Patricia realized that she had found a truly good friend. But you shouldn't look at it like that, because one copper coin was worth almost nothing here. She will have time to repay the debt a little later, but for now it is better for her to go on her mission. It's strange, but the girl paid for these buckets so easily, as if she already had a good sum of money in reserve. In any case, it was time to forget the old quarrels, because the new life required a lot of effort from them. The costumes won't sew themselves, and without Jessica's help, many players will be left without a uniform. Patricia couldn't just leave, because she wanted to help the only girl she had met here. Grabbing the heavy bucket, the girl decided that she could easily carry it to the workshop herself. She could carry 2 heavy buckets at once, but for Jessica, it would have been too difficult. You shouldn't snatch the bucket out of her hands and refuse the help that she so persistently offers you. She couldn't let her friend bend her back and ruin her health because of heavy buckets. All she had to do was tell him where her workshop was, and Patricia would have easily delivered the buckets. But she was not at all happy about such intrusive help, believing that she could cope on her own. Meanwhile, Jimmy continued to work in his carpentry shed, which he had recently built himself. His work became better every day, and the bows he created were of excellent quality. Another task completed, and 2 silver coins were almost in his pocket. Having carefully hung the bow on the wall, he understood that planing alone would not be enough. Now it was necessary to make 20 wooden bows capable of piercing the skull of a mutated hyena. Initially, the guy was going to work with black gunpowder, but the reward for this task seemed more attractive. If he manages to make at least 5 bows a day, he will receive a basic profit. Now it was time to focus on work, and then it would be possible to buy land and build a house for myself. Suddenly, a man he had not expected to see at all slowly walked up to him. David was covered in blood and grimly asked Jimmy for 20 more new arrows. The guy didn't expect David to use them up so quickly, because the arrows could be reused. But such fragments were hardly suitable for reuse, and the arrows urgently needed to be replaced with new ones. After that, he dumped the broken arrows on the floor, which could no longer be used to hunt monsters. The quality of these arrows turned out to be disgusting, so the hunters had to return to base. Taking the arrow fragment, Jimmy tried to understand why his manufacturing technology had failed. It was necessary to figure out how to improve production, since the tips were attached to the wood with only resin. For the next batch of arrows, the boy asked for 4 silver coins, and Henry quickly paid him. Finally, the friend wished Jimmy a good hunt, although he should first think about the reliability of his product. David could try out his new weapon since ease of use was guaranteed. Having decided to do without innovations, the guy hastened to get rid of the intrusive offers. Jimmy knew from experience that testing this inventor's new products could easily mean saying goodbye to life. But Jimmy didn't mean anything like that, and there was no point in running away as if he had seen a mutant. Are his inventions so frightening to other players that they are ready to run away just to avoid standing next to him? It was the first day of testing the new version of the game, and the players were showing excellent results. The 3-meter-high concrete structure not only ensured everyone's safety, but also opened up new opportunities. Previously, Martin would, as usual, take his comrades to the shelter to protect them from monsters. Now, thanks to the new structure, the boys could stay outside until their characters ran out of energy. As a precaution, he forbade them from using fire or blast furnaces so as not to attract attention. The mutant tribe from the street was a real problem, and for a while it was better to be careful. In addition to the walls, the guys successfully built a gun shop and a sauna near the shelter. In the past, they had to go out to the lake to wash, but today they could maintain hygiene right on the base. They were still severely limited in resources due to the small volume of the water reservoir, so someone will still have to go to the lake to get water to refill the vessel on the roof. That's why Martin came up with the idea of making the entrance to the sauna a paid service and charging 5 copper coins from everyone. This must have helped, because soon a new position of water carrier appeared, which was also paid in local currency. The other players also surprised him greatly and exceeded all expectations with their achievements. The 4 first settlers lived up to their title as game veterans, skillfully conducting reconnaissance and hunting. Thanks to their strong alliance, they achieved impressive results and were able to obtain supplies faster. The proceeds from the extracted resources amounted to 55 silver coins, of which 43 coins they received for the mutated hyenas. The meat of these mutants was difficult to obtain, but they still asked Henry to cook it into a decent meal. They were also able to open a barn at the base, which sold food to all other players. Most players earned 1 silver coin for a couple of hours of work, and only by hunching over every day could they provide themselves with food. After the walls were built, the need for fortifications and hauling bricks was greatly reduced, and now all that was left was to supply more provisions. Martin decided to lower the prices of weapons in the carpenter's workshop and offer players to order their delivery. This way, players will be able to earn money by receiving rewards and accumulating combat experience. Martin himself not only received surplus food, but also assembled a squad of motivated fighters. This allowed us to create a huge advantage for ourselves and solve our problems for a couple of years ahead. It was a great plan, and its virtual reality was becoming more and more like the ordinary world. Everything here was real, and in order to have a peaceful dinner, you had to work hard. Only Patricia could look at the mouths of those lucky ones who learned to earn their living. The girl herself was salivating from hunger and would be glad if someone shared with her. Reaching out for the piece in her partner's hands, she hoped that he would take pity and share the food. But she hoped in vain, because none of the players were ready to part with their food, which was becoming increasingly difficult to obtain. Patricia had no money, and with tears in her eyes she rushed away. Once alone, the girl realized that all she could do was eat the mushrooms she could find. It's strange. Why did they give currency to all the other newbies, but she was left with nothing? At that moment, a man appeared next to her again, who was now much more experienced than her. Sitting down next to her, Jessica no longer saw the arrogant beauty in front of her, realizing that Patricia had changed a lot. It turns out that you could have treated her to your bowl of soup before the girl died in the game for the second time. She had a lot of food, so she could easily give away her portion. Patricia was so hungry that she didn't even have time to thank her friend and ate everything in seconds. She managed to have dinner, but from tomorrow she will have to work like everyone else. The girl once again had to thank Jessica for coming to the rescue again. She couldn't even hold back her tears, realizing that only this little angel was her savior. But if she had pressed her any tighter, fragile Jessica risked suffocating in those lush embraces. Meanwhile, it got dark outside, and it was time for all the players to go home. It was necessary to call everyone together in one place and send each player to their capsule. Turning around abruptly, the guy realized that today was supposed to be a meeting with the lost player. Martin understood that the one who came was most likely that same lizard. Just in case, he looked into the system window again to confirm his guess. And indeed, next to the gate was the lizard, who had long been considered missing. Martin ordered the boys to immediately open the gates and let in their old friend, their old buddy. Opening the heavy wooden fortifications, they saw before them a lizard, whose body was stained with blood. It's strange. Why did he come here in the middle of the night and covered in blood? It seemed that this giant had just emerged from a protracted battle, otherwise his appearance could not be explained. The guys wanted to understand as soon as possible what happened to him, and where he had been all this time. There were wounds on his body from the marauders who attacked him, and this is most likely what made him disappear. And indeed, the lizard said that there was a marauder camp nearby. It was located approximately 1.5 kilometers north of the abandoned construction site where it was discovered. If it weren't for this ridiculous accident, this fight could have been avoided. The lizard assured that he had no intention of provoking anyone and wanted to remain unnoticed until the very end. But while he was disguised, the Marauder Patrol was still able to spot him, and this unplanned meeting took place. Unfortunately, there were 3 of them at once, so he had no choice but to fight. The lizard fought back as best he could, and that was the only way he could survive and return back. From what he told, Martin realized that the lizard had lost that fight, and the 3 guys had turned out to be stronger. Now he just needed to rest in the training capsule and talk about everything else in the morning. The training capsules were a place that accelerated regeneration, and the wounds in them healed quickly. The lizard did not argue, and hoped that he would soon be able to come to his senses. There was not a single living place on him, and the sortie to the Marauders' camp turned out to be too difficult a mission for him. If that was the case, then somewhere near them there was a group of dangerous killers that it was better not to meet. It was worth saving up money and buying a firearm. Otherwise, the same thing could happen to them. But instead of talking, it was worth helping to finish the work for today and move the remaining bricks. True, besides the danger for the guys, this was also a great chance, which doesn't happen often. Their base was located too inconveniently, and the possibilities for its expansion were severely limited. Martin could only change the situation in his favor by engaging in a duel with the Marauders. Soon, all users logged out of their profiles, and new discussions could be checked on the forum. First, it was worth feeding the new settler, who had been alone in the shelter all this time. She had already gotten used to waiting for Martin every evening, and hoped that the guy had not changed his mind. He was still holding a plate of food in his hands, as if he was courting Catherine. It is clear that she was very hungry, since she ate all the food that was brought to her down to the last crumb. After eating, she should continue to memorize all the phrases of their language, and not relax until she learned everything. Martin sat comfortably in his computer chair, hoping that there would be something to read on the forum. Many players have found that the factory north of the abandoned square has become a haven for looters. It was these guys that the lizard came across and eventually had to flee. The fight was not fatal, except for the cost of damaged fur on the tail. All these were little things, and the administrator began to continue watching new discussions. Information was constantly distorted and users reworked what happened in reality. Worst of all, some players blatantly lied to Martin when they were in the location with him. The most offensive thing is that it was the lizard who turned out to be the player who told him the fictitious story about the marauders. But if you think about it too often, Martin will only spoil his mood and not do the main thing. It would have been better to just read the comments, where you can also find a lot of useful information. The lizard will have to prove itself in the future when the update with the ability to take photos comes out. Martin understood well the fighting power of these marauders, because they had many skills in addition to weapons. The entire forum was filled with abuse directed at the lizard, so it was better to look at other topics. It seems that one of the newcomers who joined the second version of the game was active. This was good news, and another high-quality user joined Martin's team. Right now, they desperately needed players who could make a real contribution to the common cause. It doesn't matter that some people consider the low price for food unfair, because the administrator could afford much more than others. It was not profitable to buy from other users, so they had to continue trading only with each other. In addition, the game provided for the replacement of a partner, and in the future, such combinations could bring a high percentage of successful missions. From a player's perspective, this was a really nice addition to the game and could greatly increase the overall interest. However, for the shelter it was a completely different story, and so Martin seriously puzzled over this problem. If you think about it, everything in this shelter, including even the players' bodies, belonged only to the administrator. Moreover, he had no intention of giving away his materials without benefit, and when he encountered suspicious people, he did not fall for their cheap tricks. Due to the special rules of the local market dictated by Mr. Lee, even Martin could not use his sales skills. The same social norms reigned in this wasteland as among the complete scum and scoundrels. Instead of allowing the exchange of goods, it was much more profitable to simply bring along more firearms. There was no point in encouraging players to trade with local dealers, since any major deal had to be done under his supervision. For example, it would be possible to create a fixed caravan, for which all routes would be planned and items for sale would be agreed upon in advance. This way, it was possible to involve players with little experience and simplify the entire trading process. Yes, free trade was an interesting idea, and it was very similar to the real world. In that case, someone would have to be gotten rid of, and the best way was to simply give them complete freedom of action. In the end, the guys themselves will decide who from their team is superfluous and who should leave the game. At the end of the day, the system awarded him 30 bonus points, which was a pretty good reward. 2 mid-level mystery boxes could be opened right now. As a reward, he received 2 packages of hemostatic dressing and, in addition to it, a couple of other items. The box of antibiotics contained 12 oral capsules, which could also come in handy. A single dose of 100 grams could improve immunity, and the pack contained 5 such portions. In his hands he held the legendary item that the system had been unable to give him for a long time. Martin decided to put the whole pack in his mouth at once, and instead of a single boost, get the entire exhaust at once. But if he continues to consume so much of this substance, the guy risks leaving the game himself before any user. All that was left was a bottle of soy sauce and a whole bunch of lollipops, of which there were already too many. If that's all, it was worth getting some rest and finally going to bed before 3 o'clock in the morning. As he left the room, the guy already understood that the girl would be alone again for a long time. It's scary to imagine what it's like to sit in one place for days on end and do almost nothing. Tomorrow will be a special day for Catherine, as it will be her first day on the job on Martin's team. The new owner of the gun shop was preparing for her debut and had almost learned all the necessary words. She looked up and saw that Martin was still there and wanted to tell her something. The guy prepared something new for her, without which Catherine will not be able to start the working day. It was clear that it was meant for her, because who else would need crutches except for that mercenary who lost her leg? In the future, she should get a prosthesis, but for now, Catherine was happy with these crutches. She seemed to be holding up well, and stood up to her full height for the first time in a long time. The girl admitted that she still felt like a prisoner, with whom Martin could do whatever he wanted. But it was time to stop the stupid talk, and later, the guy intended to explain to her the purpose of this mission. Today, Catherine had to show everything she had learned from studying the notes in Martin's office. The sunlight hit my eyes immediately, and I had to get used to it after a long time in the dark. Catherine was surprised at how quickly the boys were able to build a wall, and their shelter was taking on a new look. This is enough to keep out street urchins, but against giant monsters such gates are useless. During the mutant invasion, you need to think about another defense that can truly protect them. Only now Martin learned that in the post-apocalyptic world, monsters attack unprotected settlements in whole groups. Such attacks were common in the Outer Ring, and Martin was unlikely to encounter them in such a wasteland. Groups of these creatures migrated from the vicinity of the Middle Ring, moving ever closer to the Outer One. Yes, these individuals were incredibly strong, but it was impossible to understand their danger from stories alone. It was worth seeing such an invasion in person, because some of the individuals were striking in their size. If the mutants migrate from the inner city to the north, they will surely pass by the survivors' fortress. War with them will be inevitable, and the squad of players will have to fight to the last. The mercenary squad that Catherine was in faced monster invasions several times and lost many people in such battles. As long as they kept to their own group, the danger was not so great. In order to restore trade and production as quickly as possible, the chieftains spared no expense on mercenaries and ammunition. Many poor people from the slums became fighters during such invasions, because it was easy to earn a lot of money. The thought of this invasion made Catherine fall silent for a moment, hoping that it would not happen again. Martin himself saw such mutants several times, and remembered that they were very afraid of light. Mutated hyenas, jackals, and other monsters do not like creatures of other species, and most often see them as their prey. Therefore, these monsters usually gather in caves or dungeons, waiting for the next newcomer. Such an inexperienced settler became easy prey for these monsters, stumbling upon them in narrow places. This was very useful information, and later Martin decided to update the official game database. But now this was not the most important thing, and it was worth returning to where they started. The gun shop opened today, and Catherine will be its first customer. Now it was her workplace, and in the future, Martin would be able to build something more familiar for her. Although this building was quite comfortable, especially since the gun shop was already ready for work. If any questions arose, Catherine could turn to his mechanical assistant, so there should be no difficulties. Every player was friendly, so there was no need to be shy about asking them for help. But it is unlikely that Catherine would ask for help from people she did not know at all. It was a bit strange to hear Martin call his settlers players. What did he mean by that? She shouldn't have tried to understand the local dialect, because once she got used to the local shelter and mastered the language, the girl would learn everything. Each sale must be recorded in a notebook, and he will check this work journal every day. Even the cheapest rifle cost 100 silver coins, and players couldn't afford it yet. At first, there would be little work, and in her free hours she should do some rifle repairs. It was also her responsibility to help Martin make weapons and ammunition to the best of her ability. This place looked much better than the cold-floored room where she had spent her last days. A new feeling came over her, because this workplace reminded her of her old life. Just like at the mercenary base, there were rifles with description signs hanging everywhere here too. If Martin really thought she would perform a miracle, he shouldn't have hoped for it. It was stupid to think that she could assemble a real weapon from the improvised means that she found in this store. If he really wants her to collect weapons, Martin should think about the right tools. However, if she was ready to take on the task, the guy could get everything he needed. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Catherine said loudly that she would not be able to do even the simplest thing without an electric lathe. Since mercenaries use homemade weapons, they often have difficulty replenishing ammunition. During times like these, Catherine had to do everything necessary to support her group on her own. The girl made weapons and bullets, although she could not afford high-end machines. But among what she saw before her, there was nothing that could help her. Not to mention the electricity that is so necessary for the production of weapons. If she needed anything else, she should have said so right now before Martin left. Even better, if Catherine makes a list of what is needed and adds a few sketches. If everything works out, players will be able to get her materials or buy them in a neighboring settlement. A lathe, pliers, and a hammer were the most basic tools for this job. Yes, it was easier to just draw them, because the guys had probably never heard of such a craft in their lives. With the pictures, it will be much easier for them to find everything on the market, and local weapons dealers will immediately guess what was meant. Soon, everything was ready, and the treasured list was in Martin's hands. Looking into it, he realized that the drawings should be labeled to make it easier for the guys to choose the right things from among the other junk. A little later, he found himself at a post where the same player was on duty every day. Having handed him a piece of paper, the guy ordered him to get the items from the drawings as quickly as possible. If other players come here to sell something, you need to tell them the administrator's words about the new task. When time comes, this guy should make several copies of the plans himself, attach one to the door, and give the other to the guys. Looking at the list, the guard tried for a long time to make out the drawings, which were difficult to make out. Then he realized that the cost of making such items was prohibitive. 10 silver coins could be obtained for just making a turning tool, and that's how much the workers in the workshop earned in a whole day. Moreover, he had not just one quest in his hands, but several expensive orders at once. The mission was considered completed even if a seller of these items was simply found, although it is unlikely that players will find such a thing in the wasteland. Martin hoped that the players' resourcefulness in the face of a lack of resources would produce good results. When the number of users grew to 50 people, there would be several players in this crowd who could solve the problem. 2 days later, as Martin had hoped, the players did not disappoint him. Those of them who had some knowledge of metallurgy in real life were able to make the tools in just 2 days. Among the finished castings were a precision tool, a turning tool, and an excellent milling cutter. There were also other useful items that Catherine didn't even ask for. These products were not as good as real factory tools, but they could still be used to assemble weapons. In the warehouse, 2 guys earned 80 silver coins between them, 40 coins each. Martin returned to the conversation so quickly that he caught the girl off guard. But all the items that were written down in her assignment actually fell out of his bag. Standing in front of her, the guy just hoped that all these parts would fit and she could start working. Taking the first tool she came across, Catherine realized that they were quite suitable for making bullets, if they could get their hands on seamless steel tubing. Catherine might even be able to help him make simple rifles. Imagine her surprise when Martin suddenly said that all of this was made by his settlers. She didn't expect that there would be such high-level masters among them who could create something like this. This would have impressed anyone, and it was clear that Martin was recruiting only the best for his team. However, Martin's team lacked strong players, and this gap had to be filled somehow. Not everyone was as poor as they were, and many could afford armies armed to the teeth. Such clans had drones with neural interfaces and even the latest armored vehicles. The clans were so powerful that they could raze an entire city to the ground. But for some reason they still hadn't raided Martin's hideout. Perhaps they simply didn't see the point, since there was nothing of value there. There was simply nothing to mine in these ruins, which meant that spending military resources on them was pointless. Meanwhile, Patricia found herself a new occupation and did not miss the chance to sell mushrooms. She loudly called out to customers, praising the delightful aroma of her products. The mushrooms really looked good and many people wanted to try them. At one point, a crowd of players gathered around her, discussing whether mushrooms were edible. If they could be eaten by people with sensitive skin, one of the players was willing to take the risk. The girl immediately assured me that these were just ordinary mushrooms and that they would not cause hallucinations. If anyone doubted it, she was ready to demonstrate it herself in front of everyone. After eating one mushroom, Patricia was completely fine, and it seemed that the girl had even been transformed. This was excellent advertising, and many were ready to buy 2 kilograms of mushrooms at once. By the end of the day, she had earned a fortune that was not available to everyone. Finally, she could feel rich, because this was the money she had been working for. Catherine's gun shop was also busy, though not as busy as the mushroom sellers. Suddenly, the guys realized that the new owner of the store was standing right in front, because the administrator himself had put her there. Listening to their conversations, Catherine at first could not grasp the essence of the conversation. She simply introduced herself as the owner of a gun store, ready to answer any question. Looking at Catherine, the guys for some reason decided that they were seeing a bot in front of them, not a person. The rifle on the wall sold for 100 silver coins, and did not inspire enthusiasm among the players. They expected to find nothing unusual here and decided to return to their previous business. Although in reality, many simply could not afford weapons, and only pretended that they did not like them. Gradually, the girl became irritated by their comments about the quality of the weapons, and she just wanted to leave. It was no coincidence that Martin chose her for the role of gunsmith, because she understood this craft better than others. However, on the forums, users more often laughed at Catherine than praised her talent in weapons making. They attached pictures of a girl holding a rifle to their messages in the hopes of entertaining local users. A stylish studded belt and glasses were also sold in the shop as accessories, but they were too expensive. All this time, while the players were discussing the new weapon shop, Martin carefully read their comments. It was about that girl who was standing next to me, but there was something wrong with her. Instead of talking about her day, she immersed herself again in learning the local language. It was even better this way, because soon she would be able to learn all the difficult words and would communicate differently with visitors. Suddenly, Catherine realized that Martin was looking at her in a special way, as if he had been hesitating for a long time to say something. Finally, she couldn't stand it any longer and asked loudly why the guy was looking at her with such eyes. In fact, Catherine had never changed her clothes since her arrival, and this needed to be corrected. You could expect anything, but not an administrator who cares about such things. She could relax because the guy just needed her measurements to pick out clothes. Realizing that he had expressed himself incorrectly, Martin turned abruptly back to the monitor. Asking about measurements was a bit rude, so he decided to ask Jessica to take her measurements. The next morning, the girl already had in her hands a task that was paid more generously than the previous ones. Today, a replenishment of players was expected, who were already rushing to leave the starting locations. When they saw the local scenery, it became clear that this game was truly realistic. Players immediately felt like they had sun rays on their faces, just like in real life. The technology of their time was amazing, and such discoveries could even make you cry. Martin had long since become accustomed to such reactions, and was not surprised that this world had impressed them so much. Turning to them, he offered the newcomers to change this rotting world for the better, which they cannot do in reality. With his help, this team will be able to become truly strong, and then apply their skills in the real world. With their own hands, each of them could change their destiny, and at least achieve everything they wanted in the game. It was a great motivator, and players with special talents could raise their hand and ask for a more challenging task. Among the experienced players, there were immediately those who were looking for newcomers with a high-strength indicator in order to chop down trees faster. The guy immediately came across one of these newcomers, and it was with him that he wanted to talk first. Judging by the look of it, he won't even have to learn a new craft, because the saw and axe seem to have been made for him. However, the axe could be used to chop down not only trees but also huge mutants if they jumped out of the bushes. This news immediately made the guy happy, because the danger of the battle with mutants could be felt as if it were real. He was already imagining how he would fight the local creatures, among whom were armed marauders. As usual, Martin watched from above as the newcomers entered the game. As he thought, the experienced players could be relied upon, and they quickly got down to business. The only thing that was upsetting was that among the obedient newcomers, no one had the lizard's peculiarity. However, he was intrigued by two talented players whose characteristics needed to be studied. One of them, at first glance, seemed useless, but any experienced person understood its peculiarity. Another interesting talent was possessed by one clever player who could calculate the trajectory of objects in advance. Besides these two, the guy noticed a few more unusual players that were worth thinking about. For example, among them, there was a guy who was well versed in shelter development and territory exploration. Some were well acquainted with different types of plants, and could easily distinguish poisonous ones. Surely these guys will intuitively understand the strengths of their talents even without Martin's help. Meanwhile, the first 4 participants headed to a residential complex north of the park. David decided that he should first check the area for movement and monsters. Roderick, who had already managed to hone his main skill, could easily handle this. Opening his eyes abruptly, he realized where to look, because right in front of them was an important object. This object turned out to be a deer, seriously wounded by 2 arrows and lying right in the middle of the road. Coming closer, it became clear that the animal had been dead for a long time, but who had hunted here before them. The second arrow was sticking out of his neck and did not resemble the arrows of the settlers of their shelter. David clearly remembered shooting the deer from behind and not being able to hit it directly in the neck. He was not mistaken, because the next second that same hunter appeared right in front of him. The guy who shot didn't expect to meet anyone in these wastelands except game, monsters, or marauders. But right now, one of those strange 4 guys dressed in identical suits was looking at him. David tried to understand who this young man was and why he was hunting alone, and his guys, realizing that he could escape, immediately blocked his path from both sides with spears. He should have dropped his weapon immediately, because David and his guys quickly surrounded him. It turns out that Donald was not mistaken, and they really were local marauders. He would agree to anything, just not to become a victim of these dangerous people. Jumping sharply to the side, he instantly pulled the string of his bow, aiming an arrow at the marauders. David realized that everything happened too quickly, and the arrowhead was almost at his face. Only at the last second did he manage to dodge, and the arrow only scratched his face. The answer to this was to grab the bastard and explain the rules of the game to him. 3 guys would have been enough for this, especially since Donald had few arrows left. In addition, the boys could arm themselves with a simple stone, since Martin had managed to teach them how to throw various objects. The rock hit Donald square in the forehead, and that was the start of a group attack that this guy couldn't fight off. The slingshot in Roderick's hands came in very handy, because it was possible to leave the guy alive, but deprive him of the opportunity to fight. Almost immediately after the start, David was able to deftly knock the knife out of his hands, intending to grab it right away. However, Frank could easily have done this, especially since he was closest to the target. Donald didn't understand what this gang of marauders wanted from him, because he had nothing of value. Yes, this guy was very strong, but Frank was also famous for his physical strength. It remained to decide what to do with this violator, and how to deliver him to the settlement. His bow should have been kept away from Donald so that he wouldn't do anything stupid. On closer inspection, Oliver realized that he really didn't have any valuable items other than his bow and arrows. There was also a hunting knife, but it can hardly be considered of great value. It's a shame they never managed to get any truly rare items, although the settler from the neighboring shelter might have had something more interesting. He didn't calm down, continuing to insist that they had caught the wrong person and should release him immediately. It's a pity, but the guys didn't understand a word, as if he was speaking a foreign language. This living captive could be sold for 5 silver coins, since the dead ones were worth much less. And yet the guys decided to take him to the shelter, because only Martin could decide what to do in such cases. When they arrived at the place, Donald at first could not understand which clan this shelter belonged to. The blue uniform made these people stand out from other clans, as if they were Secret Service agents. He started shouting so loudly that Ronald became seriously worried that Martin would start to get very nervous because of this. It was completely useless, because the guys still didn't understand a word he said. The killed deer came at just the right time, and Henry realized that there would be more work today. He was willing to pay 12 silver pieces for this deer, and David could easily sell him the carcass for that price. Henry already held the prepared coins in his hands, with which he paid his friend. Then a huge carving knife appeared in his hands, and the guy's eyes sparkled with excitement before cutting up the game. He handled the carcass so deftly that Donald couldn't take his eyes off it for a long time. All that was left was to hope that these guys didn't eat human flesh, and that Henry wouldn't start cutting up his carcass with the same enthusiasm. Meanwhile, a familiar voice was heard in the distance, and Oliver realized that the administrator had arrived on time. They were going to show him the man the boys had managed to capture. Martin could not understand where they could have captured this prisoner, if they had been hunting near the shelter all this time. It turned out that they came across him while hunting, and this weirdo himself shot David with a bow. In that case, it was worth untying him and paying David the due reward. Donald continued to look at the strange guy who was apparently in charge here. He quickly introduced himself and hoped that Martin wouldn't kill him too quickly. This guy was not at all aggressive and pretended that he was glad to meet them. Unexpectedly, the stranger helped him up and apologized for his guys who had treated him too roughly. This was truly surprising, because not only their costumes, but also the friendliness of the leader distinguished the clan from all the others in the wasteland. The people behind him didn't seem as friendly as Martin, as if the guy had been hiding something all this time. He claimed with a smile that they were simply his companions doing their job. True, they surrounded him on all sides, and anyone in his place would have doubted Martin's words. For the sake of story progression, they were willing to accept another person into the team if Donald agreed to it. True, at first I wanted to know what Donald was doing in these places and where his father and older brother were. His eyes did not deceive him, and Martin was indeed a man he had known for a very long time. Donald explained that his father had recently been shot in the arm by a marauder, and the wound was very serious. His brother was bitten several times by a hyena while he was trying to help his father escape from that terrible place. They eventually managed to escape, but now the father is holding up rather poorly, although the wound on his arm has almost healed. The boy wasn't sure his brother would survive the winter, but he hoped that Belle would be able to take care of him. Hyenas and vultures hunted in very similar ways and were not too picky about their prey. When they couldn't find a victim, they fed on carrion, and in the worst case, ate the same mutants. Therefore, hyenas' fangs were always full of bacteria, which meant Donald's brother was very unlucky. If he could bring him to Martin's settlement, then perhaps he could help him with something. This was great news, and it was worth just getting him here to save his life. Martin was very kind to his family, and it was a pity that Donald had never noticed it before. He should have apologized to him for the past, which the guy had probably already forgotten. One day, Donald dug up and ate a horned yam planted near his door, thinking that it had never sprouted. It was already in the distant past, and besides, Martin made a mistake when he planted him. It's hard to argue with that, since Donald knew from experience that it was impossible to grow anything this way. Each piece should have at least 2 sprouts, and then before planting it should be smeared with wood ash. With this method, they grew fully in a couple of months, which Martin only found out about today. It could then be cut into smaller pieces, some of which would become seeds for new crops in the future. After listening to him to the end, Martin was very surprised that this big guy knew how to plant yams himself. Martin will have a job for this guy next spring if he doesn't change his mind. There were more important things to do now, so Donald should have just brought his older brother here. Luckily, Donald didn't have to wait long, and soon the players were meeting him. He carried his brother on his shoulders so quickly that some began to worry that the boy might trip and make things worse for his brother. Now it was worth simply placing it on a wooden table and trusting Martin and his closest associates. Judging by the appearance of this big guy, the injury was indeed very serious, and his life was in danger. Given the local level of medicine, he would certainly not have survived this infection, and would have died soon after. The wounds from the hyena bites were not only deep, but also infected with a deadly disease. The color of the pus in the wound immediately revealed a bacterial infection, which could easily kill someone in these wastelands. This is precisely why the system rewarded Martin with a means to solve such problems. Martin handed Donald a pill and told him to give it to his brother and then just wait. The guy did as the administrator ordered without delay, and soon the pill was in the patient's mouth. Wood ash also came in handy, as it could cover the wound and protect against infection. This material was perfect for their purpose, and it was good that it could still be obtained in the post-apocalyptic world. It had good sterilizing properties, which Martin had read about in a herbal reference book. In just 5 minutes, his brother's face was transformed. It seemed as if the pill had worked almost instantly. This method proved to be very effective, and Martin hoped that he could help his players in similar situations. Donald couldn't believe what was happening and prayed for his brother's life. Soon the first movements appeared on his face, and everyone heard the quiet voice of this guy. And a second later, he opened his eyes and saw light for the first time in a long time. Taking him by the hands, he tried to ask where they were and where Donald had taken him. Then he looked in the direction where Martin was, and he immediately recognized him as his old acquaintance. Right now, they were completely safe and could relax for at least a little while. The guy miraculously survived, but it would be too dangerous to go back right now. Martin hoped that not only Donald but also his brother would soon agree to take part in his work. Now he owed Martin his life, because this healing capsule was too expensive and no poor settler could afford such treatment. Martin said that there was no point in worrying about such trifles, and promised to give him another capsule later. He had already done too much for them, but Martin decided not to stop there. By carefully cutting off one capsule with scissors, he can guarantee a complete cure for this guy's wound. The tablet was handed to Donald, and Martin warned him that he should take the medicine again on the way back. Looking at his brother, he realized that there were not only medicines here, but also people who knew how to provide first aid. The leg was bandaged so well, as if this was not the first time they had treated wounds. Besides, these medicines were really very rare, and now one of these capsules came to him. Someday he will definitely repay Martin in kind, as soon as he brings his brother home. Right now, Donald was the only breadwinner in the family, so there was no rush to return until at least the summer. If he was really so grateful, he should have made every effort to save his family. There were no better words to say, so Donald silently bowed to his brother's savior. All this time, Frank could not understand a word of their conversation, and hoped that David at least knew this language. But he didn't understand anything either, which means that none of the three will ever know the meaning of what was said. David could only make out a few words because he communicated with Martin more often than others and understood him much better. The administrator recognized the guy, told him to bring his sick relative here and gave him some medicine. In the end, the local settler was so grateful that he swore eternal friendship to the savior of his relative. David told this story with rapture, although this story was understandable to anyone without words. If this is true, then Martin could have established diplomatic relations even with settlers from neighboring areas. To cement such unions, it was customary to marry off daughters, and Martin would certainly be offered something similar. Surely soon they will be having fun at his wedding and the administrator will put them in management positions instead of himself. But wouldn't it be too great a sacrifice for the administrator to make to improve their own lives? Oliver, who had heard this kind of nonsense dozens of times, intervened in the conversation. But none of this ever came to pass, so it was worth simply watching events unfold. All that was left was to hope that the wedding would go on as usual, and that no one would offer to carry Martin to the wedding altar. This thought was more terrible than any other, and the boys hoped that it would never happen. It's strange what his players were chatting about while the hero of the story himself remained on the sidelines. He understood only a few words of what was said, but that was enough to catch the guys off guard. The main problem was still the journey home that the two brothers had to make. Looking at the injured man's leg, it was clear that the antibiotic had worked perfectly, and just one tablet had solved the problem. Even if Donald weren't here, his brother could have gotten there on his own, although it would have been much more difficult. He didn't know how to thank Martin, but he vowed that he would definitely repay him in kind someday. It was already late, so the guys decided not to linger, and Donald knew that their meeting today would not be the last. Yes, that's what Martin hoped for too, and in the end he wished the guys an easy journey. But there was something that David didn't even know about, and Donald completely forgot to do one thing before leaving. He suddenly handed him a small folding knife, hoping that the guy would understand what this knife in his hands was saying. It's surprising that he wanted to give the knife to David, because these guys clashed with each other in the very first seconds. David was strong enough to dodge Donald's arrow, but in a one-on-one fight, he would definitely lose. He wanted to fight him fairly next year, but until then, he had to guard that knife like the apple of his eye. It would be better if David understood his speech, and then he wouldn't have to pretend that he agreed with everything. It was strange why this stranger decided to reward him with a surprise, since their duel could have ended in death. The knife was quite useful, so the guy was not going to refuse the gift. Turning around, Donald realized that since this guy accepted the knife, it meant that he correctly understood the meaning of his gift. But did it matter at that moment, when the most important thing was still his brother's life? Incredibly, the game was made with such detail that not a single element of the plot was accidental. The boys knew about this before, but Oliver still didn't understand what Donald was telling him. What if he was going to marry one of his plump sisters to David, and David agreed without understanding the essence of the proposal? However, there was no need to worry about this, because the brother's younger sister would not agree to marry this guy. Already on the way home, both decided that their benefactor was able to very quickly change his life and even create his own clan. Surely they should make sure that Belle does marry Martin. They had previously avoided these topics, and it was surprising that they were now talking about it so directly. Although it will be funny if we manage to convince Belle of this, and Martin refuses at the last moment. There were several young girls in his group who also did not waste their time. Any of them could have charmed Martin and married the administrator herself. If you remember, as a child, Belle was so thin that for a long time she looked much younger than her age. No one was in a hurry to marry her off, seeing in her a child familiar to everyone. But it was not up to them to decide who she would choose as her husband, because next year their younger sister would already come of age. She herself will have to decide her fate, even if there is a huge sum of money at stake from an influential leader. She is the one getting married, not these two guys, so it would be better if she found a worthy man. The family's third son had just reached marriageable age and, together with his father's influence, could have become a good option for her. But Donald didn't like this scoundrel, and he hoped that his sister would look for someone better. If Belle got married next year, the boys would have to learn to cook again, but that wasn't a big problem. Donald himself was planning to get a wife and hoped to do it before his brother. With such conversations, both proceeded forward along the road, hoping to soon reach their native settlement. Life in the shelter gradually became different from everything that surrounded these gloomy wastelands. Trading was in full swing, and Martin did everything to allow the free market to develop. Patricia continued to sell her mushrooms and asked 4 copper coins per kilogram. The demand increased every day, and the girl had to stock up on a large quantity of goods. Today there was a new product in her shop that she didn't warn anyone about. And then, showing a jar of new product, she declared that it contained her secret signature jam. Just 1 silver coin was enough to get a whole jar of delicious jam. To be honest, the guys weren't impressed at all, and decided to buy regular mushrooms instead of jam. Catherine was used to being alone in the store for long periods of time, especially since she had already spent time alone while waiting for Martin in his office. Customers began to visit her store only after a long time, as trade in the shelter progressed. Besides the guys, there were also girls here who were always arguing about some nonsense. Looking at them, Catherine realized that the job of a salesperson was much more difficult than she had initially thought. But among the visitors, there was a man who attracted the most attention. It was Martin, and he was making his usual rounds of the territory, monitoring the activities of his players. His behavior changed every day, and it was less and less possible to see emotions on his face. Suddenly, Catherine realized that the chocolate that Martin had once treated her to was surprisingly tasty. Now was the best time to think about how to revive this market even more. Perhaps it was because of the 20 newbies that it was so noisy today, and it was worth inviting new users to the game. Finally, he smiled, realizing that life was gradually getting better. Suddenly, he looked up and realized that the weather was changing faster than he expected. It was difficult to understand what exactly was lying on his finger, trying to distinguish the local snowflake from the hail. The temperature had not yet dropped to 0 and must have been hovering around 15 degrees. There were no rain clouds in the sky, not even thick clouds. So what was the matter? It was probably a strong cold front that passed by and collided with a warm, moist current. It looks like old Charlie was right, and the weather in this place was too unpredictable. If they don't get it done by the start of winter, Martin risks getting into a difficult situation. Winter was supposed to come earlier than usual this year, and many things were still unfinished. Girls will love the first snow in this post-apocalyptic world. They will all be interested to know how realistic this is, and no one will think about the consequences of the coming winter. This was Martin's headache, and it was up to him to solve the problem. Meanwhile, the rest of the players were busy developing the market, and were already offering installations for trading zones on the forum. It was quite curious, and Martin felt as if he worked for a regulatory agency. All this time, Catherine lived in his computer room and increasingly found herself having strange thoughts. Martin had been staring at his screen for an hour now, grinning evilly like some kind of villain. But every time she tried to turn away, the girl realized that she could not control herself. This guy didn't have any particular attraction, and yet she couldn't take her eyes off Martin. It seemed to her that Catherine herself wanted to look into his screen and share this guy's joy. Everything the administrator read about did not concern her, and it would be better to continue learning the local language. However, first, Catherine would like to ask him just one question, if Martin doesn't mind. It was strange that she decided to distract him from his work with some questions, although Martin himself was not against answering. It turned out that the girl was tormented by the question of why Martin had been so eager to get out all this time. It was much safer in the shelter, but he wanted to build the wall on the surface, not wanting to stay underground. After a short silence, the guy dryly replied that he did everything for the sake of survival. But couldn't they have survived right here, since the shelter had clean air and protection from the elements? She couldn't understand where the water purifiers were because the girl had never seen such installations. It seemed that she had allowed herself too much and had started asking unnecessary questions, and Martin himself did not know how to explain it to her. After all, he couldn't tell her the truth about who he really was. Suddenly, he announced that in case of a nuclear war, it was safer to be underground, and this decision was made by the whole team. In that case, she had a number of other questions that the girl hastened to ask. The guy quickly interrupted her and asked her not to discuss these topics with the other settlers, who might misunderstand her. This phrase confused Catherine, and she looked at him in silence for a while. Since he had already answered her question, the guy asked her not to distract him from important matters anymore, although he understood that other players would also ask similar questions. However, he could easily answer those questions, because the guys were sure that everything was happening in a computer game. Catherine herself still had the feeling that her affection for this guy was growing stronger. His figure from behind seemed so muscular to her, as if he were a real hero from an action movie. Even though she tried to push these thoughts out of her head, this devil had already taken up residence inside Catherine. For a moment she thought that he was so good that he could become an irreplaceable person in her life. But what if he simply masterfully manipulated people's consciousness, and managed to take over her consciousness as well? In that case, she was just a puppet in his hands, and he controlled everything that happened in her life. But the rest of his team didn't think so at all, and were ready to carry out the tasks as before. It was colder than usual today, although for the lizard with his tough skin, this was not a problem. Until spring, you will have to change the time you enter the game so as not to accidentally end up here during the rain. Was it worth thinking about this now, instead of just relaxing and enjoying the game? Meanwhile, Martin himself was seriously considering Catherine's question and her doubts. If she keeps asking questions like this, I'll have to come up with something more convincing. Walking a little forward, he suddenly saw in front of him those two newcomers who had already managed to gain experience in construction. It's surprising that they built a gallows instead of doing something useful. It was difficult to understand why these two needed such a structure. And were they really going to execute someone? Martin had given no such orders and hoped he could get an explanation. One of the guys suddenly said that it would be much more interesting this way, because it creates even more realism. Moreover, if there are malicious violators of the asylum law, they can easily be placed on this gallows. Many people took this game too personally, so these two needed to be kept an eye on. Although complete freedom of action was to their advantage, so they simply had to observe everything that was happening. By the way, what happened in the carpentry shop was one of the important events for Martin. Seeing new arrows at the entrance, he headed there first. It turned out that Jimmy had made a lot more bows and arrows this time to put them up for sale. This guy was really talented and could think outside the box when needed. He greeted the administrator with joy, because he himself was going to invite Martin to his place. It was strange that he acted as if this day was somehow different from all the others. What was even stranger was that without finishing his sentence, he suddenly rushed away from Martin. And then, reappearing in the same place, he was ready to present his new invention. Jimmy held a large flask in his hands, filled to the brim with manufactured gunpowder. The guy didn't even hope that he would complete the work so quickly and be able to finish ahead of schedule. Jimmy smiled and explained that there was no open fire and they were completely safe. This should have been said at the very beginning, and Martin hoped that the guy had already tried this gunpowder. The guy suggested trying it right now and asked the administrator to follow him. When they stepped outside, the most suitable place for testing was right in front of them. He carefully placed the bottle next to the tree, hoping that it would be much easier to use. And then he brought a burning match to the wick of the bottle and prepared to run away from there as quickly as possible. Jimmy was moving away from the ignited Molotov cocktail at a speed that would have won first place in the Olympics. The guy knew perfectly well how powerful the explosion of this hellish mixture would be. The stones, flying in all directions, even reached Martin's face, and it's good that he didn't come any closer to the edge of the forest. The tree trunk was half blown to dust, and it was scary to imagine what would happen to the mutants if they got close. The boys then watched as the tree fell to the ground without even having to use a saw or an axe. This could surprise anyone, and this guy turned out to be even more talented than Martin thought. It even exceeded his expectations, although the power of the explosion should have been increased in the future. But this was enough to reward Jimmy with 500 experience points at once, which Martin immediately informed him about. He could also try making smokeless powder, like pyroxylin or something like that. Soon, Martin will find a new job for this guy, and his range of responsibilities will greatly expand. The last phrase made Jimmy stop, because he had not taken on new assignments for a long time. The guy was ready to do anything just to gain the administrator's trust. Meanwhile, Martin went to where clay ovens had recently been built. One of the guys, who was the first to run to the post, loudly announced about a guest who was about to appear in their settlement. They were talking about Albert, because the man really did promise that he would return soon. It was necessary to immediately take Martin straight to him before Albert had time to sell all his goods. Just like last time, he came here with a two-headed cow, but there was another person next to him. The guy with the gun looked straight ahead, hoping that a squad of armed bandits wouldn't jump out from behind the fence. The appearance of these two alone did not inspire confidence, as if they were just waiting for the moment to attack. There was no point in being afraid of two armed guys, so the gate quickly opened. And right after that, the man who ran this entire shelter appeared at the door. Martin was glad that Albert kept his word, but he didn't expect anyone else to show up with him. He greeted his old friend with a smile and hoped that this meeting would be just as useful. It was strange that this merchant was so happy, as if they really were old friends. As before, he squeezed the young man's hand tightly, hoping that he would respond with the same joy. But the expression on his young friend's face did not change, and Martin was more interested in the big man behind him. Taking a closer look, he realized that he had never met this big guy before, and wondered who he was. He was yet to find out, although from the look of the thug one could assume that he had previously been a member of one of the local bandit clans. Before starting trading, Albert should have told about his new friend. He quickly explained that his partner was a famous marksman he had hired in the city of Red River. There were several mercenary guilds in Red River City that were renowned for their reliability. Basically, it was needed as a backup, and you could just pretend that it wasn't there. It seemed that the jerky from Martin's settlement was selling well in Red River City, and Albert had already made a fortune. To start the conversation, the guy asked how easy it was for them to get here from the neighboring town. It turned out that Albert himself was in the settlement for the first time, where he used the services of his bodyguard. Last time, after leaving this place, he immediately went to a neighboring farm and found excellent goods there. Grain prices in Red River City had skyrocketed, and Albert couldn't remember the last time he had made money so quickly. Since things were going so well, it was worth going there again before heavy snowfall blocked the roads. Once again, Martin realized that he had significantly underpriced his product, but it was too late to think about it. Although Albert believed that prices should not be raised too high, since itinerant traders risk their heads in their business. This price was completely justified, and Albert was not getting his bread for this work in vain. Then it was worth asking right away whether he was able to get what Martin asked him for last time. Of course, he kept his promise, and there was no doubt that all instructions were carried out. There were several hundred kilograms of coins in those bags next to him, since Martin needed them so much. There really were a lot of bags here, and it was easy to believe that they were quite heavy. In addition to the coins, Albert was able to obtain 10 7-gauge revolver rifles and another bag of unrefined salt. All these goods were quite valuable, but it was worth examining them more closely. Approaching one of the bags, Martin realized that the goods were indeed of excellent quality. The cartridges were smelted from copper, and it seems that there was no problem with it in the city of Red River. However, many of the shells had dents and bulges on them, and it was clear why he had been able to get so many of them. Albert hoped that the young man was happy with the product and would not change his mind at the last moment. In response, Martin decided to take the weapons, rock salt, and all the coins that had been brought. However, it was interesting to see what was in the last bag standing behind. Albert seemed to have deliberately not shown the contents of this bag, waiting for Martin to ask about it himself. It turned out that there was powder from dried and ground mutated spiders. It was some kind of fertilizer, and Martin would hardly have any use for such a thing on the farm. Jimmy said that there were a lot of similar fertilizers near the lake, and perhaps it would be possible to make something similar. But at the last moment, Albert remembered that he had completely forgotten to tell him something important. It's good that Martin didn't have time to leave, because it would have taken too long to return. The rare item he suddenly remembered was in the jar he was holding in his hand. Most likely, Martin saw an iron-backed ant right in front of him, and this specimen was considered quite rare. I wonder how much such an ant costs and whether Martin can afford it. However, the young man misunderstood him. because this was not a product for sale, but just his little gift. He certainly wouldn't refuse something like that, even though he didn't have a gift in return. But friendship with Martin was the greatest gift for Albert, and he didn't need more. It was already late, and it was worth heading towards the shelter while the road was still clearly visible. He offered to discuss the details of the deal if Martin really liked the whole product. There was a lot of goods, so some details really should have been discussed in more detail. But the proposals Martin made immediately caught Albert off guard. This young man was so clever at knocking down the price of his goods that it was even indecent in his position. The prices he offered were too different from the market prices and looked more like brazen robbery. Jerky meat, prepared by baking and air drying, could not have cost that much. Yes, this guy was seriously angry, and Martin realized that it was better not to joke with him. He no longer resembled the friendly merchant who throws around rare gifts. However, Albert also realized that Martin had never been a trader and decided to explain to him in detail everything about market prices. If he takes these 100 kilograms of unrefined salt to the city, he will be able to exchange them for 1 chip. He will receive 100 chips only if he exchanges salt for electronics and other goods. Ultimately, by agreeing to Martin's price, he will incur huge costs and take a great risk. It was only because of their friendship that Albert was willing to settle for a price of 59 kilograms and could not give in anymore. Albert had reasoned correctly, and now Martin understood why he had been so surprised by the proposed price. Once they had reached an agreement, they could begin implementing the deal right now. It's strange that Martin changed his mind so quickly, although a couple of minutes ago he asked for twice as much. He said with a smile that he was ready to exchange 300 kilograms of green wheat for 59 kilograms of dried meat. These were the most difficult negotiations for Albert in recent times, although at his age he was a very experienced negotiator. When Martin was no longer around, he said out loud what he thought about the little bastard. These greedy settlers had brought him nothing but losses, so it was not worth returning there anymore. Suddenly his bodyguard stopped, not believing that Albert had worked at a loss this time. It can't be called a loss, but the earnings turned out to be too insignificant. Albert exchanged 10 kilograms of salt for only 30 kilograms of smoked meat and now won't be able to make much money on resale. Winter is coming soon, and it will be more dangerous than ever, which means trade will stop. Martin himself understood this, and in advance, he proposed a deal that would only benefit him. The merchant felt cheated, although he understood that he had still earned something. It is impossible to get really rich with such earnings, because the necessary profit can only be obtained with a large difference in price. The dried meat must be exchanged for at least 60 kilograms of coarse salt, otherwise the trip will be pointless. Albert should have been grateful to the man who agreed to the deal. He was able to recoup the costs of the expedition, and even secure the support of a bodyguard, which also cost a lot of money. The guy managed to exchange 130 kilograms of smoked meat for 10 revolver rifles, and that was a good purchase. Martin was quite pleased with the deal, although luck played a big part in it. Throwing the heavy bag on the floor, he wanted to begin the inspection as quickly as possible. If all these game coins could be exchanged for chips, they would be enough to buy a private jet. But was it worth thinking about such things when even the wall of the shelter was not completely finished? Things were already going well, and after the team was replenished, he would be able to continue the barter he had started with Albert. And most importantly, he finally got his hands on that small specimen that would soon lead Administrator Martin to great success.